Finals day, everybody, for the Southeast Asian Close Qualifiers for Elite League. My name is Purposely, and I'm joined by Winter, and we'll be taking you through what is hopefully a thrilling series of games. We have the most amazing three teams lined up. Well, apart from Blacklist, of course, they already qualified yesterday. Just to remind everybody watching, Southeast Asia does have 2 slots, and Blacklist were successful and defeated Darleng 2-1. That last game in particular, man, those team fights went crazy, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, Team Streamer almost did it. Almost. They were this close.
Yeah.
Today, they'll get another chance.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy story because they already did this with Aurora in previous qualifiers. I believe it was for ESL events, and now they are lined up to potentially repeat it. They'll be waiting in the upper bracket because we do have our lower bracket teams, or I guess technically they're all in the lower bracket now, but we do have our 2 teams facing off to start us off. It's going to be Talon versus Geek Fam. Both of these teams, I think we've had high expectations for them coming so far, so it's not a surprise that they made it to this stage, and it should be a bloody battle for sure.
Yeah, bloody battle and time for your secret strats, your secret sauce.
Yeah.
Your MSG draft. Time for you to come
Whatever
up.
you wanna sprinkle in some cheese on the side, some little juice that you kept packed in the back. You know, you gotta bring it all out here. Now, of course, Talon, they've been on the up and up, right? I think the big story of this organization is after losing what everyone knows to be the Talon roster of last year to Aurora, they've rebuilt. I believe it was sort of weighed around that Brando, who's the team manager, had a lot of say in which players he wanted, and he was the one charged with the responsibility of building the team. So he put together this stack of young talent that everybody was saying, oh, you know, what a downgrade from Aurora, haha, you guys are never going to reach the same heights. But here they are, and they actually managed to qualify for ESL 1 Birmingham over Aurora and over Geek Fam. They defeated Geek Fam 3-0 in the finals. Of course, that's the Geek Fam that still had Jing. So now we have Raging Potato standing in. I mean, he's been impressive, to say the least.
He's the crazy position 4 player that he's not afraid to do like YOLO all-in plays. He plays very different from I mean, I say different, but a lot of the position 4 players that switch over from a core role, they tend to play very greedy and flashy, especially mid player. Yeah. I feel like mid and position 4, they are very similar in some of the things they do in the game. And when you are moved to position 4, you're kind of given the license to feed. You know, oh, when you do something crazy and then you die,
True.
Your team is like, oh, it's okay.
Oh yeah,
it's just
fine,
support dying. You know, but when you do it as a mid laner, then you're like, oh. Your team is like, oh no, one of our cores just died, you know, oh, okay. You know, things are looking good, you know. It's grim, you know, you have the negative atmosphere coming in.
Yeah, our mid is feeding, it's over. How are we supposed to win the game now? Speaking of mid, of course, Talon recently solidifying the addition of Chuan, and ever since they brought him in back from Alliance, they've been looking swell, right? The team works together very nicely. They have a great balance between their 3 cores. The Malaysian duo of WS as well as Ponyo, creating quite a steady route for the team. Of course, we have Yokem, who's been through the mixer, you know, T1, a couple of stints here, and it's been a while. I believe it was, Galaxy Racer that he was on for a while as well. So haven't seen him really back in the limelight for quite a bit, but happy to see him find some success here as one of the strongest Indonesian players for what feels like forever now.
Yeah, he's one hell of a position 4 player. I was able to work with him for a couple of months, and he's always a player that impressed me a lot. Yeah. And not to mention that I feel like one of the hidden stars. I don't know if he's still hidden, but WS, I feel like he's the backbone of this team. He oftentimes he carries his team on the offlane. He plays a wide variety of heroes. He can be the win condition. He can be the rotating hero sometimes. But all in all, he's reliable. So I think a lot of the games that they've been won on his back. You know, I think, and his hero and his early game is going to be absolutely crucial to Talon's success right here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think my only instance of watching WS, the limited amount of games that we've seen from Talon, or at least that I've cast, I've seen him just straight up carry games on offlane Slada. So maybe that's something that he'll go back to, because initially already in the draft, so much focus towards that offlane Geek Fam. They understand that WS is going to be crucial for this lineup, and they want to take everything he could potentially bring out of the pool. Immediately picking the Mirana and the Naga Siren, but Talon, that's going to allow them to pick up the Bat Rider.
Yeah, they're removing most of the offlane heroes, targeting WS in particular. So they ban out the Beast. So that's kind of interesting. Normally I would say like Naga kind of I
Is
guess with
fine
the
against
yeah,
Beast.
Naga's kind of fine with Beast. Maybe they are thinking of the drums or Slon that can
Talon
deal with
Esports
the
turn
illusions.
picks.
But we'll see, picking the Naga early, you're susceptible to counter picks like Lash. But on the other hand, I feel like because Geek Fam has two Naga players, they play him on safe lane and off lane. So maybe they feel like because they are able to switch it around, so they don't really care. So this is the
10
MSG
seconds
draft
remaining.
that's happening right away in the
Yes.
first game. The off lane Naga Siren. I think there's
5
a very high
seconds
chance that
remaining.
the Naga is going to be an off lane.
Yeah. Of course, one of the byproducts of switching around. I think especially in this age of Dota, we see so many players last long enough in the game to switch roles, and they're bringing that experience and that flair, right? Cox, of course, was a very successful mid laner, and now he's sort of taking his skill set to the off lane. They picked the ET. So Talon, they very much have their own set of picks that they really like, but so do Geek Fam. They've played this mid Razor on Mac, and it's looked very comfortable being that frontliner, being the bait for the team, and who knows, right? You try and focus down Mac, suddenly you get a Naga song to set up from your offlane Naga Siren.
10
Easy arrow,
seconds
easy
remaining.
team fight. That seems to be what Geek Fam is setting up for.
You're not the easiest to
5
play
seconds
into
remaining.
the Bat Rider. On the other hand, the Bat Rider's
Talon Esports
lineup,
turn
yes, Elder Titan and Lash. The Elder Titan aura very, very good with magic damage, Lash
Yeah.
and Bat Rider. So already there a lot of synergy. And Geek Fam possibly maybe going back to their roaming Monkey King on Potato.
Yeah, possibly. You know, Raging Potato's like, come on, first game of the
10
series,
seconds
we can go
remaining.
crazy, we can have fun. Let me play my career sniping mini game on the side here. I
5
still haven't
seconds
warmed up.
remaining.
Yeah,
That's what he's saying now.
It's the same matchup
Yeah.
where Miposhka followed the monkey with Elder
Yeah.
Titan. I
We
don't
might
know
have
if
to
he's
see that coming out from Ponyo.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna do the same thing. I kind of feel like it's very important to have a hero that can actually kind of match what the Monkey King is doing, and you kind of want a hero that if you're both low level like the Monkey King, you'll
Yeah.
be kind of more useful than the Monkey King.
Yeah,
Just
for
with
sure.
a couple of levels. So maybe ET can be the answer to that. And
Yeah.
let's see. I mean, Leshrac really relies on all this resource coming into his way. Right? He really needs a lot of mana for the laning phase, refill his bottle and everything else. So killing the bottles, stopping the courier from functioning is a very important tool for Lesh to use in the lane.
I'm a little bit worried already for this Lash because they picked it and you already mentioned, look, this Naga Siren feels a bit like early MSG. They have that flex potential. Understandably why Talon go for the Lash, but it feels like Geek Fam were completely prepared for this, right? They have the Razor, who you already mentioned is such a great lane-to-lane counter and game counter for Lash. You want to go into the fight and deal damage as Lash, Razor will just eat you up. And while all that is happening, Monkey King is going to be sniping your couriers, causing interference, and your supports will be so busy that they can't even deal with, helping you with the Razor. It feels like Talon, it feels like they're falling into the trap that Geek Fam has set in this game number 1 in the draft.
I mean, Talon has to kind of
Esports turn
pick
to
a.
slug.
I was gonna say pick a carry that can be on the lane alone, so the ET can actually run around and help the Lash.
Yeah.
But Slug kind of needs help a little bit. I wouldn't say he completely doesn't need help, but you need to get him past the first couple of levels. Then after that, usually you
10
normally
seconds remaining.
want to give Slug solo XP for his level 6. So that's when your position 5
5
can actually
seconds remaining.
follow the Monkey King around.
I wonder whether they're going to switch up the responsibility of following the Monkey King to give it to Yokem instead, right, on that Bat Rider. Because, of course, with that vision in the trees, like you can find him with the sticky napalm, you can firefly him down. The chase is also a lot better with the repositioning from Flame Break.
I mean,
Maybe they're waiting
the
for a
thing
last
is
pick from
you
yours.
don't get napalm until level 4. That's
That's
generally when you only get sticky napalm. So I'm not sure if
You really
the-
want your levels on the bat, right, for the lasso early on and whatnot.
Yeah, Elder Titan is fine being low
10
level, but
seconds
Bat Rider you
remaining.
kind of you don't want to
that's
be
true.
low level.
That's true. I mean, Geek
5
Fam, they already
seconds
have
remaining.
a pretty interesting draft. I mean, Slark, you mentioned that he's going to need some help from the Elder Titan to get to his level 6. But even against a Naga, is that a good pick? Do you see any reason why Talon have decided on this Slark here?
I feel like because they have a Lash, right? So you need to have a safe laner that doesn't need too much, that can roam around and move around early to support the Lash. I mean, to support, not like, babysit him, but, to play around his timings. And when you think about hero timings, Lash,
Talon
what is his first hero
Esports turn
item
to
timing?
ban.
It's normally the Bloodstone, right? Unless you're
Yeah.
going use, but I feel like the use build is always very risky. If you get the use and you don't get a couple of kills, you're going to be in trouble. So I tend to favor the Bloodstone rush. So whenever you have Bloodstone, the Slug would have his diffusal and they kind of sync up together, you know, then the Slark can fight around the Lash. And also in the team fights later, when you have shot, you can use your shot to save the Lash shot. Much similar to Lifestealer Infest. I mean, we've seen a couple of Lifestealer plus Lash. I mean, Slark plus Lash is very similar to that nature.
Right. Once you get ramped up, I mean, you could result in some unkillable cores. Monkey King can afford to be pretty flexible with his item build and maybe go for something like a Spirit Vessel, Mirana as well. But so far, we've seen these heroes build a lot of other stuff, right? Miranas like to get those auras out with the greaves and the pipes and the lotuses. And I think the one game that we saw Raging Potato play is Monkey King. He was building all those single target disabers, like the Ooze, False Staff, and a Nullifier even. They'll last pick the Centaur for WS. So going back for the double horse draft, paired with usually a Lifestealer. Now they've kind of substituted it with a Slark. They actually choose to ban out the Lifestealer themselves because they're worried about that laning matchup into the Centaur. How do you feel about this Centaur last pick? Do you think it's enough for what Talon are looking to do?
Yeah, I mean, Centaur is always for other cores. You know, you want to help the other cores survive in a team fight, reposition with Stampede and put your body in the enemy, front lines, you know, to confront the enemy first and protect the other cores. I mean, the reason I feel like they chose Slark over Lifestealer here is mainly because of the Razor matchup. I think Slark matches a bit better against Razor compared to a Lifestealer. Otherwise, they're probably going to stick back to what they did. You know, Lifestealer with Lash is probably more stable. But right now with the Centaur, so I think the Centaur's game, once again, his game is going to be very, very crucial. If he doesn't get a good game, then it's going to affect the Lash and the Slark a lot, you know. But if the Centaur has a good start, he has a good timing with the dagger, he can play around the ET, the Slark, play around the Bat Rider Lasso, then the team fights are going to be very good for them. And the pickoff, you know, they have a lot of pickoff, a lot of scouting potential with Slark, with the Vision, and with the Bat Rider. And that's going to probably force Geek to try to, you know, huddle up together as 5 with Naga, Monkey King, you know, many of song, but they don't really have a very big song set up now except for the arrow.
Yeah. I am worried about the song as a counter initiation tool though, because I feel like Talon, if you get this perfect setup and you get the jump, you know, you set up with the Elder Titan, have all these ultimates come out, have the Lash run in as well, it's very easy for the Naga, especially on the off lane, to just get that space for her team by putting a pause on things a little bit. And the last pick is actually going to be the Kotal, so no offlane Naga shenanigans, at least seemingly. It'll be Razor in the safe lane and likely offlane Kotal instead. So Cox will be playing that, and that's the MSG that you were looking for. Natsumi is going to pick up that Naga Siren in the safe lane. Okay.
I mean, the Kotal, I thought he would actually play the Kotal mid, because Kotal kind of, you want to give him the levels quickly, get a Vessel, deal with the Lash. Kotal is very good against Lash because the Solar Bind into Vessel, and you deal a crazy amount of magic damage to him. And maybe
basically
sometimes
BKB, right?
You kind of force the Lash. Sometimes you see them go like early use to kind of counteract the Solar Bind. And because when you're playing as Kotal, you kind of need to catch the Kotal in the team fights to kill him first, so that your game will be easier in the team fights. So the use is going to help you do that. But right now, so with the Kotal being offlane, maybe it doesn't change much. I'm not sure.
You don't sound very convinced, Winter. You don't sound convinced of this Kotal offlane.
Because the main thing about offlane Kotal is your level progression is a lot slower because you have to share XP. I mean, you can make the argument that the Monkey King is not going to be on the lane, right? But at some point, he's going to want to come and... If Monkey wants to roam at level 1, can Kotal sit in the lane alone? I'm not sure, you know. So Kotal kind of feels like he needs the 4 to be around, you know. And then if the 4 is around, he's going to be lower level. And I feel like Kotal needs a lot of levels to be very, very effective in the game.
Yeah, I guess his hope is that, you know, the monkey sticks around just long enough to get him that level 2, and then they're hoping that the lane just pushes to the Kotal, he can just blast it from a distance. They're not concerned about the ET or Slark's ability to close the distance, but I don't know. For me at least, I'm not necessarily convinced by this last pick Kotal in the
Risky
offlane.
proposition, my friend.
Right? I feel like they're kind of banking a lot on Raging Potato to have a great bit of impact and help you out on 2 fronts, which is, you know, Raging Potato, he's been spectacular. I think he's had amazing standout performances on the Shadow Demon in particular for me. But this Monkey King, we've seen what it can do, and it can only do so much, right? It's parked usually on the other side of the map, trying to snipe couriers, trying to get information for your team, and trying to hinder everyone else through that way. We'll have to see what Cox can do. I mean, he will know how to play Kotal. He is a mid laner after all, so bringing that skill set to the top side instead this game. And yeah, we're getting into things here. An early smoke out already for Geek Fam.
Yep, let's just see what the Monkey King's gonna do. I mean, his job is gonna be very, very crucial in this game. What he does in the first couple of minutes, how much he's gonna protect the Kotal. I mean, Dota is so strange right now, or interesting. I would say, I would put it that way. Support Terrorblade, Monkey King roaming around,
Yeah.
like a bounty, but a better version of Bounty Hunter because you move
Now you
around
got
faster.
Kotal off lane, you know. Razor mid maybe still pretty normal. All these position 1 heroes becoming supports. I mean, Bat Rider in the past as well. I think he was considered a mid off laner. They find Raging Potato very early. They start chasing him already. They're very privy to the shenanigans.
He has votes. He's fine. He saves the skill point.
Yeah. A lot of attention being dragged away though, and you can see Geek Fam immediately try and take advantage by posturing more aggressively. You know that there's no chance for them being punished here. A lot of shenanigans to throw out in the team fight as well. All these solar binds, arrows, you know, Manta illusions from the Naga, your Wukong soldiers and stuff on the
Keep
ground.
taps on your career kill counter.
Yeah.
Just keep counting.
Stomp up. Nicely done. Talon are going to secure themselves 3 bounty runes on the back of that Centaur's great movement. But already trying to bait with the courier a little bit. Doesn't really, you know, I think he forgets for a moment because he gets that goal advantage and he's like, oh, you know, I need that regen. Instead, he's going to lose his courier for 55 seconds. Unfortunate.
And he doesn't have tangles, you know, so he's gonna rely on the bat, right? I mean, they both only have 1 set. I mean, in total they have 1 set, so they have to ration their tangle usages.
Yeah, you gotta be real careful. Natsumi, gonna try and lay into him already with those mirror images. And level 1 shouldn't be too bad, but Scam and Natsumi, they should be able to trade pretty well low effort, right? They don't really need to commit their heroes in to get some damage out on this offlane duo.
And main thing is they have to just get farm, you know. You want to be able to get XP on both these heroes. Not necessarily trying to kill, but sometimes it can happen with early point and answer. Sometimes you see Nagas, they save 1 point. Just in case they need an ensnare for the arrow.
Yeah, Ponyo going for that boot level 1. Just going to be able to run at Cox. And Raging Potato, he's trying to pull the wave away, but he's taking quite a significant bit of damage. And I guess the Monkey King's plan has been foiled a little bit because he needs to be back here to protect the Kotal, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, you can't leave the old man Gandalf alone. How can you just let your elderlies wander around the streets on his own? You have to hold his hands for a couple of moments, wait for him to get to his destination. He gets his driver ready, then you can leave him alone.
Yeah. You send him into the driver and say, hey, after you reach the location, text me, okay? Just send me a message. And then he doesn't know how to do it. And then, you know, he accidentally butt dials you halfway through the call, giving you a heart attack. You're like, what the hell? Are you okay? He's like, oh, no, I'm still in the cab. And you're like, okay, cool. Yeah, taking care of elderly people. Cox, he's going to try and...
They see the monkey. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. I mean, that's kind of one of the important things to keep track of, right? Exactly where Raging Potato is. But, I mean, great heads up sort of attention being put onto Raging Potato, limiting the impact that he can have. We saw in the previous game, he was just so disruptive to his opponent's games. But this time round, apart from the initial kill on WS's courier, nothing much, right? I mean, now he'll kill Chuan's courier. Maybe I just spoke that into existence a little bit there.
He already have his bottle. It was just what? Wasn't even his boots. I guess it was just a bottle on the way back. Yeah, another courier on the way back. So I feel like if they already got their items, it's actually not that big. How about you for the lane? I mean, it's just gold, right?
A courier kill tracker. 3 couriers at the moment. Pretty decent stuff from Raging Potato. His previous game, he had like
what's
5
the
or 6.
record? You know the record?
I don't know what the overall record is. I'm gonna have to ask my friend for that, for some stats. But that maybe probably not.
55.
Is it? Is that what it is? Are you just making that up?
Well, what do you think?
I won't believe you. You're Winter Dota. You must know what you're talking about. You would never lie to the people.
Yeah, the game starts at 3:30, my friend.
Yeah, we're just for context here, Winter scared me a little bit. I was so sure that the game was gonna start at 4, and around 3 he started saying, "Yo, where are you? Are you sleeping? Can you quickly get on?" And I almost shat myself. I was like, "What? There's no way I missed a game." But,
you should say I almost sneezed myself.
Yeah. I have been sneezing the whole day actually. Took a couple of meds to make that a bit better. Bot side, looking for the setup onto Natsumi, but he will easily TP out after that initial stomp. So great heads up play from him.
Hey, it's a solve. He's fine.
Yeah.
The value solve, you know, when you're in a... I think it's important to get a value solve when you're in a weaker lane matchup. You have to understand, oh, is our 2 versus 2 weaker or are we stronger, you know? And whenever you're in a weaker matchup, it's always useful to have a solve around you.
You just need to make sure that you have, I guess, enough resources to continue milking what you can out of the lane, right? The last thing you want is to get pushed out. Suddenly you're at an EXP deficit. You can't stand in the lane anymore. They've hit level 6. It's this whole thing.
Yeah, I think against Centaur, it's kind of nice to have solve because you cannot be too low. Otherwise, he stuns and he double edges you. You're gonna die, you know, from like maybe 50%. So you have to always keep your HP like 70-80%. So Tangle sometimes doesn't help you as much.
Oh, it might not even be enough, Natsumi. He's being run down early level and instead it's not going to stop that last auto attack coming out from Yokum. Nicely done from the Bat Rider.
Yeah, one of his best heroes right now. I enjoy watching his Bat Rider. Really plays the hero very well, and now just in time to stack. This is what you want to do as a position for Bat Rider, using his flame break to stack the ancients.
Yeah. But in Raging Potato's excursions at the dire side of the map, he has placed a very early ward in the triangle. So he'll be scouting out all these stacks and perhaps killing another courier.
Number
Make
6?
it 4.
Oh, 4?
It's 6 now. Yeah, it's 4 now. I'm keeping track, don't worry. Every single time he kills a courier, I'm writing it down.
Seems like a low number.
Right?
For 5
It
minutes.
doesn't feel that much. Come on, perk it up, man. Raging Potato, unbelievable. I mean, I guess his numbers would be a lot higher if he didn't have to spend quite a bit of time helping Kotal out.
Oh, so you're blaming the offlaner now?
I'm not blaming the off. I'm just saying, you know, he had to take care of the elderly. It's just byproduct of life. It's just byproduct of life. I know I've been in that situation. And he will actually spot the Monkey King trying for what seems to be a rotation to the bot side. I think they understand that this Centaur is having a really good game. And later down the line, if he gets early levels in Stampede, suddenly a lot of these side lane kills might not be as viable.
Right.
What are we looking at? Is that the Monkey King? Was that a zoom in on the Monkey King?
Yeah, Shu Kong.
Yeah. It's funny because Winter, you always talk about the trios that gather around for the 6-minute power rune. Seems like the trio is all at the bot side. Both teams unanimously agree that the bot lane is what's most important for them right now.
Gentleman's agreement. Let's not fight at mid lane anymore. We're just tired of the same background over and over again. Let's change. Let's have a bit of change of scenery.
Yeah. Just make the mid lane like what it used to be, right? A good old 50-50. Don't rely on your supports coming.
What a good old SF Corp lane.
Yeah. Just rely on your intuition. If your heart says bot rune, you go bot, and if it spawns top, you just take the L and
no TP refilling bottles.
No more.
No picking up bounty runes.
Yeah, no shenanigans. Don't start stacking your all garbage. Don't just 1v1 in the mid until you kill each other. That's the plan.
Fight me like a man.
True. Presently though, Talon seem to be the one setting up on Natsumi instead. They brought Ponyo down here with the Elder Titan Stomp and the Spirit. There'll be enough. They cut down that little fish and slice her up into sashimi.
Radiant are scanning.
I thought you meant slug when you say little fish.
It's 2 fish, it's fish on fish action, but in the mid lane, actually, Mac, he's starting to get run down by Chuan. Lesh gets a solo kill? Okay, I mean...
Damage rune.
Yeah,
I mean, he didn't even have like 3 points in Edict, you know, like he has only 2, but still the damage output was so huge. I've seen a lot of Lash with 0, 3, 2 at level, even at level 7 the max the Edict.
It's just such a great spell, honestly. If you have the I guess if you have the leverage to use
the
it.
buff is crazy, you know, like they actually made it so painful now.
Oh, they find Raging Potato. How did they see him there? Must have been just that high ground ward that they placed in their own
Yeah, they
spotting
have
him out.
some goggles, you know, some long range goggles to
Yeah.
scout out the monkeys, like hovering around the area.
Yeah. I guess for Talon's case, you could call it a bird's eye view, right? I think that's exactly what you do that. Ha crazy. We got jokes all day, baby. We'll be here for both series, so you're welcome. But Talon very much resisting a lot of the early pressure and shenanigans that Geek fam are trying to put out, right? They are answering very cleanly. They're not really having to give over much as a result. Akashi, he's still sitting at the top of the net worth this early on because his lane against this off-lane Koto is basically free.
This is not the 3 versus 3 I imagine. The Koto's tipping in.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on anymore. Raging
Right, he
Potato-
just tip it in? Holy shit, just for the rune or something?
I guess so, right? I mean, I don't really have any other explanation.
No
Ponyo and
catapult,
Yoko.
nothing happening, he just TPs here.
Yeah.
And Scam says, alright, I'll take your lane at top 2, I am the core now. Fuck
Yeah,
off, Koto.
I don't really know. I guess the Koto, maybe he's trying to set
Oh,
up for
Akashi,
something. He's found
he
the
steals
spam,
the rune.
yeah. At the spam, the slug. But Cox, he's just gonna get run down here in the mid lane. Stampede, and I don't really know what this offlane Koto was supposed to do. Now you run straight into the Razor. That's a bit too far forward for Yokam, but nice stomp. It's barely not going to be enough because he still has a Lotus save. The Bat Rider will be fine. And again, Talon, to get the better end of that trade. That is quite a significant kill to get this early on.
Gandalf is lost. Mike,
Yeah.
he needs
Someone get him back on track.
he needs
Where
Lord
did this-
Saruman to show him the right path again.
Didn't we book him a grab and send him on his way already? How did he lose his way on the way there? I don't know what's going on. That's what Raging Potato was saying. He's like, I came to the lane, I gave you that initial bunch of levels. What's going on here? How did you find yourself on that end of the coin? Do you think you're a support or something?
I'm just a little bit too old, you know. My memory is fading.
Oh, my
Not
back
sure-
pain. Oh, I can't remember.
Not sure what I needed to do.
Yeah. WS being scouted out by Raging Potato down here, but realistically, it feels like they need to either bring the Koto or the Razor to try and get a kill on him, and they'll do exactly that. Bring both, net him up, and Ponyo trying to help him out with the Storm. Will connect onto 2 heroes, that's pretty significant. They were trying to capitalize on the no stampede, but here's Tron as well, winding up the stun, starting to run in. Pony on Pony, trying to help each other out. Pony support program, and that's gonna go the way of Talon. They kill off Mac, who comes in rotating, looking for a free kill. It's the free kill on him instead, and now Talon, they're in perfect position to try and push down this tier 1.
I mean, this Lash is actually just way too strong right now, and
Yeah.
he feels like he's strong enough to go for the heals build. Cox,
He just gets caught out and Stampede
Don't-
comes off cooldown.
don't bully
and-
the old man. Come
No,
on,
see,
guys.
they have principles. If you are a pony yourself, you're their friend. But if you're riding a pony, that's against the rules. You get punished for that one, Cox.
Who wrote the rules? Did you write the rules?
The pony communion, obviously. the legion of ponies. I mean, they're like they see that their buddy is being abused by an old man, just kicking him around, sending him to the roughest parts of the world, and they're just like, yeah, enough with that abuse. Ponies against pony abuse is what's going on here. WS, he's so farmed on this Centaur. He's just having a great game. Stable rock of the team, like you mentioned. They'll try and dislodge him.
If he dies here, I blame you.
Yeah, I mean, it is my fault after all. Everything that happens mostly. Yes, WS should be able to walk this one off. Ponyo there to help his brother out.
The classic caster curse talking about, oh, this guy is the best, you know, he's the backbone. He's doing
started
well.
it. You were like, oh, I've been really impressed with WS. He carries the team on the offlane. If anything, it's your
Yeah,
fault.
but you're allowed to say it on before the game starts, you know. Once the game
So
starts,
now that I'm in the game, everything I say is like cursed. It's like, do you watch much anime, Winter?
no.
Okay.
Wrong.
Well, for those anime watchers who are listening to this, it's like cursed speech, right, from Jujutsu Kaisen. Like whatever I say comes true. I just say,
Sounds like a prophet.
I just say, Winter, do 10 push-ups, and you're like forced into doing 10 push-ups.
Nope.
Winter, ride this pony.
I have a filter for you, unfortunately. My ears block out all the nonsense, you know,
All
that
the
you're
garbage.
spewing out.
Okay, well, yeah. If anyone was wondering what this casting dynamic is, that's what's going on. That's why sometimes when I'm rattling off about some garbage, he just does not respond. But the early Yules pickup, this is what you did mention that Chuan was going to go for because he wants to sort of get those pickoffs going, and not a greedier build in the Bloodstone instead. I think I'm fine with this overall. I think it helps him get active on the map.
Yeah, this build kind of helps the other two cores, the Centaur and the Slug. Whenever you see like a Lash getting Bloodstone first, he kind of takes away resources from your other cores. But if you're going for this use Kaya build, I mean, you're still taking resources, you know, you're fucking Lash, you know, but
True.
you're gonna be giving back some towards the other cause. So it's more fun for the others to play around.
Not basically putting yourself as a sole focal point. And I think that's what's really characterized this Talon lineup for me, at least. I think some other teams that we see, especially successful ones, it's always about these one or two key star players and their ability to carry the game from their role. Some of the other players will adapt to them, be a lot more, I guess, fodder at times on their behalf. But this Talon lineup feels like at any given moment, either one of the three cores can carry. We've seen it come out from Akashi, we've seen it come out from Chuan, and we've seen it come out from WS as well. And supporting past between Ponyo and Jokum do a good job in getting their cores there as well. 0-7 and a 5k gold lead this early on. Geek fam, I'm a little bit concerned for them, I won't lie.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, even in the team fights, I feel like it's not gonna be that easy for them to win with the Naga Song into Arrow. I feel like that's probably their best way of initiating.
I mean, they tried a couple of times already, right? With the ensnare into, I guess, the arrow, and then everybody's looking at Centaur. They're like,
Yeah, I mean,
okay, do we have any more damage?
the thing is like the offlane Cotter is already disappeared has already disappeared in the game. You know, he didn't really do much. I mean, if you tell me the Cotter support, I will also believe you at this stage.
Yeah, he does have an earn complete, and he has a 4 staff, but just hasn't really seemed to be able to find opportunities to make that work. Raging Potato, he's just gonna get caught out here. Ponyo knows exactly where he is, starts his stomp up, and here comes Tron to pick up a freebie. Should have more than enough magic damage to kill off Raging Potato. And this Monkey King has not been successful in the slightest. 5 courier kills. That's
you actually kept track?
Yeah, I literally have a piece of paper out here, and every single time he kills a courier, I've written one down. That's my job, you know what I mean? Akashi a little cruel with it. He just hits him with that voice line, "You took the bait," literally. Here we were thinking that, okay, you know, in the draft it feels like Geek fam were very prepared for what Talon we're going to pivot into with that left. Turns out to be the other way. Blink reveal now from WS straight onto Mac, and he's just going to get melted apart. The last double edge will seal the deal. And a great move from Talon.
And this Centaur plus Lash. You don't even need 3 people. These 2 heroes are just gonna kill. I guess nobody survives, right? If they find you with the stun, double stun and Edict, Pulse Nova, and anyone is dead.
Especially with this Blink Dagger now on the Centaur, it feels like
Cox.
the Talon game is really going to get accelerated. Cox? Oh, I mean, he's showing himself now.
If
but
he shows one more time.
just waiting, tries to get the jump out just off the mark, a bit too quick on that old man, which is not really something that you usually say, but in this particular case, Geek fam allows them to get out of the way of their Kotal.
Senior citizens can be fit, you know.
Yeah, just put some rollerblades on that baby and he'll be zooming. Whether or not you pushed him down the stairs or whether or not he's actually rollerblading is another story, you know what I mean? But at least he's moving fast.
You must be some mischievous grandchild of someone. Rollerblading the seniors.
I mean, it's a fun stay fit activity. I mean, Winter, you are advocating for keeping active and healthy and a good diet, right?
Yeah, but not rollerblading when I'm 80.
Is rollerblading bad? I mean, it works some
It's
core muscles,
dangerous.
for sure.
Dude,
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
you
I'm a
ask
bit more of an ice skater
Gandalf,
myself, I'll be honest.
Gandalf to go to the gym, or you tell Gandalf to go rollerblading. Like the
Oh,
gym
it'd be
feels
hilarious
like
actually. If someone wants to do like a Gandalf cosplay and then they just like are skiing down the wintry slopes, I think that'd be hilarious.
or doing some sit-ups.
Yeah, just like Gandalf, like they have the beard on, pasted on, and a hat, but they're like the most buff dude you've seen in your life, like bodybuilder level physique.
Oh, Yokem, he gets a monkey.
Down Raging Potato, the Boundless Strike off the mark, but the Razor Plasma is actually going to cancel the initial blink. They still are able to finish Raging Potato, but now they have to pay for it with Ponyo's life. Decent trade out considering Geek fam, that's their first kill that they get on the board.
Yeah, 16 minutes in, finally on the board.
Pinch. Does the game ever get better here for Geek fam, like later down the line? Because you always think about Naga as this late game powerhouse, splitting the map, pulling you apart. The song is a great tool as well. But I feel like with the Lash, she's just going to be answered every stage of the game, right?
Yeah, I mean I feel like when it goes to late game, Razor is probably gonna be the stronger core when it gets to like 40, 50 minutes.
Sure.
I mean the Naga's gonna be like hard pressed to engage in the team fights against all this mass AoE I mean, your illusions are not going to be too useful. So her main use in the team fights are going to be like setting up for the arrows. Yokum gets a
He
lasso.
is so wise to their tricks, reads Geek Fam like a book, and Scam, he's gonna try and pounce away. That flame break actually helps him down to the low ground, which is a little bit awkward, but Yokum has another dust. Will chase down this Mirana slowly but surely. Last touch, gives it to Chuan. Good principles there. Just helping your Lash get further and further.
Yeah, pretty sure you would have taken the kill straight up, right? Screw you, this is my tax, you know. You make me chase him for the last 20 seconds. I'm like taking the kill. Damn it. Who works for free? Nobody works for free, you know.
That's true, that's true. I mean, Bat Rider, really good stuff, right? I think he recognizes that there might be a Moonlight Shadow move coming through, places a preemptive sentry, has all the detection that you need, and doesn't allow Scam to get away with it.
Yeah, it's nighttime, dude. Bad.
Yeah.
Bad at nighttime, you know, they know what's happening. They have the keen sense of hearing to know that you're around.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower is under
it's
attack.
nighttime is where
Dire's
bats
bottom
thrive.
tower is under attack.
And this game, Talon, they seem like they are just completely unbothered and flourishing in their own lane. Nothing that Geek Fam seems to be trying to do is phasing them at all. Everything seems completely mapped out. We still have yet to see this Kotal really come into play. He has that Spirit Vessel now completed, working his way towards a Hex, which is going to be a bit further away.
I mean,
but
the Naga's fat though. Like if you look at the net worth, like
That's true,
she's done well, like keeping pace with the other. Or I mean, honestly, Talon has 3 cores that's kind of equal to Naga's net worth.
yeah, I'm just wondering what she can do with this net worth now, though, because she has an Orchid. Maybe you start
Yeah,
running around
that's
with Toss
true.
and trying to get those kills.
That's true. In the head-on direct team fight, she won't be that strong because you can't go in against all these mass AoE with your illusions.
Radiant's top
But
tower
for
so
is
pick
under
there's
attack.
for pickoffs, the Orchid are going to be
Radiant's
very
top
useful.
towers are fortified.
Well, we'll have to see whether Talon gives them that opportunity. For now, they're grouped up around Chuan.
I mean, who can he
Only
kill? Who can he
That's
kill?
mine.
I mean,
So-
Lash
so
has
I mean,
use.
if
Slug,
you
you're
catch
probably
the-
not killing the Slug. Maybe you catch a Slug when he doesn't
Yeah,
have
with
the
a
dark.
silence, right?
Yeah, doesn't have dark pet.
I mean, we didn't talk much about Akashi this game because it's been quite quiet from him, but he's been farming up, and he has a Diffusal and an Axe at 19 minutes, so very much on track as Chuan now will start putting a pedal to the metal. Mid lane Blinkin, stop up. He's gonna catch Raging Potato, nice force stop away, saves him for now though, and WS forced to commit the Stampede to try and run out of dodge. He is taking down the Spirit Vessel, it's not enough damage to work him down. The song coming through from Natsumi, breaking up the fight for now and allowing Geek Fam to just get out of trouble. Don't know whether they can fight.
song
with
is
this song,
down.
and they don't want to stick around to find out. Yeah, Talon.
That's good enough.
I mean, they don't have their Centaur, so that's their one form of initiation for the most
Oh,
part.
he broke
They've
the tree.
taken out Yokum breaks the tree. Dude, Yokum is so impressive on
Light
his back.
collector, so
Come
good.
on. Just perfect play, and now Akashi looking for more. Will force that 4-staff out from Cox. With it being daytime, Akashi is just gonna bide his time a little bit. Just play it chill.
He knows what the potato is doing in the game. He knows.
Yeah, he actually, you might be a potato, but this guy's a farmer, you know, he uproots you for a living. Everywhere you go, he just rips you up from the ground. It's like, yummy, free food. Do bats
Yeah.
eat potatoes? That's the question. I don't think so. They eat fruits, right?
They kind of they eat fruits, berries, I guess.
A
Insects.
bat wouldn't even be able to assess a potato because it would be underground, right? I feel like a bat wouldn't be able to dig that up. Oh,
You can always trick them.
Yeah, but he's just gonna get caught out here. WS doesn't even feel the need to blink, just stomps straight on his head. Once again, for the ponies, hashtag. There's justice being served there, in case you didn't realize it, Winter. It's necessary for conservation.
Nope. Not taking part in your shenanigans.
Okay, alright. It doesn't
Well, to be
seem like...
fair, I probably have to, right? Because you're taking part in my shenanigans. so-
Yeah, I'm indulging you a little bit, but I think that's our dynamic actually is telling a very good story about this Geek Fam Talent game #1 here, as literally Geek Fam, they're trying to be funny with it, right? They start things out with the Raging Potato Monkey.
Oh, Centaur. You are not fighting the Centaur, Natsumi.
I
You are
don't know
not
whether
no
that was the right
song.
choice. You silence up on the slot, but he'll still rip you up, and now Mac will just get chewed up
Oh,
just
this.
like bubblegum, melted down. Chuan is just running forward. In this matchup that we thought, you know, this Razor will definitely do better than the Lash. Absolutely not. Chuan says no. With another stomp, Raging Potato will get worked down. One more double edge. And Talon, they lose nothing from that. So they just chase from all the way near the top side of their tier 1,
Radiant's top tower
all the way
is under
through,
attack.
and they just pick up 3 free kills. Two of which are on the pause 1 and pause 2, by the way.
Things are looking pretty bleak right now for Geek Fam. They have to try to make a move fairly soon, and they can't afford to lose your Naga on the map just like that. You know, he was like trying to go for a kill. I don't know if he was trying to go in solo or he was asking for someone to TP down, and nobody actually came on time. And I mean, it's a freaking Centaur with 2k HP Shivas, right? You're not killing him alone.
Yeah, it seemed like Mac and Raging Potato in particular were trying to connect, but they kind of got caught out while trying to reinforce. So, just great stuff overall from Talon. The gameplay has been clean, and it feels pretty suffocating if you're on the side of Geek Fam, especially if you've been a Geek Fam fan for a long time. This might give you flashbacks of their Birmingham run where they got so close, made it to the grand finals. That was when they were still a Jing, by the way, and just got completely shut out by Talon, 3-0. Could be a chance of this happening. Of course, this is a best of 3, and the winner of this still has to face Darleng for that remaining slot in another best of 3. But, you know, with the way that Talon are playing, if this is the form that they're bringing, Darleng, they're a bit more of a chaotic team, would like to wrap you into their shenanigans as well. If Talon are well prepared for it, I think, the initial favorites that we had are going to take it the distance.
Yeah, they're just trying to make you play their game, you know. And right now, Akashi is trying to play his vision game. It's not night, it's daytime. So not the most effective vision there for Talon. Ideally, they should wait for nighttime and just try to abuse the slot vision. Yeah. But maybe they feel like because you're so far ahead, so it doesn't even matter as much, at this stage.
Yeah. It's what you mentioned as well, Winter. As much as the Naga is keeping up well in net worth, and credit where it's due, Natsumi, he's done a great job splitting up his illusions, making space on the map. That goal doesn't really mean as much on a Naga in a team fight, right? Her strengths lie elsewhere. And Talon, it's understandable that they want to strike where the iron is hot. They feel the strongest right now, and their draft is great at barreling down lanes on the back of this Lash. They will take down that tier 2 for absolutely free.
Their lineup is actually so incredibly mobile with the Slug, with the Centaur Stampede, with Bat Rider, with the Blink 4-star. I mean, everything is just it's just very fluid right now when they are winning and they're moving around as a team. They're just hunting around. Yeah, you want to have like all those advanced wards.
It doesn't even matter that it's daytime. This is supposed to be your territory, Cox. You get caught out like that. It's gonna be a little bit embarrassing.
Playing ring around the Rosie.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah. The only other time, I mean, next time when you go on a carousel at a theme park, you'll know Kotal. There's a reason why he's excellent at ringing around the Rosie. Raging Potato will get found out though, and it feels like that's been the story of his game. Everywhere he goes, there's just a Bat Rider all over him.
Yeah,
he keep being forced out
like you say, know, Talons, they have the bird's eye view. No monkey can actually bypass their vision.
Yeah. You're in the trees, I'm way in the sky, brother, Talon. That's exactly what they're putting on to Geek Fam right now. Everywhere they try and show up on the map, there's just a pair of claws ready to rip them apart from their own team. And it's so scary to be a fish in this day. I mean, WS, looking around,
Radiant are scanning.
see some illusions and might have an inkling that Natsumi is still prying around the area, but is a bit too late to catch that prey. He's gone for Lotus himself, which I think is a great pickup to help out his Lash, right? We talked about WS taking a bit more of a supportive role when he needs to, and this characterizes it completely.
It's good against the Bloodthorn if it comes out from the Naga. I mean, the item is quite useful for Centaur since it gives him armor, and if you look at the Radiant lineup, they're kind of like mostly physical.
Yeah.
So the double plate mill is doing wonders right now for him.
Dude, this one, I gotta say, like, they're just building all the right items, it feels. And 1-17, this is such a shutout right now. Like, Geek Fam, they aren't... I feel like they haven't made a play this game.
Dude, 1-17, 7k goalie is not actually very huge.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I can agree with that, but a large part of it is on that Naga, right? Which we already mentioned that half of it is like, I don't know whether you call it not valid, but it doesn't really help out in this particular case. It seems like Talon, they want to start making that move towards
So you're
Roche.
saying they're actually like 11, 12k behind?
I would say they are 10k behind, if I'm being if I'm making a bit of a reach. I'd say they are maybe 2 to 3k more behind than it feels like, because this Naga, realistically speaking, like you mentioned, if it was a song into a Disruptor Static Storm, or Song into Vacuum Wall or something like that, then that's a very different story, right? But the only thing you really have is like what, Wukong's Command and Blast, and I guess the Razor Q. Okay, cool. Who cares?
Disperser, they're both running in, speeding in. They find
Easy
a
kill.
kitty cat.
Yeah,
Easy
yummy,
kill.
yummy.
Stats, more stats for Slark. Now he has a gem. He needs to see clearly now with his night vision.
True.
When you gaze through that diamond of a gem or
Yeah.
gem of a diamond.
Is that how it works? Is that, do you just put it over your eye, you think? Is that how?
Yeah, it reveals everything.
Oh, that's cool.
All
Yeah.
is revealed under the gaze of the diamond.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Damn.
attack.
You ever consider a career in ASMR videos, Winter?
Stand up. I prefer stand up.
You prefer stand up? Well, you gotta tell us a joke. What's your?
I'm
what's
the
your...
joke.
Okay. Alright. WS able to steal away the Wisdom Rune, being very pesky, but Geek Fam don't want to let him get away scot-free. The Pony Communion will come and back each other up though, but now Natsumi has to set up. It's a net, but the Lotus is available. He's just holding on to it for now. Gets arrowed up, and WS, they might just have to leave their friend behind. Chuan, he's up here with his Aegis, but I think they realize they can't actually challenge this Lash right now.
No mana.
The duel set up. Chuan is out of mana though, and he just has to... just as a
click.
result of auto-attacking Raging.
The good old right clicking.
Yeah, oh no, Natsumi is starting to get found out as well. Has the Song TP out. Quick moves there to realize that the only thing that could stop him would be that lasso, and the rest of the side of Talon was starting to swoop in. So,
Good
the
trade.
Naga, yeah, pretty
trade.
good overall, right? Raging Potato at this point, I feel like he's just fodder for them to take whatever space they can, and Geek Fam, they capitalize.
Yeah, gosh, I didn't really think the center would actually die there. They actually had
Oh,
so
same.
much.
Yeah,
So much
that's a lot of
damage.
damage, right? When they start like hitting onto him and
Like,
stuff.
dude, this guy has double plate mail with a cloak of flames, you know, 2.4k HP.
Yeah, but Natsumi does have that butterfly complete, and I think this is where the Naga starts to feel a lot more relevant in these fights. If she's able to connect onto one singular target, the damage that she can deal is pretty insane. Now Mac gonna get found out here by the Slark. He still has his BKB that he's holding on to, but he doesn't want to pop it because he realizes there's literally
It's on
nothing.
cooldown, bro.
Oh, I'm high. Sorry, my bottom bar of my my screen is blocking me. But Raging Potato now in the mid lane. They'll actually complete a stampede in.
Monkey,
Okay.
where are you?
Just for the monkey, they hate him.
Trying to
This is
hide
rough.
in your monkey temple.
Yeah. Is the tree the monkey temple? Is that what you're saying?
Looks more like the, you know, the shrines, what, the well,
Oh,
the
that's
wells.
fair. Oh, Natsumi could catch him out without the Song here. This would be huge. This is the one kill that they need to get, which is why Cox, he's trying to come in here and help his ally out, but Akashi will just connect with the pounce, and the Naga should be quickly worked down. Meanwhile, Yokem off screen seems to have been able to find Scam. I believe that was just through the Twin Gates area as well. So unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, Talon, they
Natural.
are just wiping the floor with them here.
Natural order. Doesn't matter if you have 20k net worth on Naga.
True.
You still
Such a
feel
strong...
like paper.
Is it the most overlooked ability in the entirety of Dota for how strong it is? I feel like that and like Gravekeeper's Cloak in the past, like people just ignore that spell for how ridiculous it is.
Wait, let me see.
Yeah, maybe you can come up with a few more, but I feel like it's such a strong core part of ET that regular pub players and most Dota players don't really respect. Now they're straight onto the high ground, they still have that Aegis and Akashi. He is hunting for a monkey in the trees, doesn't guess on the right trajectory, but they find him immediately, stomp out. He's still gonna be able to bounce back though. And that flame break's gonna bump him back a bit further than they want. Jump out onto Mac now. As he just commit the ult in Akashi. No
Arrow?
fear at all.
Arrow?
Can set up with an arrow. It's on to Yokem. They connect on the bat, but they can't really
So
afford to
they
bring their
have to
heroes
go
into
on
the mix.
Slark. They have to go
Yeah,
on the
I mean,
Slark.
Tron and
It's that
Akashi,
sharp.
they're basically acting like bouncers at the club, saying like, where's your ID and Geek Fam? Unfortunately, it seems like they're underage right now. They're not quite mature enough, not ready to fight, not ready to take on the Pony Communion. They have lawyers, I'll have you know. Chuan starting to get set up on, but that's what the Wind Waker is for. Just gets him immediately out of that Wukong's, and that's another part of your team fight. Already used. Song down. Spirit Form starting to run out of duration, and your Monkey King has already used his ult. His usefulness has waned. And Chuan, he's still on this front line, able to just put that Edict to work. Will force the second glyph out. Always got to keep an eye out for Yokum. He could just reach in, grab one lasso. WS as well, quick with the initiations. He'll just allow Chuan to auto-attack that down and just back up, back to safety. Very conservative play here from Talon, but good discipline, and they get what they came for.
Aegis is running out. They're gonna smoke and try to run back in.
Yeah, this is a classic fake back play.
Are they
daytime.
actually faking?
It seems like
I mean, they
it,
showed the centaur in front of the creep wave, so I don't know if that considers as faking back.
I mean, for now, Natsumi will be in the area and he'll see his illusion start to get melted by the lash, so immediately pinging it out that Talon, they definitely still have presence in this area. Oh, this defensive Razor build has worked out for Mac in the past, but this game it really doesn't feel like it's doing enough. The Hex up on the high ground, but the Boundless Strike doesn't connect, and Yokum is able to dodge out on the arrow, so Geek Fam can't find the setup that they want, even for a support kill. But now they'll smoke back up. Now they're sure that Talon have fully retreated, and they want to try and angle and find some posture on the map.
Oh, they're gonna run into Ponyo. It's a
Yeah.
good kill. Natural
kill
order
here.
taken away.
Yeah, and WS still trying to decide if he wants to commit in, but Akashi
can't get
seems
the
like he
tap
wants to
shroud.
fight. A bit of an indecisive
Lasso,
movement
Cox.
right now. The lasso catching out onto Cox, and this Kotal doesn't stand a chance. The Monkey King dies as well, and you have to try and BKB TP, but it's way too much damage.
Dude,
Geek
they
Fam.
killed him so quickly without the natural order. How the heck did he just die so quickly?
I mean, you just have Chuan fully beating into you. You're the only object of his focus. And Slark, of course, just winding up. I mean, all this burst magic
imagine
damage.
if ET is there with the aura, you
Yikes, yeah.
play even faster.
Yeah, that's crazy. The fact that the Geek Fam heroes still died so quickly regardless just goes to show just how far behind they are. All Natsumi can do is try and split push on the map. There's nothing else he can really provide in this scenario. Do you buy back on the Razor here? Surely not. You've already used the BKB and just about everything. Looks like a second lane of Rax, Winter.
Looks like game 2
Already.
on the horizon.
Seems that way. 19k gold lead. Talon, another stunner here in this game number 1. They've done well to just kind of dispatch their opponents quickly so far. Really only being challenged by Darling, going down 2-1, of course, still putting up a really good fight. So yeah, I mean, seems like our initial expectations were on point. Talon, they were looking like the favorites coming into this after qualifying for Birmingham, and they want to keep qualifying for this tournament. They want to get back to that status that they used to have just 1.5 years ago.
Yeah, they have a very, very good balance of players. I feel like everyone kind of feels like they complement each other. There's no like big egos on the team, big names. Like everyone, I mean, they are kind of like very known players, you know, in SEA. Sometimes like finding the right balance is not easy, you know. You want a team that works. You don't want just a team of superstars.
Yeah, for sure. It's everyone helping each other out, and even though, like we mentioned, I think that particular Lotus alt build up from the Centaur, it's clear that he has
It's
his
not
team
just
in mind. He has
it's not
Chuan
just
in
the
mind.
Centaur, you know. Akashi has been the like shining star when he was in Polaris, you know, when he's X team. You know, he always gave the feeling that he's this up and coming new carry player from the
Yeah.
Philippines that can actually do great things.
Yeah, and he might just be at that level. Soon they'll have their first showings at the international stage, and then they'll truly be tested as to what they can do. But they can rack up another opportunity here in Elite League, that second slot alongside Blacklist. These international scrims, even at the Swiss stage, like you mentioned from the start, Winter, these are so important to a team's growth and how they can expand. You're only as good as the competition that is available to you. That's
Yep.
the age-old saying.
Good scrims means improve. You can improve yourself more.
And in a way, by getting to these levels, you gain the respect of other teams as well, right? Because they want to see what you're about. Then you get more scrim partners, and right now, Talon, it's not looking like a scrim, it's looking like an absolute demolition, the way they just work down that tower. A bit of a weird priority from Geek Fam as they tried to push out the top side, set up vision there, but Talon instead will smoke directly in the Geek Fam base. So continuing to pick apart at the Geek Fam base.
Yeah, they have to try to figure out a plan to fight. Roche is gonna spawn, you know, they have to. There's no way they can give this up.
Yeah. They, you know
I
that Roche is spawning around this area.
Song into arrow is like the only thing. Like,
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, Mac, he has this SNY, but he's just... It feels like he's not doing enough damage, which is maybe why he got that Nemesis Curse. Apart from it being a great item, of course. They have this lane mod and could get the set on Chuan. This is a big kill to start the Hex up. They need to get Chuan out of here. Pony is gonna help his Pony out. And they just crush Mac. The heroes, they disintegrate. Again, double kill for WS as Natsumi has to pop a BKB on a Naga. That is not a good look as Chuan still has to chase out. Beautiful Manta dodge, but can't get away from the Yules. They just know it's over. GG. Geek fam, they tap out of this game number 1. And this is not the Geek fam that we've seen. But we know they can be resilient. Talon, what a stunner of an opening here in this series.
Yeah, very clinical finish from Talon, just understanding the position they're in, doing the right things, just closing out the map, making sure there's nowhere safe to farm for Geek fam. Only the Naga can kind of like keep farming with the illusions, but the rest of the team just they were poor, very poor. And when it comes to being behind, the only way you can slowly claw back is by somehow winning some of the team fights, and they were kind of also really lacking in that department because the Kotal didn't really get a good start in the game, and Kotal's a very snowball hero. If the hero doesn't get a good start, he kind of falls off very quickly. So in the mid-late game, I just feel like it's just the Naga and the Arrow and maybe the Razor, but I also feel like the Razor just dies so quickly because there's so much damage.
I mean, the story of the Razor is much like a hero. In fact, he's quite similar to the Lash, right? You kill him one time in the game, you kill him twice, suddenly your game just gets a lot
They are
easier.
kind of lacking the Centaur type of hero in their lineup because the Naga and Razor kind of needed was somebody to kind of protect them in the team fight, go in first, create some sort of blockade so the Razor can actually do damage. But because there's a lacking in terms of that type of hero in their draft, everybody's like a backliner because Kotal is also a backline. Razor's a, I guess, semi-back, semi-frontliner, but because nobody's supporting him in front, then it makes it really difficult for the Razor to get the damage going in the team fight. So you kind of only have the Song into Arrow setup, which is also difficult because I think Elder Titan is a very good counter to that because you kind of have a difficult time songing the Elder Titan, and whenever you song his team, he sends the Spirit in and he stomps your backline or the Mirana, and then your combo is kind of ruined, So even if you don't storm the Mirana, you storm the Razor or the Kotal or the Monkey, the rest of the heroes, and with just one arrow doesn't mean that you're going to do anything in the team fights, So just very, very difficult for Geek Fam to get the team fight going this game against a well-drafted Talon lineup.
Yeah, it's just perfect. And for me, the big story is that mid lane solo kill, the AD rune coming in to help Chuan and being able to get that advantage in a matchup that, I'm sure Mac thought he would have the upper hand as well, and that just derailed the entire plan. Talon, they're off to a roaring start here. Can they just punch their ticket through in the 2-0, or can Geek Fam show us some resilience and fight back? We'll find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere. What a clinical start here from Talon up against Geek Fam in this qualifying match to face off against Darling for the last Southeast Asian spot here for the Elite League close qualifiers. Permasneeze and Winter here bring you the action. And, I mean, these guys, if they can keep up this form, I think Darling, they're going to be light work.
Everybody's like waiting. I mean, Darling is waiting on the sidelines, looking, studying.
Yeah. Yes. They are... If I'm not
looking
wrong, they
for
are...
weakness.
I don't know about that. If I'm not wrong, they're all sitting in a Discord called Community Casting this game. If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that's happening. Maybe all along, you know, Darling, they are a force to be reckoned with, but of course they largely are having fun. Question mark. At some point, you gotta wonder whether they are how seriously they're taking this. But of course, we have a draft for you. That game one just fell apart so quickly. Geek Fam, it felt like their Monkey King shenanigans. That strategy didn't work, and all their bands were so focused on WS, but they somehow missed out the Centaur. He still got a pretty prize pick at the end, and the Lesh Centaur Slark trio just crushed Geek Fam.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say it's just all about what the opponent's drafted. It's more about their own plan too, you know, with this off-lane Koto that kind of didn't really sync with what the Monkey King wanted to do in the game.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like when you want to have so much freedom on a position 4, you need an off-laner that's independent, not a keeper of the light. That old man ain't gonna do it alone.
Esports
Yeah. At this point, you might as well send him to the retirement home, it feels like. I don't know whether we'll be seeing much of that pick anymore. And Talon, even though they, you know, beat it, they still are showing respect to that Naga Siren pick. They'll take it out of the picture, as well as the Chen and the Gyro, two of Skem's favorites to start the draft out with, grabbing that Shadow Demon for themselves. It's another one of Yokum and Ponyo's great heroes here.
5 seconds
I mean, if you want another support to start out, CM's kind of okay.
Yeah.
CM, apart from CM, I guess if you want to go ET,
Yeah, you
that's
could take it
kind
away
of-
from them.
yeah, that's kind of okay too. I think those are two solid openings. But if you want to pick a core here,
Talon Esports.
kind of feel like there's not many that you want to pick. Huh? Okay. Is this like a flex pick for them? Is this?
Is it? Isn't it just a Cox hero? Because Cox really loves his Brewmaster, no?
Yeah, but I'm wondering if you open it
10
overall
seconds
first pick.
remaining.
I mean, not overall first pick, but second pick. Will you be
5
willing
seconds
to flex
remaining.
him to a support? I don't know if it's still a thing now.
Talon Esports.
I mean, I-
Return to
Feels-
ban.
I see the support heroes, I see Terrorblade, and I feel like anything else kind of works already.
True. I mean, Brewmaster has a lot he can provide to a team fight with the Cinder Brew and Thunderclap, of course, as well once he hits that level 6, just the Primal Split causing so much chaos.
Yeah, but you
Although
probably
I-
just want this hero to be a core
10
because he
seconds
needs a
remaining.
lot of gold and experience to be useful.
Yeah. I
5
think it
seconds
fits a bit
remaining.
better as a call, but who knows what the zany fellas on Geek Fam are thinking. For now, they understand that Yokum was a big problem on the Bat Rider and they take it out. And it's funny because I think when we were casting China, we saw so much of this Bat Rider and Techies and Shadow Demon.
Radiant
And it feels like
team
now that we're in Southeast Asia, Techies not really super favored. Shadow Demon sees some play, and the Bat Rider, barely any of these supports are really picking it up.
Yeah, we get to see that hero absent in SEA. Techies.
Yeah, right?
I mean, we used to have the dirtiest techie players in
10
SEA.
seconds remaining.
Right.
But what happened?
Yeah, these
What
guys all fell out.
happened, Mike? Everybody's trying
seconds
to play and win the honest way.
Talon Esports.
But did they forgot Techies is an honest hero right now?
True, yeah, and they, you know, they're sick of it. They only want to play dishonest heroes. They don't like honest heroes. That's their issue. When it was broken and when it was disgusting and cheesy, they're like, yeah, give me that. And now that it's a regular, normal, boring
Now,
hero,
where
yeah,
is the
it's-
support Terrorblade, the new dirty strat of the
5 seconds
of the
remaining.
year?
I
the
don't know.
beginning
It
of
seems
the year.
like, at least from what I've seen from the picks that they've shown so far, Geek Fam and Talon both don't play that
Talon
support Terrorblade. So
Esports
just not
turn
something they
to
prioritize.
Liana.
The Lion instead is something that Geek Fam really like. And Talon, they answer immediately with the
And
Mirana.
these guys they have no idea of the power of the support Terrorblade.
They have
He
no
gives
clue.
He gives you your own reflection, your own fear, your darkest and deepest fear,
Yeah.
your
Seconds
thoughts.
remaining.
Everything just goes to your head when he casts his
5
reflection.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. kind of terrifying stuff. Actually, if I just walk, I mean, they always say that if you find a doppelganger of yourself, you're going to die in the next like 20 hours
Is
or
that
something
so?
like that. I don't know. There's some
Radiant
doppelganger
team
theory. I loosely heard about it from a friend. Not sure how legit it is. Talon, regardless of whether there's a Naga or not, they still feel very confident in the Chuan Lash. And honestly, with a save from the Shadow Demon and Moonlight Shadow, I don't see why not.
How are you gonna kill the Lash now? You have to shoot him down with some sniper.
10 seconds
Okay,
remaining.
quick question. Do you need to kill the Lash with a brew? Do you not just toss him up into the sky with a Cyclone?
Yeah, but at some point you have to deal with him, right? And sure, you can toss him up, like deal with him like a Dusa, right? Just ignore, play the ignore game, and kill his team.
I like this though. I like this Terrorblade pick. I've reason to believe that it's going to be a core this game, just because I think it stacks up nicely.
No.
No, you think it's gonna be a support?
It is
10
going to be
seconds
a support. Who wants to play Terrorblade core against Shadow
true.
Demon, Lash
Okay,
Rat?
but if there's a drafter who's gonna last pick his hero, it's gonna be Scam. You know what I mean? He did it with the IO in one of the other games as
Okay.
well.
But not when your second pick, not when your overall last pick. I think when your first pick, because the first pick, the 18 pick is the money pick,
the
right?
power
So
pick,
the last one doesn't really matter as much, you know.
And there's
But
our 18 pick.
the
double
second pick
pony.
is different. Your overall last
True.
pick is your money pick. I'll be
Okay,
very
that's fair.
surprised if this Terrorblade is a carry.
No, that's fair. Well, they still have that option for now, right? Geek Fam, they can keep things flexible. Talon, their
You
draft is a
call
lot more
that an
clear cut.
option?
10
That's
seconds.
not,
It's not?
even
Okay.
an option. That is like
Okay. Sorry.
you don't
man.
want to go there, you know. You
5 seconds remaining.
it's there, but you don't want to go there, you know. So it's like a fake option. You know?
Gotcha. Like it's a fake out, but both
Team
Talon
back.
and Geek Fam already know that everyone knows it's a bluff. Is that what you're saying?
Look at the bands, dude.
Radiant
it's like
team
well,
back.
I mean, that's Natsumi's best hero. You did point it out. Talon, they get the Sven and the Slark taken away from them. The Sven is, of course, something that Akashi brought out twice already,
Talon
and I think they used it
Esports
very
turn to
handily
ban.
to beat Salvation and Execration as well.
come on, give us the anti-mage, the anti-mage.
Oh, they-
Magina.
Dude, Talon
Manifold.
already played the Anti-Mage one time, and I feel like Anti-Mage is still a bit of a bait.
I mean, it's only fair if anti-mage and Terrorblade are both in the same
10
game, in the same
seconds
lane, you know.
remaining.
That's
the
true. That's like
brothers-
law accurate, right?
The brothers in arms, you know.
5
Yeah.
seconds
And
remaining.
Talon definitely not expecting the brothers to come together because they kind of hated each other.
Yeah. And then Geek Fam are going to reflect Anti-Mage onto himself, which is going to be terrifying.
What? How does that work? Reflect anti-mage onto himself?
Yeah, because he uses reflection, and then Anti-Mage illusion starts hitting
I'm
himself.
talking about them picking anti-mage against
Oh, you
Lash.
want Geek Fam to pick Anti-Mage?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it would have
Talon's
been a
not
pretty good
going, Talon's
not?
not going to pick anti-mage.
against
no.
Brewmaster Lion in lane. It's pretty decent.
I mean, not against Terrorblade.
You
Even a
kind of
support-
deny pick it as you deny pick it as well, right? If you grab it on Talon, because then they can't last pick it against your Lash, which could be a big problem. You don't have a lot of lockdown other than Stomp and Arrow.
I mean,
and
there's
I
still
guess follow-up
a
split up.
life stealer. I guess life stealer is like one of the stronger carries right now.
But then they put Terrorblade on pause 1, right?
If you pick life stealer, to be my guess, put Terrorblade on pause 1 against Shell Demon and Lash. Yeah,
Oh,
be
that's
my
true.
guess. Exactly,
Okay.
be my guess.
True. We'll see exactly whose guest Talon wants to be. I don't know what the last pick is gonna be. I kind of feel like
life stealer. Let's be life stealer.
Lifestealer with the 2 horses, right?
Radiant
It makes
team
too much
two
sense.
horsemen.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay, now you pick. Sorry, I don't know. You
Now
don't
you
know
pick-
what do you do. What do you do now?
Is Razor still available? Razor is still available. They could give it another
Yeah.
try. I mean, Mac might be thinking, okay, the only reason why you got the
10
advantage is because of that
seconds
lucky
remaining.
AD rune spawn. If not, I would have been on top. And he might
This
just
is
run
like,
it back.
This is like a
5
complete
seconds
out draft right now. They have to find something to save the draft.
Oh. Talon, you kind of... Dude, they beat you in game 1 with double horse and Slark. You give them double horse, and then they get Lifestealer last pick into what looks like a great Lifestealer
Why
game.
the heck would that ban like Luna, you know, when they have Terrorblade? Like, should just ban a life stealer, you know?
Oh, I'm trying to...
Like,
I'm trying to
I feel like
understand. Like, I'm trying
I
to
feel
figure
like
out what Geek Fam
I
are
feel like
cooking
they are
here.
like they're kind of like fucked already with the draft right now.
You think
They're
so?
stuck in a very very precarious position.
Uh-oh.
They need a hero that can deal with the Lash, because right now there's no hero on their draft that can deal with the Lash. And
feels
I
like
can
it.
only think of Anti-Mage, but then Anti-Mage you have to deal with Shadow Demon, and you're not that great against Lifestealer for the most part of the game. You're good against Lifestealer late game, like really, really late game. But for the first like 30 minutes, he's gonna dominate you.
Well, at least Geek Fam have 1 full minute to think about what they want to bring out here. It needs to be good into the Lash, needs to be good into the Lifestealer, needs to not instantly lose the lane to Centaur Shadow Demon combo.
I mean, there's kind of only Faceless Void, right? And Faceless you're playing against Disrupt safe too. And then if you pick Faceless Void,
Dude,
your
Faceless Void
lane's probably
sucks in this
your
game.
lane's probably gonna be terrible. Faceless Void terrible. Or you might have to lane with Lion and put the Terrorblade with the Brew.
Which I guess is still fine, right? Because Reflection procs the Cinder Brew. It's fine. It's not too bad.
I mean, I think they're kind of like struggling to find a pick here. There's a couple of picks, but they're not very, very good. You know, it doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, I get. I'm trying to figure out as well. You go for something like a Drow Ranger. No, you can't really do that into Centaur. You just instantly die. 9 seconds left on the clock.
They're already done already.
It certainly is a very uncomfortable position. They will settle on the
Okay,
Medusa.
this is actually better than all my idiotic suggestions. Medusa is good against Lifestealer, one of the good matchups. This is actually a pick that could maybe salvage the draft. It's not that great against Shadow Demon. You have to be ready to toggle your arrows, you know. And early game you might get run over by the Lash if the Lash is really fat, you know, so it's dangerous. But I could see it working. You know, if you survive the early game, then your matchup against Lifestealer and Lash will be very good. Because number one, your Stone Gaze is very good against Lashrack and Lifestealer. They can run in. Number two, you build Skadi. Skadi is very good against Lifestealer and Lash. And yeah, I think
the Centaur.
and then you have I mean, I guess Terrorblade the Thunder doesn't really serve a very good purpose for Dusa because you're blocking with your mana. So I don't know how is that gonna work out for them, Terrorblade and Medusa.
But they do have the Lion for the reverse drain back into the Medusa team fights, right?
Yeah, the battery, you know.
Yeah. So Geek Fam seemingly salvaging their very, very until this point confusing draft. I think the Medusa really ties it all together. I would argue to say with this last pick Medusa, I'm feeling a lot of faith in the Geek Fam lineup. They have some pretty strong components. In the team fight, there's also the option that Cox actually gets the Cyclone out onto either the Lash or the Lifestealer. And suddenly when you don't have to worry about that, I feel like the Medusa's game gets a lot easier.
This is like they found the needle in the haystack. You know, that one thing that could have saved the draft, they actually found it. So whoever that figured this out, props to it. Yeah, if they win that game, that guy deserves like some ice cream at the end of the day, or some kind of dessert, some kind of
sweet treat, treat. We'll see. Whether or not they win, of course, this is a best of 3 to go up against potentially Darling, of which both these teams ended up losing 2-1-2. So they want some juicy revenge. I still am very convinced that the double pony Lifestealer draft is strong, but I want to see what can beat it. You know what I mean? I want to see whether there's something Geek Fam can bring out.
I mean,
and they have been resilient.
This Terrorblade Medusa lane is. I feel like they're gonna have a hard time in this against this Shadow Demon Centaur lane or Mirana Centaur. I should be Shadow Demon Centaur.
Yeah,
I have a feeling that they're gonna be dying a lot in this lane.
We'll have to see.
Terrorblade gonna do? Sure, you can meta every a minute, try and fight back.
Winter, listen to my pitch. This is exactly what the Terrorblade's gonna do. He's going to spam Reflection in lane, that's already a given. But then he's just gonna send illusions to stack like 4 jungle camps at the same time, and then the Medusa will just leave the lane.
Haven't anyone told you that you should be going pro?
Me?
Yeah, I mean you have some brilliant ideas.
Wow.
Some ideas that work only from the trash can, you know.
Wow, Winter, getting your approvals. Geek Fam. I mean, we'll see how they maneuver this lane. I think it's going to be interesting to see the limits and strengths of support Terrorblade. It's not necessarily going to threaten any kills, is it?
Terrorblade and Medusa lane, the classic. Blood Grenade, Reflection, Metamorph. I mean, maybe you have a chance. I think that level 2 with Blood Grenade, there's always a chance with Terrorblade. But if the enemy survives that timing, they don't die, they have a solve, then you're freaking done, you know, after that. Because then you're useless in the lane.
Yeah, I feel like as long as Talon keep their HP pools at respectable levels, they should be fine. And Yokum's already kitted out to do that with 6 tangos in his pocket. I'm not sure about the Chuan spotted that ward being placed down.
He
Didn't
tried
actually
to
plant any.
trick him. Did he like go out and now he? Yeah, he actually tried to show himself. I think he tried to show himself and then mislead the enemy, thinking that he actually placed the ward there, but he gave the ward to Jokem to place it on the other side. I think that was what he was trying to do.
Nice. And they sniff out that ward being planted as well because Jokem goes up, checks the tower aggro,
30
confirms that
seconds
there's
to
vision
battle.
across the river. So really cute mind game starting us off, Talon, here in this game number 2. They were able to get away with 3 runes as a result of a nice storm from WS. Maybe he can make it happen again.
The sound of the horn, the Gondor's horn. This is the last
battle
stand.
begins.
Geek fam,
True.
do or die.
True. Okay, well, 2 for 2 trade, nothing crazy. And interesting ward being placed very early on by Scam. It's going to block that triangle hard camp. So at least denying some of the initial stacks coming in from the Shadow Demon when he chooses to go there and try and help Chuan out.
Yeah, both teams are just placing wards in the triangle area just to scout out some stacking and some rotations, probably.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, both teams have great stack farmers, one in the Lash, one in the Medusa. You don't want to let these heroes come online. And I'm wondering later in the game, Lash versus Dusa, because we know already that, you know, in the Lifestealer matchup, it's not too great for Lifestealer. Can Chuan work down the Medusa all by himself?
Not really though. I think Medusa late game trumps the other 2 cores, and Disruption gonna be used onto Scam. So making sure he can't really push the Centaur out of the lane. Just giving the Centaur a 1v1 matchup against this Dusa at level 1.
Yeah.
You should be able to get most of the last hits with Centaur because of your superior base damage.
Yeah, he's taking quite a bit of harass while he's at it though. And WS, he needs to watch himself because that level 2 timing, like you mentioned, if they're able to get the edge in the lane, might just be a dead horse. How's this top lane going here? This Cox feeling a bit of the pressure. 3 CS only. I did mention that this Brewmaster Lion, it's a pretty decent lane, right? But against Lifestealer Mirana, I think both sides should be pretty fine. You always got to be able to rage off the spells, and of course, even if they get the touch onto Ponyo, he should be able to leap out back to safety.
Radiant
So
courier has been killed.
In the mid lane as well, very, very even so far. I mean, talking about the trio of heroes, so the Pango will be with Lion and Terrorblade, whereas the Lash is going to be with Shadow Demon and Rihanna. I'm sure we all have a very clear favorite right now.
yeah, I don't know. For me, it's okay. Wait, I don't know because you said my ideas are kind of trash canny. I think it's Shadow Demon Mirana Lash.
Yeah,
right?
of course it's dude.
Okay, I don't know. You know, maybe Terrorblade is good enough that he can actually contest that.
Against a Shadow Demon, disrupt into arrow, into Lash spells.
Yeah, that's true.
You sure?
Whichever target they try and go on. I mean, your only hope is to have somebody from Geek Fam body that combo and break it up, and then maybe you'll bail the person out. The Terrorblade, obviously. Scam. He has armor, smile. I'm sure.
But
That's what
you should use your illusions, bro, to block the arrow.
Yeah. Terrorblade illusions blocking arrow. And then what?
Yeah.
Then what? Doubters. Geek Fam trio through and through. I'm still wondering. Raging Potato still sticking up here in this top side, trying his best to push the Lifestealer out, but there's a reason why Lifestealer is picked, because precisely he can't be pushed out. That's what we're seeing right now. He's doing pretty okay in terms of CS, not as well as I would have thought. 12-2 right now. A big winner of this laning stage so far seems to be the Lash again, though.
Lash against melee hero. Tell me more. This lightning storm spam is just way too annoying because it really slows your attack speed now.
That's so... What business does it have slowing your attack speed? Man, they just add random effects onto spells.
Tell that
these
to
days.
the Ice Rock.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
No, I guess it's like when you feel a bit of static, then you're like, it's like Pokemon, you know, you're feeling paralysis a bit and then you're slow by like 30%. That's like makes sense. Electricity, I guess.
Refreshing.
That's the blood grenade meta that you talked about. WS, he's still pretty healthy though and has a Lotus and 10 1 charges. He'll be able to walk this one off.
He
Just
has
keep himself
2
alive.
red bands, you know, keeping him alive.
Very interesting build up. I mean, most of the time we see the, I guess, priority on the bracers instead, but this lane, this adaptation actually is going to help him out a lot. Just that additional armor making the difference.
I think most of the time you see double ring of protection, so it gives you 4 armor. This build gives you kind of almost the same.
Yeah. And some nice other handy stats so you're not lacking in that department. And you gotta keep in mind, at the 25-minute mark, oh, these bonuses are doubled, baby. That's gonna be juicy.
Radiant
Investing in
structures
your
are
future.
fortified.
Yeah. This is literally the same thing as buying insurance, basically, the Dota equivalent.
Buying insurance?
I don't know. I
know
like
about that.
should I have said
Insurance?
investment instead? I don't know. I'm not a finance bro. I'm not a finance bro. Give me a chance. I'm a illiterate individual. Okay. Yeah. So,
Right here
now,
to
both
learn,
is-
you know, watch and learn.
yeah. I'm trying to learn something. For now, all I can see is that the lanes are very even. I guess what I'm learning is that these combinations can't really get much done on the map. Scam is doing just a drive-by just to check on the stack progress, like what's going on, guys. You de-watered my ward. I still need to have a vision here, please.
Yeah, I'm so used to playing terribly. This is my hero.
Of course, for those uninitiated, Scam, the pos 5 of Geek Fam now has played basically every role other than, I think, mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very mechanically gifted player and
The
has been around for
journeyman.
a long time. Yeah, true. He's popping around. I think he started one of the most prolific starts to his career, at least, was on C9, right, with Eternal Envy. Now there's a man who's doing some finance-related stuff these days.
Yeah. So, first rune of the game, probably Leshrak's favorite. Regen.
Mac, he is 10 CS behind his counterpart. I guess that's only natural when you're up against the Lash. It's not necessarily an easy matchup for this Pangolier.
Oh, pops his regen, just runs in.
Okay.
I mean, a little bit too greedy there. Maybe,
Trying to
maybe
commit.
not.
Oh,
Disrupt.
the disruption. It might
Still
just buy time for
regenning.
Scam to turn around, but yeah, he's still healing up. The change to the regen rune, that's going to allow Ponyo to get the kill on the Lion. The trios, they assemble a little later than we usually expect, but Chuan putting that rune to work and getting an advantage again.
It used to be a farming rune, sir. But now it's a fighting rune. Or it's a rune where you just finish fighting and Lord Gaben blesses you with that regen
Yeah.
when you're like 100 HP.
Dude, the tier 1 tower is dead, and so is Raging Potato. Ponyo gonna jump in, taking a lot of damage from Swashbuckle
4
though.
points edict, man.
Ooh,
Don't
the
get
one!
near.
It's not
Don't
enough.
get near him. Stay
Yeah.
away from that pony. He's
Yeah,
full
you-
of destruction.
You don't want to disco with this bad boy, that's for sure. He's just absolutely shredding.
Disco is destruction pony at this point, not disco pony.
Radiant's courier
True.
4 points in edict at level 7.
Woo! You know, the ground beneath your feet is about to heat up big time. Ponyo, in this area, we'll get spotted out by a ward now. Scam. What?
They're trying to give him the give the angle to kill us.
It is just the funniest thing. He plays the ward now. You saw him visibly like, huh? And then he just turned around, looks at him in his general direction. Just ends up dying there. Good stuff, Geek Fam. I mean, Mac definitely needs that gold.
Oh, here we go. Destruction pony is running in. Scam.
Destruction Pony. Trot.
Scam.
Bye bye,
You're
Scam.
not a carry. You're not a
You are,
carry
bro.
anymore.
is under attack.
Yeah, you don't even have Sunder yet. What are you doing, my friend? Gets picked off. And another excellent start to the game from Chuan's Leshwak here. Seeing exactly why Talon feels so confident to start their draft off this way. And focus a lot of their attention around making sure he has a good beginning. So
I mean,
not
he's gonna
to be
move.
net worth-wise,
He's on
he's
the
still
move.
keeping up well.
He's on the move, Mike, in this room.
Okay. Destruction
He's on the
Pony.
move.
Quiet Destruction Pony. Looking for the jump onto Cox. No level 6 just yet. The timing, it's perfect. Nice
Mana
earth
drain
spike
him.
though.
Drain his mana.
Oh, it's
Stop
not going to be
him.
enough. Stampede again helping them out, and they will just continue to trample over Geek Fam, starting to run down onto Raging Potato, but out of mana is Chuan, and the Lion will walk free for now. Looks like the Lifestealer actually takes a bit of a different path, angles up towards the top side, the left side instead. Both will be fine. 3-1 on the board. Talon, they're doing very well for themselves. I mean,
But
only
they haven't
the
stopped the
Medusa is
Dusa.
keeping up, huh?
They haven't stopped the Dusa.
That's true.
Arcane Boot, Yasha, very bad. Going into her Manta.
Yeah.
Going into her Butterfly.
Talked about it in draft already. This Dusa pick seems to be what Geek Fam are relying on as their trump card set up in mid lane. Easy split. If I say that, quick hex from Raging Potato from the tree line ends up disjointing that, even if it's by just a little bit. And that's enough for Geek Fam to slide out of trouble there. They don't really have a Diffusal Blade buyer either, right? So this Medusa's mana should largely be intact. Yokum in some trouble, has the Fairy Fire, but starting to get chased down by Mac.
Dying
Level
to
4
the Edict.
Destruction Pony, you can't come too nearby. Pangolier,
Holy
even
crap.
in your role, you're taking so much damage. A 10-minute rune.
How
I mean,
much
Chuan,
does
he's
this
just been
thing
on
do?
top of these.
This thing is so painful. Holy crap.
The Diabolic?
Yeah, now he's smoking. Time to let them feel the pain. You know, Dusa, you've been here comfortable, all sitting back, just farming creeps, happily
Yeah.
hiding. It's
Yeah.
time to bring you the pain.
Yeah.
But
They do a
Scam
little
says,
wraparound.
no, don't go to my Queen Dusa.
Yeah.
Queen Dusa, run.
Please, my life for the cause, not to me. Keep on farming and keep our Geek Fam dream alive. He'll do exactly that and just TP to safety. A smoke move, I would consider that foiled, right? Talon, they really wanted to put a stop to this Medusa's farm. She's still keeping up very well.
Radiant's
It's a Dusa,
bottom
bro.
tower is under
Yeah.
You know,
attack.
Dusa is classified like
Radiant
half
structures
a
are
rank
fortified.
below Luna when you're free farming.
Okay. I mean, ramping up real quick. But of course, Talon, they will be starting to look towards these tier 1 towers, opening up those angles of the map for them to continue invading and perhaps more opportunities to find that Dusa. Looks like Mac was angling for something, swashbuckled onto WS, but no follow-up in the area means that they'll just back off there.
Natsumi trying to steal his camps. These are my creeps. I am Medusa. Centaur, you are no match for me.
Yes, get out of my lane, don't you know I am the queen?
Yes.
Centaur, WS actually going for a different build this time, looking to rush the Blink instead, and maybe that's because Chuan, he's pivoted his build too, right? In the previous game, he went for the Yules, which allowed the Centaur to be a bit more
Yeah,
greedy.
that is actually a good point.
Yes, thank you, Winter. What is this accent?
I don't know. So Lash doesn't have you, so he's gonna go Bloodstone, so he's gonna be at the tank.
Yeah.
He's going in. Disruption. Arrow.
Destruction Pony! Here he comes, bling bling! Absolutely bonked out, Mac. He just hasn't had a good time this series so far. They bring 3 heroes, or rather 2 heroes up here to try and pressure out Akashi, but he just easily rages it off. Doesn't care.
God, I just realized the Centaur is 404, no double H.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of his game has been just standing in the bot side against the Dusa, so he's not concerned. Huge stack. This is scary stuff. We've already seen Bleed do this. Just come in, steal all the stacks, and that was enough to cause IHC to GG out at 16 and 11 minutes
Dyer's
each.
bottom tower
Fortunate
is
lead, of course.
Nice memory, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
glad
what,
you
that's
remember
what only
that.
2 days ago, man.
Yeah, but you didn't even remember some other more important things, you know.
Like what? Like what?
It's okay. You don't want me to remind you. Like, for example, showing up for work, maybe?
Damn! It's been tough. It's been tough. We're here now, though, and we're here on the grand finals day. It's, I mean, I think we were hoping for a bit more coming out from Geek Fam, at least in that opener, and so far it seems like they have yet to put together any sort of move across these 2 games so far. Just kind of being caught in the
This game
flashing
is
lights.
like a very slow lineup because you have a Dusa lineup, so everything tends to just be revolving around Dusa. Everything is for her, for the queen. Mac?
Yeah.
Oh no! You stop your roll! Oh no! Are you gonna pay?
Why did he
Yes.
stop the
Double
roll? I
stun.
mean, Scam is gonna die too. Was there any reason for him to hesitate? That just felt like greed more than anything.
No,
and he's gonna pay with his
overthinking.
life.
Is under attack.
Probably not greed, it was overthinking.
Let them see us.
And now more heroes gonna go down. Centaur finds the lion. The horseman says, "I'm superior to you, lion."
Oh my goodness, but he still is able to walk out.
He
No,
died?
what?
Huh?
Radiant's
Huh?
top
Grenade?
tower
Was it blood
has
grenade?
fallen.
I don't know. Man. Okay, well, ends up taking out anyway. Now Ponyo, he just makes quick work of course, no split available, and now they need to come in and save Natsumi.
Oh,
He's
no.
able to stone gaze them
Disaster.
up. Walking away back to the safety of his tier 2. TPing back in is Mac as well. With the Rolling Thunder, he should be able to break things up, maybe get a kill onto Ponyo. Mirana being bounced around like a ping-pong ball here. But
Stun.
coming out, it's
Straight
just
up.
into a straight stun. WS acting as a frontline bodyguard. Beautiful Sunder scam. He held that for so long, and it's gonna help Mac survive. But now Yokem taking some damage as well. Mac is on full HP, but not for long. Can't even get the final swashbuckle, and they don't get Natsumi, which is their initial target, but they wipe out what feels like 4 heroes.
I think that's a huge victory for sure. They also claimed the 40-minute wisdom rune. Joken was able to pick it up amidst the whole chaos happening there. The team, I don't know if it's a team fight or it's just like Talon just
Geek
destroying
Fam,
them.
yeah, Geek Fam trying desperately to hang on to that area, it felt like.
They couldn't get the split. They didn't have split. I mean, it's
They
tough,
got
it's
the
tough,
roll.
yeah.
It was a nice Sunder from Scam. It was a great try, right? I think holding that
Yeah,
on.
but
and
the thing is like they don't
Radiant's
have good
bottom
Sunder
tower is under
target.
attack.
That's why he can only use it on a Pango. Like ideally you use it on your carry.
But the game starting to slip away from Geek Fam here. Once again, it's only the
Radiant's
Medusa
bottom
metric
tower
that keeps
has
on
fallen.
ticking up, keeping their hopes alive. And for all the Geek Fam fans, you gotta give them your energy now because they need it. I mean, the late game for this Dusa, you did say that she trumps the other 2 heroes, but that's not if the other 2 heroes are like, what, 1 to 2 items ahead of you?
Well, she's keeping up. She's
Yeah.
on par with Lash right now. And late game also, you have to consider the fact that you have a Shadow Demon, right? Shadow Demon making Medusa copies is
Dire's
Scary
middle
deadly.
tower is
Yeah,
under
it's very
attack.
deadly in the team fight.
How
And
good
yeah.
is the demonic purge against Dusa?
It's okay.
It's like-
not,
it's like
not
alright,
really,
right? Not
yeah,
as
yeah, it's not
detrimental.
really that. Yeah, it's not really that scary for the Dusa.
Smoke move up again. Talon, they want to keep the pressure on. They've been.
I mean, the
basically on
Life Stealer Agony will be scary for Dusa, I tell you. When
Oh,
he goes
yeah.
inside the Dusa.
The cowardly lifestealer build. My god.
You should be able to just damage her through her mana shield, you know, you just kill her, you know.
Yeah, you're not
You
even
just
on
get
the
to the
shield
HP.
anymore, right? Oh, Cox, quick setup, quick stun, and easy kill. Again, this Brewmaster just has not had the time of day. I think you can say that about every single Geek Fam hero. But especially for Cox, who I feel like in that game number 1, the Kotal barely showed up. And now with this Brewmaster pick that was grabbed as a first pick for this
Radiant's
lineup,
top tower is
they
under attack.
haven't done anything with it. I haven't even seen a split. The only thing I've seen him is being split open.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, that's the
So
truth.
good.
Right?
That,
Like,
that was your
Radiant's
best
top
one, you
tower
know?
has fallen.
damn, Boreal, do I have a new sort of a line on the leaderboard? Okay.
Perma split.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
Thomas
is
split.
under attack.
Perma, like literally, this Brewmaster has yet to contribute very much. And I think, you know, later stage we of the draft, we did talk about how it might be a bit of a difficult Brewmaster game, but you know, still.
Don't worry. At this rate, we might not get that. But who knows?
Yeah, I don't
Maybe they lose one more fight. And they have to try to hold their ancients. They can't just let their opponents take away their ancients.
Yeah,
Stampede.
Yokem under a little bit of threat, which is why they'll pop the Stampede. Without the important tool, Geek Fam
Dire's
could look for an
bottom tower
opening with
is
this
under
split.
attack.
They, you know, smoke up and try and find an angle. Moonlight Shadow, though, is gonna spot out at least Natsumi's illusions. Should be revealed because Tron was on that creep wave, so they, you know, Talon are sneaking around somewhere. They don't exactly know where they are, though, and some vision onto Natsumi. They can't afford to commit that deep. They're in a scary position.
Roshan's on the menu.
Yeah. Just walk
I mean,
into it. I mean, the Edict
And if
will do a lot
Dusa
of
can
damage.
get, yeah, if Dusa can get it, that'll be nice.
Oh, you were talking about for Geek Fam. You think they can do
Yeah,
those?
they could. I think they could. It's slow right now, but
Radiant's
they can
middle
somehow
tower
sneak it.
is under attack.
I mean, what does the Terrorblade have? Terrorblade doesn't have any aura items. No jumps, no solar.
Oh, Raging Potato will just body the arrow. sacrificing his life for the cause there, like a valiant soldier.
Wow, he's such a changed man, you know.
Yeah, press F
giving-
to pay respects. Bimbo is dead. Raging Potato is here. And
Bimbo
he's
is
not
the
that
one
mad anymore.
giving his life to his teammates, you know. It used to be his teammates dying for him.
Yeah. Raging Potato.
Bimbo,
you
no!
know.
Bimbo, no! Don't die!
Please, Bimbo, carry us. Don't. You can't die here, sir. Moment of silence for the lion. Very valiant effort. Should be awarded a Star of Honor. He just he just halved forward. He didn't even cast a
Star
spell.
of honor for saving the Terrorblade.
I guess. No, wait. Wasn't that Mag? That was Mag.
The Pango?
Yeah, it was the Pango. You
Oh,
swashbuckled
okay.
out. Yeah, I mean that's Star of Honor worthy. This is just a Terrorblade. Maybe you're tripping a little bit. You know.
I'm just saying, like, you're just saving the captain, you know, that's a wise choice, you know.
I guess, yeah, okay, I guess either way. I feel like Raging Potato, his life is definitely slightly lower priority than everybody else. Maybe not Cox though, as walking up to the high ground. Nice
Diffusal?
disruption from Jokem. Gonna catch out that Mirana. It is a support, but first finger kill. 3 to 13, Geek fam. Even though they had kills before, this now on to Chuan. He's dropping a little low. He has that Bloodstone, but he's not exactly
nice
healing.
stun.
Huge storm, but the Manta
Potato.
dodge, Natsumi, they get him done. And now Potato. Woo, what a stun. Just puts a stop to that, like you said. And the team fight that Geek fam were looking for, they find it here in this bot side off of Chuan being very, very low HP.
Holy crap, that was a game-saving impale right there. The Centaur got the stun on 3 because the Ledge popped the Bloodstone at the same time. Holy crap,
think
it could have been a Disco Pony Life round 2.
Yeah, to be fair, Natsumi was very, very quick with the Manta, so I've reason to believe he would have dodged it anyway and it wouldn't have been that bad. You know, pop stone gauge regardless. But still, yeah, now, Natsumi.
Illusion block.
I was just about to say, good Manta dodge now, but he now is in a bit of trouble. Akashi will come back to his Twin Gate, start beating into this poor Deucer.
Oh,
and Cox,
no.
without the split, can't really help his carry out. No more Raging Potato to body for you, unfortunately, as Scam, trying to TP out, will be successful in doing so, but they lose their carry. I can't help but feel like Talon, they could just start on this Roche already.
Lifestealer got a taste of snake lady meat for the first time.
Yeah. It can't taste very good. One of those things that is probably pretty difficult to swallow with all the scales and stuff.
Yeah, how about Roshan? Is this like a Michelin star food?
I don't know. It kind of looks like shit. Like you know what I mean? If you had a dead Roshan prepared on the platter, I mean maybe the wings look not very meaty. It's a large sort of exoskeleton. I don't know how much.
Potato.
Is under attack.
Oh, the
Potato.
Hex TP out. No, it won't be enough. Unfortunately, Potato will pay the price.
Stuck.
Into the dire.
Oh no. Oh
Is-
no, 5 steps.
Wait, Yokem
He's
has,
dead.
yeah, he's dead, but Yokem has no mana, which I guess is sending a message a little bit.
Dire's
At
What
least I
middle
drain you
message?
tower
complete.
is under
I'll
attack.
drain you completely dry. Okay, now you need to go back to base to reset, idiot. That's kind of what. That's the monologue of Raging
Dire's
Potato
top
right now.
tower has fallen.
I mean,
Dire's middle
he's
tower
just
is under
10
attack.
seconds away from the base.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
right, who
tower
cares?
Has fallen.
It's gonna come back into it. There he is, back out, full mana, baby. Let's go.
I mean, this Dusa is going to start to be very scary if he can finish his Skadi. He has Diffuser Manta, Skadi on the way. And it's going to be a very strong timing for her next. I mean, Skadi is just going to ruin the Lash and the Lifesteal a lot in the team fights.
Still a long way to go though, and Talon don't want to give that time. They want to make full use of this Aegis, which is why they have WS just on the prowl now. Might be fighting into a Radiance Brew, which, to be fair, I'm not really sure how much of a difference that would make. Looking for somebody, anybody. Nobody will run to Talon, unfortunately for them. Keep them all playing very safe, clustered around each other. You can tell they understand the position that they're in. Just one fight away, it feels like.
For the Queen,
being
you
put
know?
down. Everything for the Queen, yes. This is like a nest of ants, you know? They're not even thinking anymore. They're just
Ants?
the Queen starts screaming,
The
and then
bee.
they all just like
It's the
ants as
bee-
well,
the
right? Ant
beehive.
queens.
The Beehive.
I think it's just a normal insect thing to die for your queen. I mean, at some point, I think that's what the colonies were doing as well, right? That's why.
I mean, this Dusa is their only.
It's their only
I don't want to
hope.
say only hope, but she kind
It
of.
is. It is though, right? I mean, I don't really see any other out for them. Raging Potato has been playing excellently. I mean, definitely putting his heart out there.
He's gonna be awarded the 5-star general soon this week.
Okay. Scam
Admiral
up here in this top side.
Potato.
Yeah, General Potato. Oh,
here we
set
go.
up onto Ponyo.
General.
They find the Mirana.
There you go, General. The
Hey.
Queen sends her regards. Good job, General.
Good job. Okay, get this man knighted immediately. My goodness. Sir Potato. Sir Potato the Raging.
No, Sir J.
Ah, true. Yeah, that is his.
Sir J Potato Raging.
Sir J Potato the Raging. The Raging Lion. Okay, there we go.
The
figured it
Raging
out.
Lion. All right,
Yeah,
that's
the
the
Raging
that's the
Lion.
play right there.
I mean, things have definitely slowed down a little bit for Talon as they've swooped around the map what feels like 2 to 3 times. They didn't really find any opportunity to make a move, and Geek Fam just playing very disciplined now. Like you mentioned, everything for the Queen is grouped up around her. They're not really splitting too much.
Yeah,
until this
they
point.
need to move to this Academy's timing on Lifesteal now. It's not enough. They can't deal with the Snake Lady. They need the axe.
I think they also haven't seen the Snake Lady in a hot minute other than her illusions.
She has Skadi now. They're gonna see her. Disrupt.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Roll up.
Arrow.
Arrow set
Oh no,
up.
they
Natsumi.
missed.
Yeah,
How?
a bit off on the timing. The sun will come through though as Cox. He has that split available, just waiting to use it. Doesn't want to pop it all willy-nilly. If not Talon, they're just going to retreat cleanly. Holding on to this high
How
ground.
did they miss? They cannot afford another miss like that.
Yeah, that's basically a free Medusa on a platter. Snake Lady served for you whether you like it or not, and it seems like Talon, they just weren't hungry. It almost felt like they couldn't believe it.
They're not hungry for some deep fried snake.
I mean, clearly, if they were, they would have landed that arrow and just skewered it and served it up to themselves, but I almost felt like Talon felt confused or surprised that Natsumi was positioned there, so they weren't necessarily ready to find a pick off.
Maybe they felt like it was just a bait.
Yeah, maybe it's just a
How
little
can
bit.
you start the fight on a Medusa? Do you know how many games have been lost over starting a fight on Snake Lady?
Yeah.
And then the R button comes out, and guess what? We're all dead.
And that could be the very fate that lies for Talon here. We, last game, it was the birds against the monkeys, right? And with the bird's eye view and just great vision set up from Talon, it felt like Geek Fam didn't stand a chance, but now they have a snake that could actually strike or bite back. It's proving to be a bit of a foil in what Talon's plans are, delaying them even if it's just by a little bit, but not enough for them to step away from this tier 2. They'll grab that objective and are
They're doing
slowly
a
but
good job.
methodically cleaning up the map.
They're doing a very good job keeping the lead small, you know. Like Geek Fam they haven't really lose ground on the lead for the last few minutes already. It's been like 5k, 6k, at most 7k, and now it's 5k. So they're doing a good job mopping up the resources, getting as much as possible done on the map. And if they can actually get a pick off here with the lion, the potato, the general, general's hunting.
Tactician, General Potato ready to get an angle. Mac will rolling thunder.
Potato.
And Potato coming through, gets the dust. Can't decide on the target, wants to finish off Yokem, but nobody else was ready to follow up. Raging
Oh no,
Potato will
Potato's
die
down.
for his bravery. And now Mac, he's in trouble as well, trying to shield crash to the high ground, doesn't land it, and will get split up by the earth. It was a cute attempt from the Admiral, but unfortunately, his actions in war cost him his life, and now might cost him a tier 2 as well.
All his followers saying abort mission, Admiral's down. Get back.
Admiral's down. Yeah, Admiral's down. We have our commander is missing. We need to get out. And they lose it. Oh, okay, not yet.
no.
Maybe no creep wave.
They saw the Dusa? I think they saw her.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
they
coming
see
through.
her. There's a
They have
ward.
vision. Natsumi
Oh,
needs
no.
to TP out, and yeah, heads up play. Natsumi could tell they were basically making a beeline for her.
She
No.
cannot afford
cannot-
to die.
she cannot
Even
die.
one time now.
Yeah.
Like if she dies one time, the game ends.
It feels that way. It really does. They need the stake to bite back. Scam, maybe not so important. You turn around with Sunder onto WS, put him in a bit of a weird spot. Natsumi.
Oh no.
I don't think he wants to commit the Stone Gaze just to save his weak
Kakashi says-
peasant there.
IDC, I'm gonna kill you, Terrorblade.
True.
Radiant's middle tower has
Screw all the times you're a good carry-to-carry matchup against me. I don't care.
I'm gonna kill you just like I killed your brother.
Oh my god. That sounds a bit intense.
Yeah, I'm sending you to meet your brother.
Who is this?
Anti-mage.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I remember him burning my mana.
It's messed up. Unbelievable.
Now, now he's gonna finish his agonies.
Oh, dude. Okay. I do want to paint a bit of a potential war plan, okay? This is my proposal to Admiral Potato, okay? You know, there is an angle and opportunity if Mac is able to get enough swashbuckles in the fight that the Lash, the Lifestealer, and the Centaur are just completely dry on mana. And as we know, mana is going to be very integral to what they want to do in the fight, so maybe you just try and take a bit of an extended one, bait with Cox, save him with Sunder, get the split out, dodge out and kite Akashi around, burn all of his mana away. He could have all the status resistance in the world. That's still not going to help him out in that cause. Maybe that's the only option, Mr. Potato. Sorry, Sir Potato.
I expected you to say the Lion's gonna be battery charging the Medusa and the team fights for her.
Oh
to
yeah, that
destroy
too.
everybody.
That too. But
Make
that's
up
a
your
given.
mind. Choose one.
Yeah, you can do both at the same time. I mean, the Pango is not part of that that strategy, right? The Pango's burning the mana, the Lion's giving the mana. It's gonna come together great.
They're supposed to be on the same page, you know. If the Pango wants to burn everybody's mana, the Lion's
Then the
gonna
Lion
go
should be
in.
draining their mana, is what you're saying.
I guess you can give the Medusa and drain at the same time.
Yeah. That's what
But
the
where
Shah
is the
does.
Wraith Bands? Where is the Wraith Bands? It's 25 minutes.
Oh my god,
We
wait,
don't
did he
have
sell
Wraith
them?
Bands on Lion.
Oh, I thought you were talking about WS. It's 25 minutes. Pog, he has so much bonuses. Double up, baby. Long-term investment plans paying off. This kind of feels like a very similar story to game number 1 as
I
Geek
see
Fam.
you not buying Wraith Bands in your games. I'm gonna message you right away.
Oh my
And here we
goodness.
go. Natsumi, the queen.
Oh, gets controlled though. Raging Potato precast that stun. Can they kill off the Lash? No. Pops the BKB already and the General is down. I repeat, the General is down. But Natsumi still standing his ground. The Medusa looking pretty strong right now. Still has a little bit of mana left to work with, but can't stand in the face of Chuan. They
She's
wipe out the
dead.
Pango and he is gonna go down as well. Not on the same page. They couldn't get the mana drain out. They don't even have an extended fight. 5 members
Queen
dead.
is dead.
The Queen is dead and so is her General. This is horrific stuff.
Is under attack.
And I mean Talon.
The people have been taken slave.
No, the war
no.
prisoners. This is a disaster, Geek Fam. All the geeks in Geek Nation have been enslaved. This is a disaster.
Alright, there's only one buyback on Terrorblade. The Emperor is gonna be alive. General
Yes.
Potato.
General
But what
Potato,
can
yeah.
they do?
He can offer them his crops as a peace offering, but at this point your base is already dead. I don't know what other.
You're gonna need more than crops, my friend.
Yeah. Oh, this is rough.
Treasures, you have treasures.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
Down
I
in
mean,
the deeps.
yeah,
the
you're
depths
running out
the
of.
ocean.
I don't know, you're running out of bargaining power. Your entire base is destroyed now. They are working on the second lane. They can just easily go to the next. They know that there's no split, no rolling, no finger, no stone gaze, no nothing. Nothing left for the Geek family to offer them in their house.
Dire's top tower.
It's
Last
just
stand.
empty. Yeah.
The Queen.
The Rolling Thunder
Queen
comes
is
off. In
going
comes
in.
the Admiral controlling out, but the disruption is perfect from Joe Cam again. But Chuan has to back up, pop that BKB, infest
Good
save,
roll.
and Raging Potato. He leads the troops to kill off Yokem to start. Not too bad of a defense there, but coming out onto the high ground, immediate buyback from the Shadow Demon. Is this really where you want to hold your last stand?
Sunder.
Natsumi starting to punch away the Sunder as well, but Akashi, he's just beating forward, gets revenge again. Raging Potato standing his ground, trying to die for his queen, but it doesn't look to be enough. Geek Fam, they're losing resources, but the reflection from Scam is actually doing quite a bit of damage back their way. Ponyo just goes down, okay. Good start there. Do you want to buy back and come towards this outpost? Looks like the retreat is sounded. Talon, they will relent for now. And Geek Fam somehow, on the edge of just losing it all here, they hold their last lane of racks.
They kept their queen alive
Radiant's
for
Yeah.
Rapier.
are under
It's
attack.
Rapier time.
It is. I mean, that feels like the only option. When you get to
You
these late
saw
game
the
situations.
Reflection on Terrorblade in the fights. Just
Yeah.
I mean, wait till he gets
it's so
Demon Zeal.
annoying.
You click your Q and then you click your Demon Zeal.
Yeah. All these illusions are gonna start beating back into you. Maybe not as meaningful for the Lifestealer in particular, but these other heroes definitely are going
He's
to take a
actually
lot
not
of damage.
buying the dude. He's buying the solar. I think he I totally
For the
forgot
queen, for the queen.
He needs the shard. Dude, the Demon Zeal is actually so imba.
Okay, look, I know, but also Demon Zeal doesn't buff Medusa. Everything for the queen, okay? They are just a colony right now. It's not Geek Fam, it's
when
Geek
the
Colony.
enemy is dead from the reflection, there is no need to buff your carry.
Okay. Okay. Well, see, then now Winter, I gotta point a finger at you because it sounds like you're not on the same page. Clearly, it's for the queen. That's what General Potato has decreed.
Mutiny.
You're trying to commit mutiny, yeah. But unfortunately, I don't think Geek Fam will be in any position to contest this Roche. Should be another Aegis for Chuan. They're gonna give it another try here. Talon, they had to commit that Yokum buyback on the Shadow Demon, and Ponyo, of course, going
still
down.
Scary, you know. I feel like they actually know that they can still lose the fights easily.
Yes.
If the Shadow Demon dies now, actually, there could be a big problem. Like Medusa is like a target that's very hard to bring down, and on top of that, you have the reflection. Sure, you can't really sunder and make it useful on the Dusa, but you can always sunder the Brew or the Pango, and he just needs to make sure that reflection ready, reflection cast, and it's eventually gonna just kill everybody.
Yeah. We'll see whether Geek Colony can put together another stunning defense on the back of their queen and general.
I mean, the queen is urging the general.
Yeah.
He's urging, come on, lead the army. Show me your war plan.
Do it for me, and maybe I will promote you again.
Promote you what? There's still a promotion for a general?
I don't know, like fleet general, chief of staff. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I don't know about army
Chief
ranks.
of
Winter.
staff sounds like your boss.
Wait, isn't chief of staff of the army basically like the top fella in the army?
Isn't it the admiral if you're in like battle at sea?
Oh yeah, that's true. No, fleet admiral probably is up there,
Fleet
right?
admiral.
But for a ground-based army, which is what Geek Fam is, you know. Okay, we'll just go with General Potato for now. He's proven his valor.
Here we go.
But how far can
Potato
valor take
leading
you?
the army.
Straight in, yeah, he's bringing in the troops. They're starting to work, but already down. The Potato is dead. And Mac, he's trying to roll around and create space for the Queen. But now the Queen, they've pinged him out. They're trying to go onto Medusa. Nice Manta dodge, but they're already losing the rest of their squad. Scam. No Demon Zeal means that these illusions are not attacking quite as fast as they want to. As Akashi is still on the front lines, they've killed off Ponyo, but it doesn't seem to matter. The Medusa, I mean, she gets away, but I mean, WS just gets another freebie. Scam.
With no subjects, the queen is alone.
No, it's
She's
just
alone.
Mac. It's just Mac. What is this, a knight? I don't know. He has a sword. I guess so. Starting to swipe away now, Yokum. With the perch forcing Natsumi into a very uncomfortable position. All these split off shards on the ground just making things very uncomfortable. And it looks like Talon, they're going for the finishing blow here. Mega creeps already. Straight into Natsumi, just making those illusions. Chuan, he's losing so much HP to the tower, but he doesn't even care. They understand that all they need to do is hold the queen down. DKB not available. Okay, Chuan will have it and pop it. Kill off the back line. Raging Potato goes down again. Natsumi still trying to stand his ground, but he doesn't have mana, doesn't have subjects, and the colony is deceased. Has a buyback though. Coming back into the fray. Maybe that's not something that Talon accounted for. And now it looks like they're unclear if they want to keep it going. Aghanim Scepter Lifestealer starting to beat onto the Brewmaster from the inside, and they will rip him apart, split him open, and GG is called. Geek Fam. The Queen is dead, the Admiral is gone, and Geek Fam's chances at coming into any sort of international setting once again just get squashed by Talon.
I mean, Talon just totally deserve it. This series, they came in prepared, they came in with a lot of confidence, they came in strong and just showed their opponents that they are here to play today. You know, 2 games, 2 soul-crushing defeats for Geek Fam, and just very, very hard to swallow, you know, at this stage.
Yeah.
They had a good day yesterday, but today they came up against a team that's just far superior than them. Just well played to Talon.
Talon, the game plan execution was just crisp, on point both times, just empowering Chuan through different means on his Leshrac to be that game ender for them. And it reached a point where the other cores also was such big threats. I feel like every single member of Talon contributed greatly to their success. On the flip side, Geek Fam, I think an uncharacteristically quieter game from Cox, who has been one of the standouts for this team when they've looked successful, right? He comes in, he shows his prowess on the off lane, a larger than life character, and I think it's unfortunate that this is how they go out. It just felt suffocating both times. There were some pretty nice plays, some momentary glimmers of hope. The Sunders coming out from Scam trying to do everything it can, but it goes back to the draft, like you mentioned. In picking this Medusa, even though it salvages things, it basically makes it so that Scam can't do what he wants to do, which is sunder his carry. He can only sunder his other allies, and when the Medusa, when the Queen doesn't really have the battery's just dead straight away. The Admiral is just always the first target. Medusa doesn't have enough steroids to do it by herself.
Yeah, this Lash also was like such a huge problem in the early game, and paired up with the Centaur, both of them kind of had like a pretty decent start, especially the Lash. He kind of won his lane, and the Lash was unanswered in a way in the early game. Sure, the Medusa is kind of good against the Lash, but it's later, like mid-late game when you have the Skadi. But before that happens, the Lash kind of doesn't have any enemies in this game,
Yeah.
I know you suggested that maybe you can just keep tossing up in the air with the Brewmaster, but you still have to find a way to kill the Lash in the end, Like if you can't kill him, he's just gonna kill everything.
Yes.
And you saw the Pango kind of got destroyed by the Diabolic Edict. He was like rolling in the first few important team fights. He can't even go into the team fights when the Lash is there because of the Diabolic Edict.
Yeah. I mean, really good skill built up by Chuan to understand his strengths and how he could beat out Mac in that mid lane. And unfortunately, that does mean we have to say goodbye to Geek Fam. But that means we've locked in the contender up against Team Darling. It's going to be Talon facing them in the next matchup. If I'm not wrong, that's just a best of 3 because it's not a grand finals by any stretch. But it still is going to be for a chance to advance to the Swiss stage of the Elite League, where many other strong teams await, many other opportunities await. And for Talon, this is going to be an up and up for them, right? If they qualify for Birmingham and they qualify for this, it really is a strong stamp showing that they are ready to make a difference in this region and they are ready to live up to their former name. But similar story for Darling. They were one game away, just narrowly beaten out by Aurora. Aurora's not here anymore. Can they do it? We'll find out after a break, so don't go anywhere. A warm welcome back. It's not a grand finals, but it might as well be between Team Darling and Talon here. One last slot, of course, Blacklist claiming the first just yesterday and defeating Team Darling 2.0 in what was a bit of a heartbreaker. In the best of three went the distance, but unfortunately, despite the swings back and forth, it wasn't enough. Sneeze and Winter here, and we have one final best of three between these two teams to decide who's going to go on to the Swiss stage.
Yeah, very, very exciting stuff coming up for both teams. Like Team Streamer, they already came close last time against Aura, and this time they're going to be up against Talon, which already qualified to the Birmingham, ESL Birmingham main event. So they are looking to get another land in their pockets, and let's see if Team Streamer can actually stop them. Team Darling 2.0.
Yeah, and I think the craziest thing about this entire setup is on one side you have a team very hungry to prove themselves, right? I think to a certain extent, Talon, despite qualifying for Birmingham, you still have the naysayers saying, "Oh, you guys won't match up to Aurora. Oh, you're just gonna go there and get smacked down. You don't stand a chance." In a way, qualifying for another international event in Elite League Swiss stage will really add a layer of credentials to this roster that has so many promising players, like you mentioned, that seem to come together very nice. On the flip side, Team Darling, they always seem to feel like they're still just messing around, you know? They aren't fully... it's not that they're not trying, don't get me wrong, but it does feel like they're taking things a bit easy, you know? There's no pressure on them. And for a roster like this, without any pressure, it feels like they're just playing free.
Yeah, the pressure and expectations is something that that can sometimes weigh down the player's performance, you know. So it's definitely something to look at when you're looking at a stack of friends / streamers / no commitment team, you know.
Yeah.
And you have players that are experienced, you have players that have been around the scene for some time. And no scrims may be the way to go, you know, for teams like this, you know. They get to spend time with their families, and they get to just do whatever they want. And then when there's a qualifier, everyone just comes together and plays, you know.
Yeah, it's always vibes. I mean, I think you mentioned as well that a lot of these players, they frequently take part in in-houses that probably feel pretty similar to this qualifier, right? At the end of the day, if they don't qualify, it's not like there's any organization pressure or fan pressure. They're just trying to have a good time. Talon Esports, though, of course, a very different story for them. A very tall pair of shoes to fill in terms of what this roster was in the past, and they are on their track there, right? They're sort of already gearing up to reach those same heights. Between these two rosters, of course, we have ourselves a draft, and you know, my only wish, Winter, is that this is the best of 5, because the previous Team Darling, they were able to take it the distance against Aurora, only losing 3-2. So, I mean, the performance from both these teams so far as well, in their previous meeting, it was a 2-1 in favor of Team Darling, but Talon, of course, did not go down without a fight.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they already taken out their signature Terrorblade Jinx special right now. The Terrorblade spammer.
Yeah, disgusting. It's I think if there's one player who has stood out to me in terms of the Terrorblade support in this tournament, and even in the Chinese qualifiers, it has to be Jing. I think he clearly has a very solid understanding on the hero and how to make it work, especially in the later stages of the game, that just allows him to have such great impact in the fights.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he needs to do in a game. It's not all about like just hugging your carry all the time with the auras, getting it sunder ready. It's also about making sure that you secure your own farm with the illusions, pushing out the waves, and sometimes you even see him using it to scout, deny runes, give information. You can do all sorts of things on this hero. So it's a very high skill cap support hero, you know.
Yeah.
I want to say support hero, but he used to be a
yeah, it's so strange saying that Terrorblade support hero. Yeah, right. Everyone from maybe 6 months ago will be laughing at you, or maybe even 1 year ago.
You know, the next one is going to be some anti-mate support. You put the buff on your carry, you know.
Ooh.
your reflex spell, you can put it on your teammate, but it's not gonna work as well.
Counter spell, you mean? Counter spell?
Yeah, counter spell.
Oh, that'll be pretty interesting. I mean, that sounds really broken, being able to give your teammate a Lotus Orb in a level 1 ability. But yeah, we'll have to see what crazy shenanigans Ice Frog have cooking. For now, Team Darling and Talon, I think when we're approaching this rematch, it's important to look back at how things went in their previous games, in their draft as well. Team Darling, they did manage to win one of the Lesh games that they played, and lost one of the Lash games that they played. Of course, the one that they lost was a 69-minute fiesta of a game, so I don't really know whether you can count that. Dragon Knight was something that Talon brought out twice, and it lost both times. First to a Doom, and secondarily to a Lash Morphling, as well as a Centaur trio. So you can understand why Talon, they prioritize banning out so many of the offlane heroes to really single out Cuckoo. Team Darling, they seem to be on the same track, right? Taking out the Mars Timber to limit what WS can bring, but the Dragon Knight picked up is a good solid start.
One of the, I think, all-time favorites recently, Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
I mean, this hero is still, he's still pretty strong, even with the nerfs to Mage Slayer and the nerfs to the Black Dragon and a bit of nerfs here and there.
Yeah.
I think the hero is just very hard to deal with in the lane. Just pushes the tower, scales, and gives you initiation. It just does all sorts of
as
things.
well. I mean,
Yeah, if you can play
Chuan,
carry, if you can play carry and off lane, sure, this hero has a lot of value for you for sure. And both these heroes kind of have like similar weaknesses. I feel like you need to buy Vessel, you need to buy Shiva, Skadi, all this to stop and negate their HP regen.
And next pickup for Team Darling is going to be that Mirana. Just has been a steady pick, probably Abeng, who will be playing that. Talon, they have 13 games on the Dragon Knight in the past 3 months, and they have a 69.23% win rate with it. So very, very respectable stuff.
10 seconds.
The Mirana is kind of like a hero that you can rotate to the DK when he's popping his dragon form to kill a tower with the catapult. You can either kill him with the arrow, or you just kill the catapult and try to stop the push that way, So I think it's a good response. It's a good way of dealing with DK, and it does have some good amount of spell damage that you can use to go through the DK in the early game. Because physical damage is quite limited against DK because of the armor and the brief fire, so you kind of need to have heroes that can deal a lot of spell damage to go through that thick armor.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the shield blocks all the little measly attacks that are going to come out anyway, so magic damage is the way to go. Dragon Knight, apart from BKB and Mage Slayer, which now takes a bit longer of a time to build up, he doesn't like to go for any other magic resist items. So Razor will be the selection. So a very strong, robust core of heroes. Pair that up with the Tusk likely being played from Yokum, and you got a brawl brewing, it seems. You want to sort of get fighting. Talon, they were the ones who were confident enough to pick the Lash into the Razor, but even they recognize that it's a great matchup for the Razor and snatch that for themselves.
Tusk Razor as well, probably going to be the lane. I think they are still going to elect to put the DK in the mid lane, I feel, because if your lane is DK and Tusk, I feel like the lane is probably a little bit too weak in the game, double melee.
They could also put the POS 5 Tusk in the safe lane instead, right?
Sure,
pick
you can.
POS 4.
Sure,
very
you can
flexible.
do it if you want to flex your DK to the off lane and enforce the Razor against Lash matchup. You can definitely do that. And Gyro plus Morphing, so Morphing is back. Morphing is definitely one of the strongest carries still in the patch. Like, he doesn't really have much of a weakness, at least for me. I mean, if you really want to counter Morphing, it's probably just like
10 seconds
Doom,
remaining.
Anti-Mage, gets Faces 4 is not even actually that hard of a counter.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Doom and Anti-Mage, any mana burn, because you need to take away his mana or you stop his regen with Doom.
So we talked already about the previous match between these two teams. This is the exact same draft that Team Darling won with in Game 3. They just need a Centaur, and it's the exact same draft.
But they're playing against an AA. Did they play against AA? AA is pretty good against like Lash and Morphling.
No, they didn't play against AA. They in that particular situation, Talon had also drafted a Dragon Knight as well as a Razor. So clearly, if Talon don't have short-term memory, I'm sure they'll be very keenly aware that this Centaur might come out in the last pick, since it hasn't been banned. I'm high. It's been banned. It's already taken out. So at least Cuckoo needs to be on something else, and it can't be the exact cookie cutter draft.
Yeah, I told you not to show up to work high.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's illegal in Singapore, by the way. It's not something that I can even do here, even if I wanted to.
Okay, good to know. It's definitely good to know. Keep yourself out of trouble. Keep off the light. Okay, is this gonna be a
mid Koto? Like mid Koto, Razor 1, Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I guess
off lane?
it might be mid Koto, DK or Razor on both the side lanes.
Yeah.
I think it's
10
probably
seconds
DK carry
remaining.
with Razor Tusk against the, because you don't want DK offlane against Morphling.
5
It's
seconds
that
Yeah,
lane kind of
that
stings
feels
for
like
you.
suicidal, right?
Think Razor Tusk, and then you last pick a position 5 that can go with a safe lane DK, some
Yeah.
range hero,
Radiant
some
team
magic
ban.
damage hero.
I mean, it seems
CM,
like Team Darling are waiting to see the offlaner, or at
yeah,
least Team Darling are
CM.
waiting to pick the offlaner. So you need to pick your pos 5 blind into whatever Cuckoo selects for himself here.
Yeah, I mean, you already know, at least you have a DK. If
10
they already decided
seconds
DK is going to be carry, at least you can pick something that works with DK. You can go for a greedier, because it's DK, you can go for a greedier position 5.
Radiant
Something they can
team
skill. Phoenix, maybe. Like I said, CM, Phoenix. If you want to go even greedier, you go like Disruptor. I don't know. Because then it gives you another catch against Morphling, Silence and Glimpse.
Oh, Disruptor
10
in this into
seconds
this team could be
remaining.
pretty nice as well, because Koto and Disruptor both like to play from ahead and really
5
empower the
seconds.
Or
task.
you just go Elder Titan again. Elder Titan against Morphling is always good. And you
Oh,
have Mid
true,
Kotal.
yeah.
Yeah, it works really well with Mid Kotal.
Are you worried about the slight lack of control though if you go for Elder Titan
You got
against your
DK.
Morphling?
DK stun, Tusk, ET Stomp.
Is that enough? I mean, maybe somewhere down the line your Koto gets like a Athos or like a
I mean,
Silence or something.
they have a lot of damage, so they don't really need a lot of stuns. 1 or 2 stuns with your Kotal magic damage with Solar Bind actually should be more than enough to kill.
Yeah. Could be a Dagon game for the Kotal after his Spirit Vessel. Who knows?
Dagon game, you
Why
are
not?
actually.
Esports
Yeah, I thought you
turn to
told me you're not
ban.
showing up.
Showing up high? Okay.
Yeah, with some joints.
Is that crazy? I don't know. Like against a Morphling, burst down the lash before he can do significant damage? No?
You know what's
Sad.
not crazy? Brooch against Morphling late game.
True. Yeah. Just cut through all that high armor, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. Talon, they are choosing to ban out the remainder of what they think Cuckoo could bring
5
out,
seconds
chiefly of all the
remaining.
morph. I don't know whether the Razor...
Talon Esports.
Does the Razor
turn
struggle
to
into the Viper? I guess so, right? And the Enigma as well.
Maybe.
I kind of feel like Team
Radiant's
Darling, is it a frontline initiator of sorts that they need? They will last pick the AA, so you did sort of give this a little bit of a shout out, but Talon will snatch that up for Ponyo, so it will be a DK AA lane, which is pretty solid, right? Cold Feet instantly procs if you get that Dragon Tail out.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they would have picked AA in the last pick, but I guess they figured the
10
enemy wouldn't ban it.
seconds remaining.
I mean, AA is just amazing here.
Yeah.
And it's really good with their
5
heroes with,
seconds
like you said, the DK stun. You have the magic amp for the Kotal.
Yeah.
It works really well with Tuskar, because Tuskar can kind of set up for the Ice Blast and Cold Feet, so they are S tier pairing, support pairing.
Yeah. It's the Pili Die drafting difference, of course, Talon. They have that coaching seat filled. Team Darling, on the flip side, looking for a Cuckoo hero amidst a pool that has been very much thinned, right? Everything, it feels like, taken out. The Slada are still available if they want to go for that, but I'm not sure. Maybe a Primal Beast could be an option in this game.
It's good against the Kotal, it's good against AA.
Can get out of, trouble, even if you get
I feel like
Dragon
he
Knight
wants
stun.
something like Nice Stalker or something, some crazy hero.
Okay.
It's Wind Ranger. I mean, it's a strong laner with, so it's what, Wind Ranger plus Gyro. It's a pretty good lane.
Dude,
Not the
we've
most
already-
conventional one, but still strong.
We already saw Cuckoo on this Wind Ranger one time, and I think that particular performance left us scratching our heads because it was a similar situation where Yoi didn't have the best time starting out on the Lash, and then there was no play that could have been made through the Wind Ranger. They just slowly but surely lost. One of the rare Team Darling losses throughout this qualifier. Do you think it's a good pick this game?
Okay, it's fine. I mean, Windrun is very good against Razor DK. It's kind of... I don't know about Kotal. I think Kotal is kind of okay against Windrunner. Wind Ranger, you can catch with the Solar Bind. You can kill him with your overwhelming magic damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the blind. I mean, to make him miss during the focus fire.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, there isn't the most control because the stuns will largely be focused on either your Morphling or the Lash. So perhaps Cuckoo believes that that's going to allow him to run freely in the fights. For me, though, I think the Talon lineup is pretty solid, although I am interested to see what Darling can do. It's clear that they have some faith in this Wind Ranger to be able to pull off a good game based on the lanes and based on the heroes that they're seeing. Maybe an early diffusal timing, just start running down these heroes. They are pretty tanky, but you know, if you can put on the pressure similarly to what we saw from Zeal when he picked it alongside his support there, you know, there might be a chance.
It's all about snowballing the lane, I feel, for this hero. Like Wind Ranger, if you don't do well in the lanes, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble on this hero.
Yeah,
I feel like it's a very snowball heavy lineup for Team Darling. As usual, they like to play very aggressive, focus on lanes, very active, high octane Dota. They're not gonna sit back and trade farm with you. And this is the type of draft that it's gonna provide you with that. With the Gyro plus Mirana both support duo, they're gonna start the game with a very aggressive play, probably trying to get a first blood right now, going for Yoe, and we'll see if it actually goes. It happens for them.
Yeah, the level 1 spells on the side of Darling, apart from Morphlings, of course, very formidable. They're angling towards the top side with this early smoke. Some good lucks coming through, of course, Akashi. I think just giving a good luck to his fellow Filipinos. I'm sure they're all very well acquainted and good friends in the scene. But of course, only one remaining team.
Nobody is a good friend right now. Nobody wants to be friends now. Everyone is just like, I'm gonna take you out.
Yeah.
We'll be friends after the series is over.
Yeah. This is you know, friendships, you gotta put that aside. This is business, nothing personal, right? Darling, we always joke and we hear in a way about these guys just in it to have fun. They don't really care, they're just having a whirl, but I wonder how much that's gonna change when they actually, if or when they actually qualify for one of these tournaments. It's gonna be a pretty significant investment if you sort of move forward ahead here, and could be the start of maybe Team Darling forming into something a bit more formal.
So looking at the wards, we have a very interesting. Why did he place, like, you see this Radiant ward behind the, like, around the tier 2?
Yeah.
The hell they placed the ward here?
Yeah, what is that about?
It's just okay. Never mind. I'm sleepy. There's a quarter in the game.
No, I mean, yeah, but that still feels very far back. I guess.
I mean, they blocked the camp too. They blocked the medium camp.
Okay. Yeah.
So they want to block the one nearer and scout him if he farms the further one.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. In the past, we saw the wards be a lot closer to the actual tier 1 instead. So, you know, either way, Team Darling, they know exactly what Tron wants to do in this early game here. Just farm the wave, stack the jungle, farm the wave, farm the jungle, rinse and repeat.
Welcome to Kotal.
Yeah, very boring stuff.
Kotal bot life.
Yeah. Kotal Simulator. Just just literally, it's just everywhere else on the map is locked except this particular area. All you're doing is farming. It always feels like for that reason, the Dire Kotal is a lot funner to play, because the stacks are, or at least the jungle creeps are so closely intertwined on that side of the map compared to...
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like on the Radiant, it's a bit more annoying. Yeah, it's further away.
A bunch of hills in the way. It's weird because...
But it's easier to stack on Radiant, is it? Like, because you can just blast from beside the
Yeah,
tower.
you can blast through, I guess, from the top or bottom of the medium camps. Well, I mean, none of that really matters because for now it's still blocked. We'll see how long it takes for Talon to get rid of that. So still in the early laning stage. You mentioned that these two supports, the Mirana and the Gyro, will love to get active early on. And what does that sort of look like? Are they going to try and join up with Yoe in the mid lane? Are they going to just focus on trying to win their lanes?
Steal their stacks. Like both teams have like deep wards, right? If you see the starting wards, to see the jungle, because Lash and Kotal both want the jungle creeps, and if you can bring your supports to actually help the other mid laners steal, your mid laners steal the other mid laners stacks, that would be amazing.
Yeah. All about the stack economy now. This day and age.
The steal, actually the stealing. It's not about the stacking, it's about the stealing.
Yeah, in a way, sometimes maybe stacking is even bigger of a bait than, you know, if you didn't. Just,
so you're saying, why not just
ignore the stacks and play the lane.
Just wait for the enemy to stack, you know.
Yeah, just wait for the enemy to stack for you. Why not? Tron will finally deward this after he realizes that there is a pesky block.
Something is wrong. There's nothing here.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm supposed to have some creeps to farm here. What's going on?
What happened to my crops?
Yeah.
Somebody poisoned the land.
Somebody. Okay. Team Darling I am patiently awaiting the high octane Dota that was promised. I'm very excited because I feel like this team brings a lot of aggression. There were a couple of
Relax,
games
bro.
in. Sorry.
Laning phase, there's still a laning phase. Relax, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Just let the boys get some levels before they move around to kill heroes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well.
Are you expecting like right off the bat from the
Yeah,
lane,
the
right?
Morphling just starts
Just
A-clicking
killing
non-stop and
killing.
running into
No,
the tier
Wind,
2. Yeah.
Wind Ranger gyro lane just massacres the Razor lane.
I'm surprised that they're not doing a greater number onto Akashi, but I guess when you look at his CS numbers, it's not the cutest, right? Razor is a hero with a bit of a jankier auto-attack animation. The timing always feels like it's just half a second later from when you initiate the auto-attack. It's kind of weird that way. And Bosku seems to be taking advantage of that to edge out a very small but still significant advantage. The Razor's not really a power farming hero either, so you know, your position 1 not being at that pace could be a concern for Talon.
It didn't even move.
How about the Morphling? He seems like he's doing alright against DK. Yeah, I mean this
Yeah.
thing is pretty straightforward. Like, he's not gonna get
all
pressure in
lanes
this
pretty
double
Structures
melee.
are fortified.
I mean, this is all about the Morphling game. Like he's gonna be the strongest hero in terms of the late when it comes to late game, and his only enemy is Ice Blast.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
Ponyo's gonna have to be very conscious about when he sends those out, because every single time, you know, Abed sees that it's been used, he is just gonna go ham. Like he knows there's nothing left to fear.
He only needs to fear himself, you know. He's just
Yeah, true. If
worried
you accidentally
about
morph Agi down
turning
and just,
agility.
you could still get burst down by the Kotal for sure. And I guess Spirit Vessel if you don't have your BKB or Manta yet. He's going for Lincoln's first this game though, so looking to block out that Dragon Tail initiation coming out from Talon's offlaner. Perhaps even the Snowball as well.
I mean, imagine if he wins this game, he'll be thanking Palos for giving up his slot. I mean, I guess Palos is he also qualified, you know. So.
Yeah, so Palos will be happy, Abed will be happy, Kuku will be happy, everyone's happy.
Friendship, yeah, above everything.
Yeah. And now that they're not up against each other anymore, they can actually, you know, continue being friends. For now, everybody in this game is an op. I'm just trying to get rid of each other.
Okay, Rune Wars, the
Rune
Tri
Wars.
versus Tri, Trio versus Trio.
Not a lot of hit bashing and more just Yowie getting lucky in terms of guessing the top side and securing that for himself. Arcane Rune very juicy for the Leshrac to grab. You can just now make quick work of the stacks in the triangle. Jingdo in this mid lane will go down. First blood is drawn. Chuan will be the one to grab it.
That's gonna go into his Vessel account,
Yeah.
Vessel bank account, you know. Very
True.
important this game. Needs to
Thank you
lash
for your
and
kind
knock in.
donation, Gyrocopter.
Radiant are scanning.
Don't know if it was kind, you know, but yeah, sure.
I wonder whether we'll see Talon start to run into this triangle or maybe even the jungle area to steal some stacks, because there are quite a few being set up. For now, Chuan, his attention is on this top side, looking to pressure out Bosku. I'm not really sure what you can do here on the Koto other than maybe farm a jungle camp or two. And even that's being spotted out by the wards being placed by Darling, so they are fully aware of every one of these Kotal's moves right now.
Yeah, he's the, at the moment, strongest hero on the map with his Spirit Farm on. I mean, that's why this hero is so scary in the early game. If you do not have the heroes to kill him, like set up heroes that can catch him, he's very, very scary. And if you look at Darling's lineup, they actually don't really have much setup to kill him. So he's gonna be very hard to deal with in the early team fights with this high move speed, with the Spirit Farm, with the Vessel move speed and everything.
Yeah, makes sense. Team
I think
Darling.
he already has his Vessel, right, in the career? Oh, not yet. Soon.
Yeah, just maybe 200, 300 more gold
On the way.
to get that with a creep wave or two.
Yeah, this is gonna be a key item. It means that the Morphling cannot actually play aggressive on the map every time the Kotal's missing.
I guess my concern is that I'm looking at the Talon lineup and the only person who's actually pressuring objectives is WS. And WS seems to be a bit busy and has his hands full in the bot side, trying to get that tower instead. Then Sanity dropping pretty low here to the Breathe Fire, but just had his wits about him, didn't panic. Still has Lotus and Magic Stick charges, so wasn't really scared of anything.
Yeah, he's playing very, very safe now. Every time he doesn't see heroes on the map.
Yeah.
And he's like fully aware that he could get ganked by the Twin Gate from the A. Every time A is hiding, he doesn't see the pass.
Which is more than anything
safe.
good recognition. They're not really stopping the two mid laners from ramping up though. Yoe as well as Chuan have been able to largely head back into their stacks, farm them up, uncontested. I can't help but feel like the Kotal's timing is a little bit earlier.
I mean, he's ready with the vessel. We'll see if he can actually kill the Morphling or the Lash are both very good kills. If he can actually kill them with this vessel. He has one charge. So Yo is probably gonna run into the smoke unintentionally.
Okay,
That's very unlucky for them.
Yeah, and Jinx says it best. Very lucky for Yoe. It's you just want to get things going now on the Kotal. If not, you risk sort of your window closing or at least the Lash being able to match up to you, and that's very scary because if you can get the find or touch onto you, and we see how fast Kotals die. It's every single move that Talon is trying to make this time around. Darling, they seem to have it spotted with a ward, right? These spots of vision being placed are also pivotal. Even when Yokem and Chuan were hiding behind a tree, there was a ward on the high ground spotting them out. So really great vision control here from Team Darling.
Yeah, both teams just playing very defensively right now, just trying to get a little bit of an upper hand in terms of like getting to their first few items faster. Wind Ranger is trying to get a Manta, so it's probably gonna take a while. She's going for a much more greedier build. And I think Yoe is the only one that's going for a less greedy build. He's going for you so he can play around his team. There's no setup stunts, there's nothing to help them catch heroes. So he understands that he needs to be the one to do it. To kill his
byproduct of picking the Wind Ranger off lane, as we've seen already. You need to basically rely on somebody else to do all the setting up and starting the fight.
Kuku has been like playing a lot more greedy in this team. I mean, rightfully so. You know? I think he has this kind of playstyle where he likes to sit in the lane and farm more. If you have a rotating mid laner, it will fit his playstyle a lot more.
I mean, even the old T1 lineup that worked so well was because Carl had such a sacrificial mindset in that mid lane, right? He'd play these Dooms, these DKs, and this was back before it was cool too. And he would still be able to get that net worth largely because of being involved in these fights rather than focusing on himself and farming, which is exactly what Kuku is doing. It's not presenting well in terms of the net worth though, but I guess neck and neck with the Razor isn't really a bad place to be.
No, not at all at this stage of the game. I mean, if he wanted to be aggressive, he would just get a diffuser first, but he feels like this game is going to be a very slow pace. We have a Morphling, he's going to farm his item, so he just wants to match the Morphling's timing, you know. There's no point if he's ready to fight, but his other cores are just not really ready yet.
Yeah, I mean, well, what about Talon though? Because we talked about this Kotal's timing being now, but I'm looking at the Kotal, I've yet to see him really make a move.
It's difficult once it's difficult once they miss the first smoke. I felt like a lot of the momentum was halted, and now they're waiting for the blink, I guess, from the DK, WS. Nope, he's not going to get a blink. He saved up 2.2k. I'm like, nope, I'm getting Mage there first. This doesn't sound like a game where okay, never mind. Yeah, he's getting the blink.
Yeah. He's a little bit indecisive. He can't decide.
Because he needs the dagger to play around. The Kotal needs somebody to accompany him, you know. If he goes for Mage Slayer, then the Kotal will feel like, okay, so I guess I should have gone Midas now. Everybody just wants to farm, you know.
Yeah, you talked about this previously as well. It never really works out if everybody is only playing for themselves, right? It doesn't work with a team dynamic.
If
that's
somebody
not how Dota
is
works.
going dagger, then the other person can go scaling it. You don't want like double daggers or double of the same thing. So you want one person getting the aggressive item, the other person to get the farming item. In some cases, you know. But in this case, it's like both of them are going for a timing item because the vessel, he understands that it's very important for the Kotal, so the DK has to try to play towards it. I think it's a very, very good recognition.
Winter, you gotta... Okay, the quick buys are baiting us a little bit because for a moment the Kotal actually quick buyed up a Dagon. But I'm sure that Talon, they're very openly...
You gotta be kidding me.
No, I'm for real. Let the records and this...
Where's the screenshot?
Okay, I'll screenshot it later.
Nah,
but
I'm just kidding. Don't worry, I'm just kidding. I trust you.
I will send you the receipts, Winter. I will not... I'm a man of proof. Okay. Blink Dagger, and this is the tempo timing that you talked about. I think the
Ice
kill on the
Blast ready
Morphin will
to.
be huge though.
Oh, they're gonna see him. Patience.
Oh, I mean, they see him, but Densanity has morphed up quite a decent amount of strength. I don't know whether they feel comfortable to walk up to him. And, oh, Densanity, he spots them out. Yeah, he immediately just voice lines because he sees that their Koto Blast coming out from seemingly nowhere. And he'll dodge another gank. These smoke moves from Talon, they just haven't been connecting so far in this early game.
Morphling is yeah, he has a really good read of what's happening. They're playing very, very defensive, not going too greedy to get a couple of creeps, just making sure that he doesn't die and tries to get his link. Once he gets the linkers, then he can play aggressive. But before that, he just needs to chill.
The Dragon Tail ain't gonna do nothing. And Talon, the window for early aggression for them is rapidly closing, it feels like, as Darling have been able to read them pretty well and really get their cause ramped up in their own ways. It's not reflecting fully net worth wise, but it's an even game still, and I can't help but feel like that favors Darling.
Middle tower is under attack.
You know, late game, I kind of feel like that would most likely be the case with the Morphling and the Lash. When this A Ice Bar is going to be the only solution for it.
Not sure whether you saw that, but a quick blink out from WS allows him to escape back to safety. Dodge out an Adaptive Strike and an arrow, and narrowly missed identification from that Lash there. Was sneaking around the trees trying to find a split earth on him. A lot of wasted time from both sides here. Very passive early game. I thought that, you know, the Mirana and the Gyro will want to get things going a lot more, but I guess they don't really have anyone to play through if all three of your cores are focusing on farming.
Yeah, and they also feel like since they have Morphling, why rush, you know? Why do we want to put ourselves in a dangerous spot by being aggressive? The most aggressive team all of a sudden becomes a very methodical team in the last game, in the last series.
Yeah.
I mean, their draft is actually just slower, you know, compared to the Talon draft. So they're actually playing everything correctly. It's just rather unusual seeing them play like this.
Yeah, right. I think what we expect from Darling is shenanigans, but what Talon have shown is that a very good mid-range when it comes to their playstyle. They're able to adapt and prepare and really hold you in place when you're trying to bash your head into them. So Darling, great recognition from them, and I'm sure they learned a lot of this from their previous iteration of facing off against Talon earlier in this tournament. They know that, you know, we just need to sort of wind you down, work you through, and maybe some of your early picks that you're grabbing to try and counter our key heroes like that Kotal, you're not really going to find any purchase on the map for what you want to do.
Yeah, showing a lot of understanding about your opponents here. It's quite normal. Like it's a long event, so you get a lot of data to look at, get a lot of numbers to crunch, and you kind of sort of understand how your opponents plays, and you come up with a theory or a solution, a hypothesis that this is going to work against this team, you know. And if it works, you're going to win. And the first game is always the best game to try out your hypothesis, whether it works or not. Oh, Morphling. No, Lincoln's broken. Stun. Dead. Okay, how the hell did he break his link? Oh, okay. Cold feet.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
Big pick off here for
Talon,
Talon. Trying to press forward for more. Jing under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Wants to find a rebuttal here.
Yeah. I mean, that Morphling going down there is pretty huge, all things considered, but now WS doesn't know he's being spotted out by the entire lineup. Get the setup onto Ponyo, and with that Shard Rocket, it's doing a lot of magic damage onto the Dragon Knight. He's in a bit of trouble. The snowball save dodges out onto the power shot, but they jump in again,
Lash.
and they take down WS. Lash is in trouble though. Yoei, he takes a tumble as well. Ends up being a trade 2-for-1, but Akashi, he needs to get out of here. Jing, he's doing so much damage on this Gyro, and then Fuse Raindrops can't save you against the Adaptive Strike. The Insanity will clean that one up. And I don't think they were respecting the Darling damage. I mean, Jing, he just trucks on them there a little bit. It is 3k damage that fight. And now they're going to be able to clean up a tier 1 tower.
How did he actually do so much? It's mainly the
It's
cooldown.
No,
The
it's just
barrage
the rocket. He has the
with
shot.
the homing missile.
Yeah. the shard already immediately picked up. I mean, he literally has brown boots, shard, circlet, and wand, and that's it. And that's how he contributed to the fight. Crazy
Does that
stuff from this gyro.
inspire you to play some gyro support?
I'm a big gyro support fan. I like it a lot. I feel like in recent times maybe it's fallen off a little bit, but Jing is showing you, you know, against the right lineup, it still very much can do the trick. He's flying high.
We're at a time where all the carry heroes are support heroes.
Yeah. You know what happens to birds that fly in the sky a bit too low? They get smacked away by airplanes. That's exactly what happened to Talon just now.
Wow.
As blink out, Yokum. Getting the setup onto Abeng. There are no more leaps available, so the plasma field will come in, try and finish off onto Abeng, but now Yokum taking some trouble. Will snowball back to the creeps. Bosku trying to commit in, but will eat a stun instead. WS now showing up to the fight and trying to punish this Wind Ranger. Last bit of magic damage. You don't want to run in and commit it. Yeah,
here's a
Razor's-
Yules, Yasha.
Woo! Speedy fella. Akashi will clean that up with a double kill. Meanwhile, they were able to finish off Ponyo on the other side of the map though, so... I mean, still not an even trade, especially if you find your way again, Talon. It took a bit longer for them to heat things up, but they are here and ready to fight. A series of, what, 3 kills across the map?
Yeah, if Gyro isn't able to unleash his damage, then it feels like they don't have enough in the tank to actually fight. So that was a very key kill there, killing the Gyro first, and right now Darling, they have to be careful not to give away too many fights like that. You know, they have to try to bring the whole team and connect everyone at the same time to play with the Lash. I mean, Morphing is more than ready to fight, you know, he doesn't really need to finish his Manta. And Wind Ranger already finished Manta, so he's also kind of like... I mean, he's playing just like another carry right now. He's queuing up Lincolns after Manta. He's literally a second carry.
Yeah.
As if their lineup is not greedy enough, you know.
I mean, one thing about Master Cuckoo, if you know, whatever he can get, he will take. And that's, I mean, it's a 2k gold lead now, which isn't anything too crazy, especially at the 20-minute mark, sorry. 11k is the net worth for the highest in the game, which is Kotal. Chuan is having a decent game. You would have loved to get started a bit earlier, but these series of kills you just got further powering up.
Wait,
Spirit
he
Vessel.
actually has the Dagon, huh?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a good Dagon game, man.
Is there a bad Dagon game?
Most games, I would say. most games, according to you, Winter.
No, according to you. I'm asking
Okay.
for your opinion.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's 60-40. Dagon is pretty good at most of the time if you can get it at a great timing. Especially on a hero like Kotal. But it's really only Kotal and Nyx who are getting it. Yokum will come through with another setup, Blink Punch. But Abeng, good discipline on the pouncers there.
Yeah, he has a jumping tiger. He's not worried about dying there.
Yeah.
The shard is ready. According to you, the most useless shard ever.
Look, I've revised that statement. It's now Disruptor. Disruptor's up there. Mirana, I've come around to it.
Dude,
I think
movement slow 30%. You're underlooking that. Oh,
okay,
go,
Ice
punch.
Blast set up. No way to pounce out of that one, but
Look
Abeng
at that
has a
slow.
nice magic shield. Okay, Abeng, wonderful jump. And now it's going to set up for Yoe to just get a clean kill onto Ponyo. Very sad for this AA. Even with the healing coming out from Chuan, it's not going to be enough. The last Lightning Storm will clean him up. Now WS has wrapped around though, but it's taking the full brunt of damage from Bosku. It's quite
nice
a bit of
shackle.
physical, but still, the Shackle holding them in place to prevent the continued chase onto Yoe. The Insanity has joined the fight, morphing into the Razor, starting to steal away the damage. This is not a good look, as he's taking so much, but he's so bloody quick, and he should be able to run out. No, the Insanity cleans him up, has a Storm Sturge of his own. Meanwhile, Bosku and the gang all going down. It's just Densanity who remains for the side of Team Darling. As Yokum with a double kill. 3v1 situation. Plasma Field, yeah, chasing on to WS. This is a dead Dragon Knight. Yeah, Yokum immediately blinks out. He understands that this is not a hero he can fight into, especially with the SNY completed. Just so powerful right now.
Raid boss morphing online.
Okay. Densanity.
I just have a feeling that the game has reached a state where the Ice Blast needs to only be on morphling.
Yeah. And you can't do that when your Ponyo AA dies first in the fight. Talon, you need to be a bit more careful about how you approach. But
Yeah.
Tron, he has the BKB complete,
Ice
so
Blast.
maybe he'll feel better about committing
Incoming.
into the... Where? Sorry? Where is it? Mid lane?
Okay.
Set up. Doesn't seem to be enough though.
Your
It's-
Dagon.
Yoic with Yule's up, he's fine.
Cooldown. Dagon's on cooldown, so he has BKB
Savage.
now. So tell me, Is it wise to upgrade your Dagon now?
I'll be honest with you, I never really understood the economics of that on when it's wise to do so, because you basically give up on a lot of other items as a result, right? Each recipe is like 1.2k, that's insane, dude.
Cast range.
Yeah, I guess, but you know, you're just gonna do what you already do but better. Why not get an additional insurance policy of like a 4-star for like a Yules or
Spoken like a
Lincoln.
politician. You're a true politician.
why so? I'm just advocating for safe gameplay, okay? I'm trying to look out for the elderly. You can have your little magic zap stick, but you can't go too crazy with it. You don't want to waste all your retirement funds, Winter.
Yeah, good advice, you know.
Yeah.
Just save up your retirement funds, put it in some.
You can afford to have fun once in a while, right? I'm not saying don't go on your little holidays during your retirement. That's basically what a Dagon is, but
it has to take care of you. You know, you have to
Yeah.
use it wisely. You're
Correct.
old, you're tired, you don't want to move anymore.
all you have is a horse and a stick. It's not a good look, you know what I mean? You need to look out for yourself.
And how about the DK? Is he looking out for himself right now? He has the Aghanims completed.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Talon seemed to be going for a 2.5 core. I won't say tri-core because the Kotal kind of...
2.5. Who's the half?
Half is Kotal, I'd say.
No, dude.
Dyer's
The guy
top
with
tower
Dagon?
is under attack.
Yeah. How's that? That's not core item. That's I'm a spellcaster and I try and burst you down with
Okay, if
damage.
Dagon is not a core item, are you saying Dagon is a support item? So you
Mixed
only
support
get it
can
to
get it.
deal with illusions.
Maybe.
Level
maybe.
1 Dagon.
No, I'm just saying that how we understand tri-core, at least for me, my explanation is that they can kind of become right-clickers and
Can
damage
you
dealers.
open up the hero tab and look at the levels? So
Oh
DK
my
and Kotal level 17, Razor's 18. So how is the level 17 Kotal a half of a core?
Okay. I'll give it up. Tri-core then for Talon. Great.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad we've come to this conclusion. And still, nothing has happened on the map. Very passive game. But right as I say that, Arben gets punched and knocked out. Yokum on the back of this Blink Dagger seems to have really been focusing this Mirana down. A couple of punches already, and this time it'll result in an actual kill.
Yeah, some uppercut, you know, from the toss right there.
Yeah, good stuff. Sock a lady right in the jaw. Very classy stuff. I mean, that's gonna open up Talon to go.
being sarcastic or not.
Okay, Talon are gonna go into the Roach Pit, and you know, without the threat of the Moonlight Shadow, it's understandable why they feel comfortable to do so. On the flip side, we talk about the Tricore of Talon, similar situation for Darling, right? They're shaping up on the Wind Ranger, looking at a Lincoln's completion for her as well, and that should help them out very much against the Razor. I am worried about Akashi as the game goes later, because we saw already that when the Insanity joins the fight, he can just morph into the Razor, start sealing the damage, and do more to the Razor than the Razor can do to him.
Should he turn into the Dragonite? When Dragonite
Really?
has the form? I don't know, I'm just thinking whether
Does
it's
he get
better.
Dragon Form? Because you don't get
Doesn't
ults,
he?
right?
Oh, I thought he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't get it? When he...
I don't know, we'll have to see. Maybe I'm just high. Because my understanding is that you get the first 3 skills and whatever comes along with it. I wonder
so
whether it
you,
works
you,
like
you
an
don't
emular.
actually turn into the dragon. You're right. I'm
Yeah, that's-
crazy.
That's what I'm thinking at least. Who knows? Maybe it does happen like that and we're just high.
Only one way to find out.
True. Still waiting, as even though this Aegis has been picked up, Talon playing very reserved, seeming to be waiting for an item timing. Maybe this Octarine core on the Kotal. Perhaps a BKB for the Dragonite. I'm not too sure. Could be either one.
Maybe KB's a quite a long way.
Yeah.
And that's like nothing else, you know, they're waiting for me. I guess the Razor can also wait for his BKB.
A bit of a slower one, folks, as now they'll
I
smoke up.
feel like he needs Skadi on the Razor at some point.
Yeah, like, someone has to build it. I'm sure the Dragonite can grab it eventually, but double Skadi won't hurt anybody other than the lineup of Darling, which is what you're trying to do anyway, so that would quantify as mission success. Both teams grouping up around the top side,
Only the wary
and maybe trying to fight for the 28-minute Wisdom Rune, trying to come in for this grand heist.
Dire are
Hidden
scared.
under the cover of Moonlight though, they
Vision.
spot out WS, immediate blink out. The Gyro in some trouble as Jokum comes in as well, but has to snowball away. Looks like his life is going to be forfeit. Nice little shots to block, and Akashi, he's in. Controlling onto your way, taking a lot of damage. And this Lesh narrowly surviving, trying to survive with the Yules, but he should be shot down. Moppling into the fight now, morphing into the Razor. Starting to steal the damage, has to pop his own BKB, but doing quite a bit. Crushes Akashi's first life, and now WS is the only threat remaining. You're coming back to life on the Razor, and it looks like Darling uncomfortable enough to continue occupying this area. The Mirana, unfortunately, will be the next target. Abeng trying to go up to the high ground. Has the save, but the Spirit Vessel taking him down. Should just be enough HP for him to survive. As that fight, they lose the life of the Razor twice, but they get that Leshrac kill.
You mean once?
Ah, yes, sorry, I'm high. They lose two heroes overall.
If he died twice, he's not gonna be here.
True, yeah. How is he still walking then? Good point. Immediate smoke up though. They could try and punish this poor Kotl. Not Kotl, sorry. Yeah, it is the Kotl. They try and run after him, but he's already too speedy. Chuan is so fast. Is he running at max move speed? No. 485.
No, when he turned on his
Spirit form, right? He's max move speed. Because I saw it just now and I'm just like, damn. This guy's trucking
Radiant's
it.
top tower is under attack.
Tokyo drifting around the map. It's vibes.
So when is he going to upgrade a Dagon? After he finishes... I mean, okay, he's probably going to finish the Octarine core, get the Axe, and then start upgrading Dagon. Oh, but then by the time he gets to that point, you're probably going to need a Hex.
Yeah.
So you'll never get to a point where you need to upgrade the Dagon.
Yeah, well, you never need to upgrade the Dagon, right, in reality. It's just, you know, at what point. I think he's using it just as an additional bit of burst damage right now, and he realizes that, hey, maybe I just need some other real item.
There's one more thing why you buy Dagon. It's the spell lifesteal.
True, 15%
per
spell lifesteal, right?
Yeah.
So smart, Yokum,
the
with the kick back. Not even sure
Taekwondo
when he got
master
that
is here.
Aghanims. Yeah, Jokum ready to put your head into the curb. Grounds that gyrocopter. And now Darling, they're flailing a bit. They need to back up. That is the reveal. So now Darling will have it very firmly implanted in the back of their mind that this could happen to any one of them. And there isn't really a save available for Darling.
I guess Morphine doesn't care if he gets karate kick or taekwondo kick, turning side kick into the middle of the fight.
Yeah.
When he has Lincolns, he has to break the Lincolns first.
I mean, you can always do it with Cold Feet. That's the sort of no-frills way of doing so.
Bro, where are you standing on A? You think it's so easy to break it?
It's okay. After you Ice Blast, you're fine, right? Ponyo, he can give up his life after he Ice
has
Blast.
to play like Silencer, just hide at the corner and just cast his R on Morphine.
True. I mean,
at this point, your other spells are sure. I mean, you can make the argument that you want to be near, so you can either break Lincolns or cast some Vortex to give vision or reduce magic resist. But at the end of the day, your main job is to kill this Morphine. And they're gonna try. Snowball, they caught him.
Okay, Densanity in some trouble. Force the BKB and TP away. You don't have a way of stopping it because you already used that kick. Locked yourself out, but WS left high and dry here, sticking around for far too long.
What the hell?
And then Sanity will get...
Sorry? Was he like farming creeps or what the heck happened?
Well, I mean, the entire Talon lineup was postured around topside. They all TP'd back to try and kill the Insanity, and I guess WS just stuck around for too long. A very uncharacteristic mistake from this player.
Did he just took a long time to TP and he got cancelled? Not sure.
Yeah,
I didn't see.
Yeah, neither. I mean, our cameras were on that Morphling and trying to see whether he would survive.
That was a big kill.
Yeah.
Morphling is like, thank you guys. My life
was worth it.
Was not risk for nothing. I put myself in the line of danger and you guys got a kill. I'm happy.
All for you guys, by the way. Thanks for capitalizing on it. We'll have to see. I mean, Darling, they don't seem to be in any rush at all to go up against this Talon lineup.
Why? Why would you rush when you have Water Boy?
Correct. Just take it chill. Slow little trickle through. The puddle gets bigger and bigger. You get to this late game stage, it doesn't seem like there's anything that can contest
They need to
him.
freeze the bubble with the ice
do.
blast. That is the only way.
They do. That's some physics for you. Welcome to Winter's physics class.
Where's the shot? Buy him the shot, please. Get him the shot. Guys.
Agreed. You're talking about the AA, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, shot him up.
Yeah, shot him up. Shot up, shot up. Okay.
I mean, at this point, he should buy it. Dude, why is he like...
What is he doing? Like, what else does he need? A gem. That's fair. Can't blame him for that. Ponyo and the gang moving out now, looking for
Crucial
WS
fight.
to be the tip of the spear. This
Crucial
is the
fight coming. Who is going to get the high ground? Who's going to get the vision? I'm Morphing just finished his Skadi and
Ooh.
Crystal is he's pretty darn strong.
Darling, they draw a circle around the map, so they already have a feeling that Talon are occupying that area. They will just very low committal wave clear from a distance with the power shot and keep themselves very, very
here we
safe
go.
and tucked into their base. They're ready to
Here
start
we
moving.
Go. Morphing says, guys,
Yeah.
I'm ready to wipe them off this map.
Huh? I'm
Trust
ready to
me,
get
bro.
another quick win and secure our slot. I'm ready to show that, you know, even
Rune?
though I've...
Radiant's bottom tower is
The
under
Rune of
attack.
Destiny is coming.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Oh
We'll
no,
see.
I'm leaving the Rune. Arcane Rune.
Oh, that's juicy. That is a good one to get. As in this bot side, how many times have we seen these defining fights that confirm the trajectory of the game? Starting to branch towards Roche because they don't know where Talon are positioned. Jokem with their high ground ward ready to break the smoke, spotting Jing out, but the call down will
breakout.
give them some information.
Arrow lands
Ponyo
on
is
the
in
A.
trouble. Yeah. But they can't follow up for now. The Gale Force being very annoying, pushing the Dragon Knight to the front lines. But he's completely comfortable here. You need to run away
Can't
onto
afford
Cuckoo.
to die on the A. The A must live to kill
Yeah.
the Morphling.
And straight into the pit they go. Darling, once they've made it clear where Talon's positioning is, they understand that
Oh,
they have the
this is such
advanced
a good
notice here.
maneuver.
This is so smart. Yeah, Darling, this is genius. They're just going to be able to clean up the roads for themselves, get that second life on the Morphling, and dare the side of Talon to fight them.
And the
Can you-
smoke. Can they catch down Morphling with the Aegis? He's gonna be in the front like, guys,
Yeah,
go
you
on
need to
me.
get the hell out
I
of
dare
here.
you.
Immediate smoke out. He waveforms to the high ground. They break that Linkins and he's in trouble. Ice Blast on Morphling, that's what you asked for. And then Sanity will lose his first life. But here comes
your
Yowei with his Arcane Rune. Kicked away in the lash. They don't want to deal with him. Talon, it feels like they need to retreat now. This is a fight that if taking too long, they will lose. Then Sanity coming forward, forcing the BKB pop onto WS. He's trying to run away. The Gale Force doesn't affect him. And he's able to
Wow.
swoop on out of there. A
How-
clean escape from Talon
how did they
against
get out?
all odds.
How the heck did they get out? Nobody
No
died.
idea.
No buybacks used, nothing, just
Radiant
getting
are
the
scanning.
Aegis clean and just getting out. Just well done there by Talon. Good,
Yeah, I
good
mean-
disengage.
Dude, I guess one of the weaknesses of this draft when it comes to Darling, they don't actually have any catch, right? Their supports don't contribute in that regard. And it's just an easy escape from Talon. Or, I mean, it felt like an impossible escape. They just made it look easy.
Yeah, probably have to try to prioritize targeting the same people because when the Morph was getting focused on, the Lash decided to go on to the back lines, which I guess kind of made sense. And the key thing that happened was the Wind Ranger missing the Shackle. If they landed the two-man Shackle there, and probably you'll see heroes dying.
Yeah?
So it was a very costly mistake there, missing the Shackle.
That's kind of always been the problem with Wind Ranger, right? It's a very high variance hero. And you land
Yeah,
the shackle,
not
you feel like a
reliable.
god, and then you miss the shackle. It's just like, okay, guess we don't have any team fight or initiation.
Get
Ponyo
the
does have
Gleipnir. Buy your Gleipnir.
Yeah, confirm it yourself, right? At least lock someone down.
Radiant's
Korea?
top tower is under
Narrowly
attack.
survived thanks to that Korea glyph.
Is that the name?
I
Korea
don't know.
Glyph?
I
Top
just made
tower
that up.
has fallen.
It's called Korea Shield.
Right. I'm pretty sure it was a
Radiant's
Korea
top
Glyph.
I didn't even know that it was called Korea Shield, to be
Dire's
honest.
middle tower is under attack.
I know that the speed boost was called Korea Burst, which sounds like the Korea is exploding into a million pieces, so I feel like the naming is not apt.
Man, you might be onto something here.
That's what, yeah, Korea Burst is what happens when Syncue plays Monkey King in your game. That's what happens, Korea Burst. But, I'm not sure about that. Well, you know, nobody cares about Koreas, realistically speaking, unless you're specifically trying to snipe them.
I care about my career when I'm sending my bottle over.
Okay. Well, I mean, most of the time it has a free trip over unless you're playing against Monkey King. Or like Prophet.
Prophet, dude, that's so old school. Prophet
Yeah,
killing
yeah,
careers.
yeah.
That's so freaking old
Classic
school.
stuff. I mean, as soon as you see them on the map, I feel like in the past people... I mean, it especially was painful when you only have one Korea across your whole team. Then everyone just lets out a
Dude,
groan.
you are actually so old school. How can you call me old?
How is that old? I just played Dota for a while, okay? You know what I mean? I think you've played longer than me, okay? This is not competition. Now we're looking at an actual competition. Beautiful kickback. The setup onto Yoei. He's in trouble and needs to use himself up. The rest of the team trying to come through and help him. He's trying to stand his ground, but there's nothing to stand on. He's around 5 heroes on Talon, and the rest of his team just make the call to retreat. Great pickup from Yokem on this task.
Late game task, you know.
Yeah.
The kicks are just gonna be. It's like playing against a Magnus in late game. Somebody's gonna die every now and then, and you need to get a use to kind of counter it. I guess they already have use, right? The Lash.
Yeah.
Lash actually had a use.
I mean, maybe something like a Wind Waker instead, but while you're dead, you can't farm gold, unfortunately. WS on your high ground. How do they initiate the fight without their
Lotus
Lash
on the gyro.
their pressure?
It's a big item.
Yeah. Reflecting some of those Dragon Tails, perhaps. Jumping in again, Yokem looking for a target. Won't find any purchase.
Dire's bottom tower is
See,
under
the only way they can do this is a slow siege, right? Their only tower damage is that Dragon Knight. It's gonna take them a while. Lash is coming back up in 23 seconds.
Tense, still very tense, you know. 39 minutes in, 4k goal lead, that's nothing. It's 4k goal lead.
Dude, I mean that honestly, this entire game state, the only reason why we're here is because Darling made that impressive wraparound smoke move to secure the Roche, right? And only then, I mean,
And feed away the Aegis after that.
yeah. To be fair, it's you know,
I mean, it was a nice try.
it's tough. I think Yoei, he's finding it difficult to figure out where he's supposed to position in these fights, right? You run up into the fight, you find yourself a Razor, that's not exactly correct. You stay back, also not exactly correct. You're kind of being focused.
He just
and
has
picked
to
off.
YOLO in and kill Ponyo, like no kappa. He just needs to kill the AA. When the
Okay.
Ice Blast is out of the picture, or he gets Ice Blast himself, it means that the Morphling is free to kill everybody.
True, that's fair.
So that is his job. He needs to identify that he has just one job. Just one job.
True.
Melt the Iceman.
True. Eat the snow cone.
The snow.
Yeah. Well, weekly.
You better make sure you don't start with dessert, you know, for dinner.
Yeah, true.
Get your actual meal in first, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And Talon, they've already had their appetizer in terms of Geek Fam. They're ready to take it all the way. Get that second slot.
Geek Fam is the appetizer. Holy
No, I mean, that's what it looked like in those games, honestly, right? To be fair, all respect to Geek Fam, we saw them put out amazing performances. Unfortunately, that prior series wasn't one of them, and that's just the truth.
Just a couple of plates of kimchi, right, to start things off with before you get the barbecue.
Yeah, exactly. You guys get, if you're eating Korean food, it's like your banchan before the meal, right? All your little pickled vegetables and all that, and now they're moving on to the main course. But
Get your
Darling,
gut going first before you move into the main course.
correct.
Radiant's middle tower
Talon.
is under
It did take
attack.
them some time to warm up though. I don't know whether this 4k gold lead is really indicative of the game state, because it still feels like Darling, if they win one fight, they can break free of this chokehold that Talon have them in right now. All comes down to the Water
Fight.
Boy, like you said.
He's gonna TP back. Water Boy is here.
Water Boy is here, and he's ready to soak some
Kick.
some fools, kick back.
No,
onto the
Lotus too
Mirana.
late.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
a bit too slow. Shackle shot. Trying to get the touch onto the task, but immediate refresh. You're running into Akashi. Is that where you want to be? They're trying to full focus on WS, but he's able to fly up to the high ground, resist most of the damage, and they've already killed off Yoei. Then
Morph is
Sanity
winning the
now
fight.
beating into Akashi, and that's the Razor dead. Waterboy is winning the fight, and the rest of Talon, they need to retreat now. They were able to kill off Ponyo, like you mentioned. No Kappa. At least, that's what he does. Yoei
once,
dies, but...
Once the AA dies, the Morph is like, see you later, guys. I'm gonna kill everybody. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for killing the AA. So that was
Yeah.
precisely what Yoei did. Go in, kill the AA,
Dire's
and
middle tower
the rest
under
is history
attack.
for the Morphling.
Correct.
I mean,
Yoei's
the
only
AA
job.
actually literally needs just to hide. Like,
He can't.
one
He
screen
doesn't
of-
need to.
He can't even
like-
show. No, he can't even show.
Yeah,
Serious,
don't,
You know, he can't
don't.
even show. He
He's
can't
like-
even
he's
show to
like-
cast like a vortex, or maybe he can, but
Yeah.
he needs to be so far back.
Yeah. He needs to vortex and immediately blink out. That's how scared he needs to play.
Then
Buy a blink.
why even bother? He has a blink, you know. I think he should just stay behind. Like, he doesn't even need to cast vortex.
Yeah, true.
He just needs to wait for the water boy. Just wait. Imagine if the Morphling is waiting and the AA is waiting. Who's gonna benefit? You know, obviously the AA, because I'm a freaking pulse 5, you know, and the enemy carry is waiting for me, and I'm waiting for him. You know, we're both not
Easy,
doing
darling.
anything in the team fight.
Yeah, like they just I mean, that's gonna make Ponyo laugh. Like he's just.
Yeah.
I mean, this game.
I've played a bunch of those games, you know, when you're silencer against Enigma. I'm not gonna click R, I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
You're both like AFKing and then
It might reach a point where you literally just sit in the base.
The thing is the Enigma is the core, right? And then the silencer is the pause 5, and then I'm like laughing at base. I'm just sitting at base and laughing, you know. Your core off lane Enigma is not showing because I'm gonna click my R button, you know.
Yeah. You just can't do anything. That's just the reality, and it kind of feels that same way against the Water Boy. We talk about it time and time again. The only thing stopping him is that Ice Blast. And honestly, even if you get the Ice Blast on him, you kind of need to focus him down because he's doing a shit ton of damage to you. So far, they've been largely focusing Yoe, the Leshrac, out of the game. And both smoke moves up now is to address the Roche potentially respawning. There it is. As Darling will just start on it right now.
The fight of the century is about to begin.
The
Roche,
fight of
they're
this-
going Roche. How are they doing this? They're
Yeah.
crazy, these guys.
Oh, they're trying to push the issue, dropping very low, but in comes the side of Talon, ready to try and fight. Aegis on the Morphling means that even if you get an Ice Blast, it's not going to be so easy. They lose the Gyro to start, and then Sanity just trying to escape, cut their losses. The chase coming forward though, Talon, they need to find more from this situation. Yokum,
These guys are crazy, man.
I mean, they just full send it, and they are able to get away with murder of the Roche. I mean, that's crazy stuff, but Darling, they are in such a good spot as a result.
So much confidence, you know, to actually make that play, you know, and teamwork, you know. Everybody just trusts each other, and just when the call was made, immediately everybody was going, no, not even 1 ounce of hesitation, you know.
Yeah. The fresh Vlad, of course, picked up by the Mirana as well, going to amp up that Morphling's damage by a flat percentage.
Oh,
That's such a
upgrading
crazy
Dagon.
item. Oh,
They've gotten
he's finally
to the
doing it.
time of upgrading Dagon.
He finished booking all his trips and buying all his houses ready on his retirement trip, so now he can get the fun stuff.
Ah, you sure? I mean, he could still
Yeah.
get an axe, you know.
Yeah, Eggs would be pretty nifty here. I guess their guess is that Darling won't want to fight for a little bit longer without the gyro, so they can stock up on some goods.
He just wants to have fun. Come on, admit it. Dagon is fun.
True. Yeah, and nothing
Doesn't
wrong
mean
with
it
that.
wins you games, but it's fun.
True. Yeah. If having fun is not illegal, but whether it's successful is another story.
At the end of the day, getting the win is what matters.
Raise no
And
hand.
Talon,
Like he's actually choosing to upgrade over getting something like a Aghanim's, you know.
X or Refresher or something like a...
Yeah, well, you know what?
Even like
what's
a
wrong with
Blink Dagger, right?
Getting a refresher plus X, you know.
Yeah. Then Sanity really feels like the one hope in the game, and he's been delivering for this squad so far. I didn't want to talk about it, but I think really we've only seen him perform on Signal Ultra, had some pretty good showings there, but other than that, professional career-wise, hasn't really made a mark just yet. But his showing on this carry role in this team, it's been impressive to say the least. I'd be surprised if some stacks aren't looking at him, you know, with offers or maybe opportunities for this promising carry player. Grouping up around here now. They're just about to break onto the high ground. Lincoln's has been popped. And WS, he's just biding his time. He makes the jump out instead. Gets baited out. So that low ground. Still maintaining the high ground vision. So the wrap around. Doesn't seem like Darling are too confident. Abeng on the front lines of that sort of cliff area. Just, I mean, you can tell they wanted to fight in that instance because of the AD rune on the Morphling, but now that it's dissipated, maybe we can just decide to play a bit more chill, set up some vision up here in the top side and fight around that.
I mean, is it Kanda time for Morphling?
Why not?
I'm surprised he hasn't got the item.
Yeah. Trying to look at items that make the difference here. Bloodthorn complete by the Dragon Knight. The Razor, of course, has gone
Okay.
for his Lincoln's BKB.
Cool.
Kick back. Cuckoo. In some trouble. Ice Blast on his head. That is the one used onto the Wind Ranger. But that means if Densanity joins the fight, it's going to be a free situation for the Morphling. Looks like Bosco will be able to walk this one off, especially with the help of the Glim Cape Shield. So even the Wind
He's
Ranger
so
now
freaking
becoming a bit
tanky.
too tanky for them to deal with that Trickster Cloak.
Yeah, Trickster Code plus the Gleamer
It's
with everything.
time.
So hard to kill.
Moonlight
I
Shadow
mean,
now.
this Morphling still has 1 minute on the Aegis if they want to do something with this. Wait for the 48-minute rune.
Oh, the punch up though. Yokum's found the gyro, but the kick back. He's lotused it onto himself. The self-kick into the entire team of Darling. Very awkward now. Snowball's his only chance of escape, but I don't know whether he can blink out. It'd be crazy if he can. No. The Insanity follows him with the waveform. You still want to fight this situation? Akashi showing himself with that plasma field, but Darling will just barrel up onto the high ground. Not bothered or not phased at all. They're trying to send the Insanity up here, but oh, meanwhile, they're able to kill off Arbeng. So the gem on the deck now, Shackle Shot, hidden away under the cover of the Glimmer Cape. Jing still trying to stand his ground. There is a buyback available for the Tusk to come back into the game. And Ice Blast latches onto Morphling. The Insanity in some trouble, but he still has that second life. Will come back. The rest of the squad needs to help him now. Shackle Shot holding on to Akashi and the Morphling. He's hexed up. He's controlled. He needs to waveform out of here, but he has the space to pop the BKB and now waveforming back in. He's feeling strong and he's ready to try and take down Akashi. The Yule's buying some time. The Eye of the Storm is doing quite a bit of damage, and now the Morphling's the one in trouble instead. Trying able to control him, especially those beautiful shots from Jokum. Again and again, this Tusk serving up the side of Darling on a silver platter for his team, and Talon will be able to take that win despite the initial loss of their support.
Holy shit, that was such an insane fight, you know. If the Razor actually gone down there, it could have been a totally different fight. They were able to actually stun and lock down the Morphling after the Aegis. They vesseled him, but he had still the PKB to remove the vessel, and he was like feeling confident, but he couldn't finish the job on the Razor. And if the Razor didn't die, then he just couldn't finish up the fight.
That freaking shots from Yokum saved the Razor there. And not to mention the Aviana's Feather picked up by the Razor, that additional evasion that he has probably helped him dodge one or two of those crucial Morphling right clicks. Survived on what felt like a 200-300 HP left. Now it is Talon who can finally try and breach up towards this high ground. There is a buyback on the Morphling, but you don't want to use it in this instance, especially with Bosku out of the picture for 35.
You're probably willing to give up at least
one lane,
you know, for this buyback. I think they don't want to use it.
They did use the buyback on the Lash though, so that kind of implies that they want to put up some sort of a defense. Not feeling confident enough to come forward. Always worried about the kick. They have to pre-Lotus just to avoid Yokum's wrath. This task has been such a difference maker for Talon in this particular game number 1. He's looking to just Muay Thai kick them back into a game 2. For the opening now, the respawns are coming through. Yoe already starting, but getting Dragon Tailed up. It'll get reflected by the Lotus, and now WS in some trouble. Needs to pop that BKB on the high ground. Will just fly back down to safety. Has a refresher shot if need be, but the TP's out. Talon decide to full commit their just BKBs to get out to safety. That last Adaptive Strike won't find purchase. Full extraction.
Yep. Late 2 lanes down though, like 1.5 lane, actually almost 2 lanes. The range tracks is already 70 HP remaining on me.
A really good discipline coming out from Talon. It's clear that they all are on the same page here, right? They no hesitation, everyone popped the BKB. Even though we know at most it would have been 1 or 2 picked off, they understand that bleeding any kills to Darling now will ruin this momentum that they found for themselves.
Okay, still one more fight at least. They're gonna smoke up, try to get the initiation here.
Yeah, try and get a
Some
lookout.
wards.
They need to get a favorable engagement because they're down on the buybacks. Yoe has used his, but straight away jumping and Hex up onto the high ground. Not the one you wanted to breach. The Yules will save you for now. But Jing, with that Force Staff, trying to fly away to trouble. Again, another Yules. But he can't survive from this. And already, take a look at Yokum on the front lines looking for more. This Tusk is hungry for a kickback, but can't find any target, unfortunately, as the rest of Darling scamper away in fear.
They're gonna need a lot of buybacks like, for the next fight to hold the base.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Morphling has buy, on their team only Morphling, and the 2 supports has buyback.
Roche, it's a pretty long Roche spawn actually, 2.5 minutes, which means that Talon have a bit to wait before they can get that Aegis for perhaps either WS or Akashi, depending on who they want to put it on. And I do gotta commend Akashi because I feel like he's played a great game for someone who's in a losing carry-to-carry matchup so far. Very impressive stuff. As 23k gold lead, I think at this stage in the game, it's less about the gold and more about the buyback status. And of course, we know Yoe used his earlier. It's Still slightly off in terms of gold for Cuckoo to have his. But at the very least, the Morphling still hanging on.
He's gonna be carrying majority of the weight in the team fights for them. Like I said, like the only way they can win the team fights right now is to kill the AA and make sure that the Morphling doesn't have that to worry about, and just pray that he actually kills everybody after that. And at the same time, they need to be ready to use the tusks before he kicks or Lotus, you know. Those are the things that need to look at during the team fight.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
It's so tense as both teams, they understand that this is the fight to take. This is the one that is either going to seal Talon in the game or crack it wide open for Darling. And WS on the front lines, dodging out on that arrow, got tagged by the power shot, jumping in with a setup onto Cuckoo. Then Sanity, just BKB's in, but he's going to get clipped by the Ice Blast. That is important. We need to watch his HP because it's not going to come back up. Immediately, they're sounding the retreat. But Akashi chasing forward. He wants his target and he won't be denied. They'll kill off the Insanity. You need to buy back on the Morphling if you want to win this fight. But Yoei, he's already dropping so low. Akashi just kills them both. It's just the Razor, and 2 minutes without your Lesh now. I mean, Talon, they can just play this safe and back up for the Aegis, but they don't even feel the need to. WS will go down. You refresh up onto Ponyo. Oh, the A is in trouble. Then Sanity starting to do the work. Perhaps they've gone a bit too far, Talon. Now with the buybacks, they need to rejoin the fight. Boots are traveling in, and they have the full force back intact. Bosku caught in a really awkward position, and he's likely gonna go down. Trying to run circles around them, unlikely. Too many stuns and too much control. And the Dragon Knight has that form up in around 20 seconds. They can't just try and seal the deal here. They know Yoei doesn't have a buyback. Jing used his as well. The two committed for Talon. Just one tier 3 and one set of racks left between them and Mega Creeps. They just need to address the waves. They need to try and make the most out of this opportunity.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
I think
attack.
Morphling has no more buyback now, so if he dies now, he makes one mistake, he's going to just lose the game. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him, and obviously the AA did the same thing as well. He bought back to the fight.
Yeah.
I think the story is going to continue. The AA against Morphling in the next fight. Whoever dies first is just going to lose the fight.
It felt for a moment there that Talon got a little bit too confident, right? They felt that with the Morphling and the Lash, there was no way they would lose, but the AA still putting himself in a very precarious position, ends up having to buy back there. And funnily enough, I feel like if he does go down again, it is a very significant opportunity for Darling to try and take this game. Now, Aegis will go into the hands of Talon. That is going to be both Aegis, Cheese, as well as an Aghanim Scepter, depending on who they want to give it to. I would guess that Akashi will pick it up. Either that or the Koto.
Wait, who's getting the scepter?
Yeah, okay, there we go. So Aegis onto WS instead, because he did use his buyback already, and Akashi will be grabbing that, was that an Aghanim Scepter for himself? Yeah, so additional Eye of the Storm, just kind of starting to zap away at your towers and even more damage on that spell now. Yeah.
Maybe Refresher is gonna hurt so much.
Yeah, he's gonna destroy them, that's for sure.
I mean, Morphling has to go in. They have to just go in, try to smoke from behind. If they let the Razor sit on their high ground with the double Eye of the Storm ready, they're gonna lose the racks.
I wonder whether it's gonna be Razor sitting on the high ground, because so far we've seen WS be the one to push. And he just immediately blinks in, summons those illusions. Have a look.
Force, just trying to annoy them.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, there still is an entire shitstorm to push into, right? These split earth shards are going to be very annoying if you get tagged by a stun. Very tricky. WS tried for the shackle shot, but there was no tree behind him. So he's just able to swoop his way out of trouble.
The Manta illusions, they're coming in.
They can just keep doing this, right? Bosku needs to try and find an opportunity for the squad, but at every interval, it's so scary because Yokum could just catch him out with a shard.
I mean, they're gonna have to trade like the cooldown every time they do this, but the cooldown has a longer cooldown than the Manta.
Yeah, they can just keep this one going. Trying for the Gale Force, trying desperately to fish somebody in is Bosku. Kick back straight onto this Mirana, and that is a dead Abeng That's the buyback, but Bosku now in some trouble, able to force stuff back to safety. Akashi is starting to run forward, BKB up. He's feeling confident. Ponyo immediately blinks in an Ice Blast. I'm not sure whether that's what he wanted to do on the AA, but he's able to get out thanks to that Glimmer Cape. Very, very risky play that the team can't capitalize in for now. But Yoe jumping forward, then Sanity. He's in a bit too deep. Caught by the shots, and the Morphling is dead. Another perfect one from Jokum. He talked about the ice freezing over water. It's Tusk with his shots again and again. Now Talon surging forward. They smell their chance, wiping out the side of Darling, and only Kuku, Yoe, and Abeng remain. It doesn't seem like there's much else they can do. Too many resources. And they knock out the Lash as well. GG is called. What a game from the tag team duo of supports. Talon showing up big time in this game number 1.
Best tag team partners, you know. They definitely won me over in this game. The A and the Tusk, both Ponyo and Jokem, making a lot of huge, very impactful plays in the game that actually resulted in them winning the team fights. A lot of crucial team fights, you know, and just making things very easy for the cause to play that game, you know. And once again for Darling, they're gonna have to figure out how are they gonna come out from this hole, you know. They had a greedy draft, they had a much better scaling lineup, but when it comes to late game, the execution just wasn't there, you know, compared to Talon's execution. They got like one good team fight in the middle, where actually not middle, in the near the river, where the Leshrac actually found the A and he killed the A. That's what allowed the Morphling to kind of be free in the fights, and they won that fight. But when the Morphling had Aegis, they kind of wasted it, you know, twice. They lost 2 important fights when the Morphling had Aegis, and after that I felt like Talon just seized control of the game with their initiations, and it was just all she wrote after that.
Yeah, I mean, Jokum, I'm not sure whether anyone on the side of Team Darling has ever tasted Indonesian cuisine, but he serves them up a platter of a damn uppercut to knock them down one game in this situation. Darling, it was already heartbreaking for them yesterday when it felt like they were so close to defeating Blacklist in that game number 3, and now they are one game away from losing that chance. That'll put them up for 2 out of 3. Currently, they're at 2 out of 3 of their chances. They lose out in that last possible series. Are Talon gonna make them hurt, or can Team Darling come back? We'll find out after a short break. Talon came out the gate swinging today, being able to take down their initial opponents, Geek Fam, in a 2-0 sweep. They're looking to do the very same to Team Darling, who already suffered a bit of a heartbreaker yesterday against Blacklist. One last slot remains. Let's see whether Cuckoo and the gang can fire right back.
Can't take another heartbreaker. Only once per event.
Oh, it's so painful. All the Cuckoo fans, man. I think everyone in the Filipino community is definitely rooting for Team Darling, right? They're so lovable. I'm sure all of them sort of community icons as well. And honestly, you can't hate on a group of guys just looking to have fun. But as much as you're having fun, at a certain point, if you fall flat when you're so close this many times, it's gonna sting. And I hope we see some fight from Darling.
Well, they are definitely not going to go down without a fight. We'll see what they're going to conjure up this game. So they are on the dire side with first pick. Okay, yeah, first pick.
Okay.
So let's see if they decide to try something else.
And ban out the Kotal immediately, so they don't want Chuan having his hands on that again. And on the flip side, I mean that I don't know, the Terrorblade ban out. Definitely an interesting one. Don't really know if it would have been. I mean, it's Jing's specialty.
I mean, Chen is not banned. They probably know that they don't play Chen. That's why they leave it.
Nah, that's true. That's true.
5 seconds remaining.
As in, can't Arbing play Chen? Isn't
Maybe
Arbing like one of those?
Yeah, maybe the team doesn't play the hero, doesn't want the hero.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Chen very much a hero. You need to wrap your team around, right?
Yeah, he does make the entire game a lot easier for your team.
He gives you go back for the Lash though.
He gives you so much of auras and team fight heal, sustain and everything. Yeah. It's not so much about like microing creeps and everything. It's just about balling together and sieging the towers and everything, getting objectives. Yeah. So Darling, they go back for the Lash again. They feel like the Lash is the go-to hero right now.
Yeah, but so far, I mean, Yoe hasn't really, proven himself, and the Doom is going to get snatched up. So that slips through the cracks because Talon choose to ban out the DK themselves.
Yeah, that's probably also a flex pick between their offlane and the position for. I know Jokem plays this hero. So it doesn't really reveal a lot about the draft yet, whereas your Lash is probably going to be a mid exclusively.
There's not really much flex potential. We saw one team try to play it, Pause 1. Please don't do it again.
I mean, Pause 1 is like still a call. I'm talking about like flexing him into a support role, right? Because you're overall picking a hero, a core, and you're going to expect the core to get counter, right? So if you have the option to switch it to a support, then sure, I mean, it's going to benefit the drafter a lot if you can do that.
I'm still surprised.
But you didn't practice. You didn't have a lot of scrims, so because you need to have a lot of scrims for the drafter to be able to switch and mix and match everything. If you're just playing, okay, guys, let's go. We're ready for the tournament. No scrims. We're just gonna go in. Let's feel what we want to play and just pick it. Then you're probably not gonna have that luxury.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of how Team Darling are operating, because I remember in that qualifier where they almost took down Aurora, it was basically mentioned by a lot of community members that these guys literally didn't scrim. They didn't scrim at all. They played like 1 or 2 pubs together and stuff like that, and that was it. So not sure whether this iteration of Darling,
a lot of pubs together. I can tell you.
They played a lot of pubs together, for sure. But yeah, they didn't sort of have it in a scrim setting. And as you know, Winter, as well as most pro players do, scrim setting, very, very different, right? Because there's a whole drafting component as compared to pubs. So Team Darling, I mean, Cuckoo, very seasoned veteran drafter, so I'm sure that he won't, that's not something he's dropping the ball in. It's just, you're staring down Talon, and they got coaching staff, they got boot camps, they got team house, they got all these resources, and they've put it to good use, as we can see from their performance so far.
Tough to match that, but Team Darling, they got friendship.
True.
The true power of friendship.
They got love.
Love overcomes.
Do they have
everything.
love? I think they have love. I'd say they have love.
Yeah, for sure, they love each other.
They love each other, and the fans love Cuckoo. Who doesn't love Cuckoo? I feel like anyone who tries to say they dislike Cuckoo is, it's kind of like the people who say they dislike Jets. It's like, I get where you're coming from, but also like this is one of our main prides in Southeast Asia, right? These are the two guys sort of really pushing the agenda on the captain role. who knows? Maybe Ponyo can rise up to join those ranks.
I mean, his AA got stolen. Last game they countered the Lash with AA, and this guy,
Yeah.
this time around, they kind of picked it. It kind of works with Lash too, with the
5
Magic Amp.
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
So what's
And
what's
that
the
makes-
counter now to Lash?
I don't know. I Spirit Vessel hero maybe. Is there any good mid lane matchup that's good against Lash? I guess Lina is something that heroes, players were picking up quite a bit.
Lina's pretty good. I think from the support role, there's not many remaining. I mean, if you want to kill Lash, you're talking about repositioning, like something like a bench swap, tiny
Yeah.
toss, stuff
Pull him
like
into
that.
the team, burst him before he can get out. Or is the Doom not a good enough counter to the Lash, you think?
Yeah, probably. Doom, it's good enough. They don't really need any more answers.
Yeah. Talk to me about this Brewmaster pick though, because Darling, I know it's something that Cuckoo likes. It can be very greedy on the offlane as well, which fits his playstyle. But is there anything in particular you think they're picking this Brewmaster for, based on what they see?
It's rather strange. I get it. At this corner, so they pick basically their first 3 heroes. There's like 2 core heroes, unless one of these picks are gonna be demoted to a support.
Talon
But the idea
Esports
between like
turn
Lash and
pick.
Brew would be like just to protect the Lash in the team fights with the split, and you can also toss the Doom, and you also kind of give the Doom another headache. You have the Doom, the Brew. You don't want a simple Doom to be unleashed onto your Lash, and that's gonna win them the team fight.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that's fair.
Lifesteal into AA though, that's not fun, but Lifesteal is
5
still
seconds
a very
remaining.
strong hero against the Brew in the lane, but against AA
This
means
is
you can't lifesteal.
look, this is a cowardly lifestealer game if I've ever seen one. He's getting X like second, third item. That's my gamble. That's what I'm thinking.
But after you get Armlet Radiance into X, I mean,
Yeah,
normally
why not?
You get it after the SNY, normally the builds.
You could get just Armlet S and Y X this game. The Radiance, the mischance not going to be super important into this lineup yet. And they go for the Bane. So this is actually something that Arbeng himself plays a lot. So I'm sure Darling have a good understanding of this hero, but not really one that we've seen come out a lot.
A lot of single targets, they don't really deal with illusions very well. The support, Bane, Hoodwing,
5
everything single
seconds
target.
remaining.
I mean, you can kind of say that you have a Doom with Scorch Earth that can deal with PL. I feel like something like a PL could be a huge problem. Then you would mean that the Lifestealer has to buy Radiance to deal with that.
Dire team back.
Few illusion heroes are okay. They go for Void. Holy shit! Picking Void into Doom. I mean the
Holy
Void.
shit, picking Void into Bane.
The Void Doom lane is like so hard to play. The Scorch Earth is
Yeah.
damage over time. Void's Nightmare is damage over time in the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is certainly strange, although maybe they're just
5
thinking they're
seconds
running out of
remaining.
carries that they feel confident on.
I mean, it's
but-
it's obviously a good carry against Lifestealer. It's a chrono. Like Lifestealer can't really match up against that. And you have
Sure.
Ice Blast, FE, and then you have Leshrac to throw all the spells into the chrono. I get
Yeah.
it though, but it's very greedy. It's very slow, and I don't know about playing slow. Against Talon with this style of lineup, and I feel like it's gonna be tough. It's definitely
Yeah.
gonna be very tough
Talon
here
Esports
for
turn
Team
back.
Darling. They have to try
you
to
talk-
pick very strong position 4 hero to kind of tie the whole draft together.
You talk about the Doom being a force to be reckoned with, but they even talk about Yokem on his Hoodwink. I think for me,
Talon
undisputed MVP of that game,
Esports
number one
turn
with his
to
Tusk
ban.
performance. And this is a Hoodwink that he specializes on as well. It's one of his top heroes for sure. So throwing in a stray bushwhack, bullying out that AA, it's going to be hard for Arbeng to trade into him. And that additional disable can be something that trips up the
10
Lash.
seconds
The break is
remaining.
not super significant, but it's a good deal of burst damage that can catch the Void off guard for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
Gleipnir. I mean, Gleipnir is going to be useful later against Void.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what Team Darling wants to go for as their position 4. I think if they want to counter a Bane, that's I think Rubik's pretty good. You have Doom, you have Bane. You can do a lot with Rubik this game.
Dire team back.
Okay, there goes the Rubik. Okay, apart from Rubik, maybe something
Is
like
there a world where they put
Clockwork,
Brewmaster
maybe?
4?
Yeah, maybe. I think because they pick it up so early. I don't know if
10 seconds
it's
remaining.
entirely impossible. There might still be a chance.
Yeah.
5 seconds
I mean, can you
remaining.
imagine Brewmaster support would be so annoying because you're running in, you're messing up the Fiend's grip, you're tossing in the life
I
stealer
kind
in
of
the
like
sky.
Brew Core with maybe a 4 Skyrath though. Like I know we don't
Ooh,
see.
Skywrath.
Yeah, I know we don't see this hero a lot. Oh, so Brew is support indeed, or Lash is support. Oh no, Lash
Or-
is support.
You think so?
Yeah, it's a Brew Lash lane. It should be a Brew Lash lane. Oh,
Okay.
Brew Lash and then Brew is the 4.
Ooh, yeah, I like that a lot more. That
10
sounds good. I
seconds
mean,
remaining.
especially up against a life stealer because
Dude,
the
that-
Lash being the core,
Their lineup is so
5
freaking
seconds
ulti
remaining.
reliant.
their lineup is so freaking greedy, is what it is. What the heck, Team Darling? These guys, they have a good early bit of magic damage, but it feels like they might hit a hump if Talon are able to hit their stride.
Yeah, I think they just need to pick a lane winner against Puck here. There's no TA. There's still a. I think there's still
Any
a Kanka.
Linas?
Kanka, Lina, something
There
strong.
we
Choose
go.
your hero.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kanka is just gonna. I mean, I feel like this could be a quick one. Doom is gonna beat Void in the lane, most likely. It's a Void and A lane against Hoodwing Doom. Hoodwing Doom is gonna be very, very strong against that. Then you have the Kanka against Puck, which is also Kanka favorite. Like I think 6-4, 7-3 at least, you know, for the Kanka. And then on the safe lane, Lifestealer Bane against Brewmaster Leshrac. It's probably a very strong lane because Lesh, I think you take Lightning Storm with the Cinder Brew. So you'll probably be trading really well. But then again, it's against a Bane, you know? So I feel like they should probably hold their ground. Maybe then they won't win, but they'll hold their ground 50-50. And because you're going to win the other 2 lanes, I feel like it's just going to be a very easy game for Talon. Just a clean game here for Talon, just off the laning phase itself.
Yeah, I mean, that has been said about the opponents of Team Darling before. A lot of doubt on whether they can really bring it out with some of the jankiest drafts we've seen to mankind. Jing on the position for Lash. No way they practice that, right? I mean, all these little things. I mean, that's what they always say about Team Darling. And then Team Darling, that's when they feel like they are the strongest. We don't know because at the end of the day, it feels like if they get to that late game stage, they do have some pretty good matchups, right? The Puck, very hard to catch, very hard to lock down. Yoe, it feels like Team Darling's strategy this time was to just give him some sort of advantage, some sort of leverage to use coming into this game. And hopefully he's able to deliver. It's been a couple of slower performances from him in the recent games that we've watched, but, you know, there's a reason why they choose to pick him up. There's a reason why Cuckoo sticks by him. I guess, other than the fact that they're friends, he's also a very talented mid laner. It's just sometimes in these games he seems to run into a little bit of trouble.
Well, they have to run their lanes well first this game to have a chance. So the laning phase is going to be absolutely crucial for Darling here.
Yeah.
I think this Brew Lash is going to have to, somehow they're going to have to do a lot of work. This is the only lane where I feel like they can maybe snowball, do well from this lane, and then the Lash has to rotate and help the mid, and he has to help the safe lane, you know. If that doesn't happen, I feel like the game is just going to be over very, very quickly for them.
Yeah. There's some all chat. Something about asking Akashi if he loves her, which I assume is referring to either a family member or significant other, and he says, of course. And good lucks all around. Friends, of course, like we already saw from game
30
number 1.
seconds to battle.
Jing is playing so ballsy. He just walked up to that high ground like nothing.
He's a Lash, bro.
Okay.
No
What's your
fear,
point?
you know, no fear. Look at his stats, just 24 strength and 27 agility at level 1. Good armor, good HP pull, good move speed. Why do you fear?
None of that is gonna matter if you eat a torrent and a nightmare is why I fear.
The battle begins.
Early fight out.
Cinder Brew.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Chuan. If you get the kill onto him early on, that'll be great for Yoe in the mid lane, and he gets the last hit as well. Couldn't write a more perfect start for this Puck.
That is the best possible outcome for them.
Yeah.
Puck getting the first bird against the Kanka lane. He's buying Wraith Bands.
Yeah. Double Wraith Band is the Puck strategy in this lane. I was just about to point it out. Just needs that additional armor because of the change to the Tidebringer, like you mentioned. It is physical now, so any little bit of that stat you can get will help you a long way. You did mention that Darling, is it that they need to win the lanes to survive, or just breaking even is fine?
If they can break even, I think it'll be fine. But not necessarily win. And they
So
have,
I guess if I
they have
had
a
to
very
flip the question,
they have a very
um,
greedy lineup. That's why even if they break even, it'll be great for them. So flipping the
Okay.
question, what is the
Yeah.
question?
the question is then do Talon need to crush the lanes to stand a chance, or do they have some sort of early timing that they're playing for?
Yeah, early timing with the Conquer and the Doom. They're both very timing-based heroes. Obviously, you want to play according to the Aghanims on the Conquer, and obviously BKB, Doom, Lifesteal, just a standard armlet into Radiance timing.
Yeah.
Like, if it goes to late game, I don't even feel like they're going to be like completely outmatched, you know, because you have Doom late game. It's always going to be a threat.
I feel like he has a couple of Doom targets now though, right? Between the Puck and the Faceless Void, or do you think he's always dooming the Faceless Void? No questions asked.
Probably, yeah. The Void. I mean, the Refresher, sure, you can Doom them both.
True.
I mean,
when you get
Brewmaster
that
is
rich.
also going to be like a good Doom target, you know. I mean, it just depends on how the fights go, how you jump in, how you initiate, stuff like that.
That's fair. Early doors here. I mean, that first game, it was basically a mild snooze fest for the first 25-30 minutes. And then things started going a little crazy. Talon and Darling, I wonder if that's kind of going to be the same thing, because at least for WS, he's not really on a hero that wants to get active early. Sure, you want to use the Doom off cooldown, but you're very fine playing for the later stage in the game where you get more and more items as well.
I think overall, big picture, both teams are okay, you know, if the game is going slow. I mean, both of the teams have their arguments. We have Faces Void. We have Doom.
Lash becomes a third core.
Yeah. I mean, Hoodwing also becomes a core with that argument.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. Does Bane become a core? Thinking.
No, he can't farm.
Aghanim Scepter? AoE Brain Set? It's garbage.
How do you get there in the first place?
Oh, that's true.
Oh no, Harbing, he's not
Unfortunate.
He's not very fortunate this time.
Yeah, I mean, we already spoke about it already, that this lane between WS and Yokum will be a bit of a problem. And if it's not a Densanity problem, it's definitely an Arbeng problem, unfortunately. He goes down.
Yeah, at least it's not the Void dying. I felt like this lane with the Void getting 16 last hit so far, I think he's still having a pretty good time. Like Doom is like 14, a little bit behind him.
Even though it was an early advantage for the Puck, still breaking even in terms of the CS for the most part, and I guess Kanka always has that advantage that we saw. The X marks refill back to base, everything's fine, right? So I don't expect Chuan to really trail too far behind. In fact, I think the key difference for me in the early stage in the game is that when it gets to that level 6, we're assuming that the Lash will start hitting back towards these stacks that are set up by the supports and maybe try to power farm through that means. But on the flip side, it feels like the Kanka is going to get active and start affecting these side lanes through ganks rotations. And we'll just have to see whether Darling respond well.
It's gonna be a battle between the two mid heroes. Like who's rotating where? The Conquer and the Puck. Like, can you counter gank where the Puck's going, or can the Puck counter gank where the Conquer is going? And I feel like nobody wants to leave the lane first, you know. Whoever leaves first is gonna lose out. Because then you're losing a wave of creep, and then whenever you show up to gank another lane, the other guy just TPs in, you know?
Yeah. It's very convenient for that other fella, because he can pick and choose whether that's going well for him or not. I also realized I just mentally categorized that it was Yoei playing the Lash, but it absolutely is not. Yoei's playing the Puck. So, stacks that I was talking about, maybe not as farmable for this lineup, given their cores. Maybe not until the Faceless Void gets something like a Maelstrom. Oh, Kashi's just spam taunting down here. This guy's having a ball of a time, just dancing on him. I don't even know how he dances like that. He like literally goes vertically sideways on the ground.
Why do you even try to understand those things?
It's fun, you know? I mean, what else am I trying to understand? Arbeng dying for the second time, literally unimportant. As long as Densanity farms his life for the cause, you know?
I mean, how well is he farming? Well, he's actually farming pretty well.
Yeah,
29
Insanity is
and
having a
6.
grand old time on this Faceless Void, so I think, worthwhile. At least that's what I think. Okay, level 6s grabbed up at least by the Kanka first. And
Bane trying to get a
rotation.
sleep.
Bottom tower
Good
is
try,
under
good
attack.
try, but you're way too quick on the fingers. He got that zoomer reactions, you know what I mean?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The young
Oh,
people
that's-
reactions.
Under
Yeah,
attack.
I know what you mean.
Hey,
Yeah, as a fellow young person, I'm sure you'd be aware.
Structures are fortified.
Okay, so worth noting that Akashi's phase boots did get sniped by a courier kill. So that's going to be a bit annoying and at least allow maybe this Brewmaster to have a bit more space in the lane. For now, he isn't struggling, he's still doing fine, but it's natural to understand that, melee versus melee matchup, the lifestealer gets an advantage there.
No, you're right. Like the phase boots is a big deal for the lane. You lose a lot of power. Like how much you can bully the other guy if you don't have phase boots, and
Yeah.
the brew doesn't even have brown boots. Don't even want to talk about phase boots.
We've seen some brews completely skip boots as well, right? Like just relying fully on the Drunken Brawler, the stance, to get them there with the move speed advantage.
Okay, but now Tron has a haste rune,
Radiant's
so
bottom
Team
tower
Darling is gonna
under
have to
attack.
be very careful with making any moves. I feel like they're just gonna be very passive, just farm, pull, stack, just try not to be over aggressive against the haste.
Yeah. 6 minutes didn't seem to result in anything in terms of the rune, so everyone's just chill farming. Winter, are we in for another sort of see you in 10 minutes kind of situation between both these teams? Seems like there's a peace treaty signed of some sort.
Important game, important game means important treaties being signed.
True, true. That's, you always need to make sure that there's mutually assured destruction at the end of them so you don't cross each other's paths. But only one slot available, right? And that's the reality. Sad thing. It would be great for Talon to get that opportunity. But of course, for Team Darling, I wonder whether that would mean they would formalize into a proper team and a legitimate sort of organization of some sort. Coil
Nice
used
deny.
in the mid lane, but it doesn't actually connect onto anything. Ponyo denies the arcane rune, like you mentioned. And that was a very strange state of affairs. It felt like the puck was trying to get them both and ends up circling onto no one instead.
Doom is available. Scorch Earth on cooldown though, so Void has to be careful once the Scorch Earth is ready.
Are scanning.
Feel like he can't really show himself in the lane anymore, the Insanity. He has to
Yeah.
go jungle.
Yeah, level 6 on the Doom means that your time in
Dyer's
this lane is
bottom
over,
tower is under attack.
unfortunately. And especially Yokum circling around this
I mean,
area,
Cuckoo-
you know the Hook Wing's hungry.
Cuckoo is facing the same problem. He's jungling with his brew now. His time
Oh,
in the lane
yikes.
is over.
That's not good. I mean, both side lanes basically being forced to give up this space on the map. Dude, this is such a cool build from WS. He has an early earn on this Doom.
Just gives you the extra little bit of damage to kill, like damage over time to kill the Void.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it can go a long way, but I mean, you need to get those charges up. I find it very funny that they added the mechanic of if you die, you get an earn charge, because I feel like that's such a good buff to the item.
Logical one too. It's a earn, right? After all.
Yeah, it just gets your ashes too. It doesn't discriminate. But then by that metric, if your teammates die, you should get half a earn charge or something like that, you know what I mean? Because you don't want to desecrate their bodies that badly.
Cuckoo wants to go split top.
Oh, yeah, top side.
Cinder
Trying to
Brew?
use that split, but they can't really decide on a target. They want to focus down WS. With the Astral pull back, he'll eat a Doom instead. Uh-oh, WS is on the aggressive. This guy, with the background of Chuan, he's feeling confident. The tornado up to the sky. But look at this Doom, he is feeling so strong. The Doom is just about to run out though, as Den Sanity looking for a turnaround chrono. Doesn't really want to pop it, will be forced to. The Doom is still so tanky, my god. He's just standing his ground.
the bolt
Turn around
buff.
with one more Infernal Blade. He finally goes down.
Oh, Torrent
That
on
looked
3.
Almost scary. Yeah, huge Torrent with the X marks on the puck as well. You're trying to get the additional setup, but couldn't connect with the Tidebringer. You kill off the AA instead. Overall, a pretty messy engagement up in the top side, but Darling, they bring the numbers and they achieve success. Essentially, all 5 heroes up there. Meanwhile, Akashi just farming freely down here.
Yeah, he killed the tower too. So he's
right,
happy.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 minutes in, 3k goal lead for Talon. It's a big goal lead just for the lanes.
Yeah. It doesn't really allow Densanity to continue
Yeah, and
surviving.
Chrono
in this
is
lane,
down.
but-
Chrono and Primal Speed is down, you know.
Yeah.
And talk about how reliant they are on their cooldowns, and this is going to be a huge problem now. You're playing against Conquer, which doesn't really have a downtime. Very, very short downtime. Lifestealer, the same thing.
I guess the upside is that Densanity, with that kill on the Doom, actually has made pretty decent headway towards Midas. I think he has it flying out to him right now, if I'm not mistaken. So at least he'll get his gold and EXP that way, while Bosku in this top side being set up upon. No split, like you said, should be easy pickings for the Talon side. And they might just run into Abeng as well. Reveals himself with the Ice Vortex, a little bit curious. And he will go down. Okay, so more earn charges for the Doom, I guess.
Yeah, Bane's looking for a grip target. He's looking for the puck. One of the
Very
harder,
selective.
one of the harder counters to puck in the game.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he actually got the X. Oh no, the Bane. He got into the wrong padding.
Okay. Well, it's getting a bit blocked out right now. Can't get the touch onto Yoei for now. Still desperately trying to escape, but Bushwhack and Grip, they
Finally.
don't even hesitate.
I mean, it's a core kill, you know. You don't really want to save any spell for the supports. You just use it.
Yeah.
Now they get another D-Ward on Ponyo, just removing the vision further escalating how severe the situation is for Darling right now.
Yeah.
Losing a core, losing your vision.
This has gone from a code yellow to a code orange, it feels like. Darling losing ground rapidly on the map. The only thing stopping them is the fact that Talon heroes don't really get the tier 1 towers that well. They rely on the catapults, and without them, there isn't really any natural tower push until Akashi decides to get more involved.
And he has his omelet done.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Wonder what his build is going to be, whether he's really going to go that cowardly lifestealer, third item Aghanim situation. Because SNY is great, we know SNY, we love SNY, but you know, after that, stuff like the Radiance just feels a tad greedy into the amount of magic burst you're facing up against.
Radiant are
It's still his main scaling item.
I guess so, yeah. I guess you can't avoid it, huh? And as a kicker, look at the quick buy, it's what Akashi's looking at as well. Chrono available, maybe Densanity calling for TPs to come back him up on this defense. But everyone's busy doing their own thing. They have a smoke on Darling, looking for an opportunity. And it could be Chuan that they find. The real Admiral. We're not talking about Raging Potato
Oh
now.
no. Oh no.
Oh, yikes. Was that a coil on an illusion? Don't tell me.
Okay, I won't tell you.
It was a coil on an illusion, wasn't it?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, well, it's okay. I kinda can guess. Another coil used. Yoei, we've seen what happens when these pucks don't connect. He was already given a good early advantage with that first blood situation and the kill.
Oh, he didn't get the
Chuan,
boat
but
off.
Now they're going to get the kill anyway. The Spirit Vessel takes him down, but Akashi in the mix will get that finish. Coming through with a chrono onto both supports. Excellent stuff from Densanity. But WS is there to back his carry up. Infest into the Doom, saving his life. And now the puck is in trouble. Already dead. And now Bosku has to run away with the split. But it comes back into his main form. Densanity using that chrono already has nothing else to offer. As Bosku will go down. A double kill for this lifestealer. As it was a nice chrono, but there's no follow-up damage. And just like that, Talon, they take a teamfight win, 2 important cores, and a tier 1 tower.
They needed the ice blast. They needed the. I mean, it's just difficult, you know, because they had to throw so much on the Conquer. Sure, they killed the Conquer right away with the silence, but after that, they just didn't have enough in the tank, and I felt like the Void kind of jumped the gun a little bit. He needed to wait for the spells to come back off cooldown from his team before he can actually go in, even though it was like a pretty solid chrono there in the backline on 2 heroes.
Yeah, I guess His perspective is that, oh, you know, okay, my team will be watching for my chrono, but in reality, Yue wanders up a high ground where he finds a doom, gets doomed, and suddenly a large part of your spell damage that remains is just out of the question. Talon, they are solidifying their lead here, inching further and further away from the Darling heroes. And Darling, they're starting to feel the pinch. In terms of the greedy lineup that they picked, not really paying off early, and now they are feeling extremely uncomfortable. Jing, on this pause 4 Lash, has yet to really have an impact as Tron and the gang cut him down.
They're gonna have to wait and go soon. Split is up in 30 seconds with the chrono. I feel like they can't just sit and just trade farm right now for Darling. They have to try to take a fight somewhere. Get some kills.
Yeah,
oh no.
no chrono, it's so hard. The Orchid
Grip
reveal
as
and
well.
the grip, sparing nothing. Ponyo is on a killing spree on this Bane. It looks like they
Jing.
still want to set up though. They're not too bothered that the
He's
insanity
so
isn't
fast.
in the picture.
The Doom is so freaking fast.
Yeah. Speedy boy. Phase boots, wind lace, and even has the perch creep. Can target it on himself as well, just to remove any sticky icky. They'll just be able to walk out. 11k gold lead right now.
Yeah, it's a total counter to the vessel. I mean, if he vessels you, you can do it on yourself. If he vessels your team, you can just remove it from your teammate.
Yeah. Just excellent little tool to have in the pocket. Can bail the Kunkka out of trouble. Spoil used. Onto
On the real
WS
hero.
Ice Blast on his head as well, and you can't purge your way out of this one. Seems to be enough magic damage. He's still trying to inch his way out of safety. Nice nightmare dodge, but WS will still end up going down. Now they're trying for the set on the Bosco. He's silenced up, but it's actually Jing who's taking so much of the damage. Do Talon still want to go and fight here? Akashi, too busy hitting creeps, so looks like the answer's no.
Yeah, they have to be careful not to give up too many of those. I feel like they're ready to group up, you know. Doom and Shiva, look, God, he's actually so big.
Yeah. He's been big, right? But it's just Talon. Again, they don't seem to be in any sort of a rush. This is similar to the previous game as well, where we thought, you know, surely this is your timing. Surely this is your opening. No. And Talon.
Yeah, they want to
their
wait
own
for
time.
the Radiance plus BKB on Conquer and Lifestealer.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good discipline as well. But I guess Darling, that's going to give them space and time to get what they want. Get
Oh,
the boat
Conquer
out.
in trouble.
Anka able to get that boat buff. The rum is very, very important, but he doesn't have a purge in the area. The pullback from the split pandas as well. It looks like Chuan will be going down. Ponyo couldn't help him. Can only sleep up the AA. And he might be in trouble himself as well. They commit the coil for the Bane. Turn around and rip. No more way of interrupting. And Yue, he's come a bit far too deep. He goes down. A big mistake from the park. Underestimating the Bane. And Akashi will clean up with another double kill. Looky here. I found the Doom. And that is not a good little look for the Panda there. He will just tick out to the damage. Even though Talon lose too, which is a pretty decent pickup for Darling. Again, the puck dying here is so painful.
You take what you can get right now. You're behind. I don't even feel like it was actually that bad of a trade for them. 2 for 3 there. And the Void is farming the whole time. He has a Midas kicking in.
Yeah, I guess so.
They still have
I mean,
Chrono.
I kind of felt like the puck, you know, didn't have to die there, but I can understand why he was feeling so ready to try and fight, you know what I mean? Ice Blast. Ponyo is dead. Gets caught on the D-Ward.
Can't even kill the one.
Very sad. Will they just deny it now?
No.
I guess not, right? Because you wait for him to come again. Darling had a great run in this tournament so far. A lot of I think gusto, but feels like wins completely out of their sails now. It's Talon who are riding it. Okay, look. Realistically speaking, Winter, the late game, it's still pretty good, right, for Darling. If they can get there, I think there's a chance. Like the Chronos, it's not like they've been bad from Abba. It's just that the puck also is looking to scale up, but he's not quite there yet. So now they have this small little lapse. Gonna focus down the tier 1 tower in the bot side. 4 members of Darling brought to commit this act of demolition. And yeah, they should be able to get it because everyone on Talon has just escaped through the twin gates to the other side of the map instead.
Yeah, Bane's the only one waiting around to see if he can set up a kill with the sleep out of the grip. He has Talon, so this Bane is actually pretty... He's pretty ready to fight and go for pickoffs anytime.
Yeah. Can keep a safe distance in the fight away from any potential chronosphere or parkour shenanigans as well. So overall, just handy item for the hero to have. How does this lineup do
Lash.
Roche well? Oh, Lash. We'll just go down in the bot side. Easy setup, especially with the Orchid. Tron and Ponyo will take him down. Oh, mid lane though. Uh-oh, the AA again, just getting killed off. It's very easy Ato setup from Jokum.
And this Purge creep on the Doom is so valuable against A.
Yeah. He literally casts his spells and you purge everything off. You don't even care.
Radiant are scanning.
Again, double Midases for Darling, so they're gearing up for a late game, but I'm not sure whether it's a late game that will come.
You're also gonna have to get there without being too far behind. Let's try to keep up.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke move up now. Seems like Darling, even though they have the late game lineup, they feel comfortable enough that they want to try and challenge for a fight now. All their team fight ultimates are available. You mentioned how reliant they are on them. But, meanwhile, Talon, sizing up the Roche. It's trying to set up some vision. Not sure if they'll expect this move from Darling coming in. Some circles being drawn here in the jungle and they're starting on the big man in the pit. It's Ice Blast that could scout this out. Darling starting to cross out the possibilities of where Talon could be. Gonna settle on Roche soon enough, and this is only at half HP. It's taking them quite a bit of time, and 3 cores, they are the ones in the pit. 1 chrono could end their whole career here. But then Sanity, he's a bit too busy dealing with this creep wave, and looks like he should be able to finish off this Roche. Darling seemed to... They didn't confirm it with a scan because it wasn't available, but they realized that it might not be something they want to get themselves mixed up in.
Yeah, definitely the right call. You should just try to play for late game. Okay.
Dead. Easy
This is why he's
blink
dead.
forward and the Infernal Blade.
That's a ward there. He's gonna know now. Too late.
But he's also dead for 45 seconds, so he can think about how many sentries he wants to buy out of base to try and clear that area. Set up in the mid lane, straight onto this Brewmaster. Has the backup of Akashi. Ice Blast coming from way further down though, and the split used. So Bosku won't have that available. And Akashi's Courier actually dies with the Yasha on it, so this is the second time he's losing a pretty decently valued item. But Jing going down here, looking at Abeng, no way to stop the TP out though. So right now it just kind of feels like Talon. They're going through the motions here, right? Dealing with the little pests on the map, wiping out Darling, leaving no room for them to breathe. This feels very similar to the previous wins that they had against Geek Fam.
Yeah, the AA was able to get out because of
Dire's
the
middle tower is
Gossamer
under
cape,
attack.
miss. Infernal Blade miss.
Oh,
I think
that's
things are still looking tough for them, you know. They have to try to string together a fight. I think they can't really just dodge forever. They have to try to figure out which is the right time to fight, you know. Are we gonna go with when the FE gets the Manta and just try to ball together and win a fight?
Yeah.
I mean, the more that they keep splitting, people are just gonna die because you're playing against Bane. There's also a Conquer and Hook Wing, you know. Those are heroes that are excellent at catching.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
10k gold lead. This has not necessarily been the most exciting game, but it's been one that Talon have played to clinical efficiency. And when you're in these situations where you're 1 game away from qualifying, why would you do anything other than that? No reason to risk it. Just play it as safe, as clean, as by the book as possible. Open up the Pile I Die playbook, you know, go through the motions. The gold lead hasn't really extended by a lot, but it's just enough for them to feel comfortable to keep putting on this pressure.
What does the playbook say right now?
The playbook says squeeze out the map, use the Aegis to clean up tier 2s, and fish for any pickoffs with Doom.
Sounds like a general playbook.
That's my best Paladai impression.
Safest choice.
Yeah, right. Paladai he's
Dyer's
well known for.
attack.
Okay, I can't say safe choices. He's well known for playing position 6. Is what Paladai is well known for. Yeah, I mean, the infrastructure for the Talon organization proving that they can not only house one successful team, but build another. That is proof of theory.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But this organization is set for great things in Dota, especially with Accelerate at the helm. Oh, Jing, whoa. There's some old school stuff, trying to sneak by and get a tower, thinking they wouldn't notice. Well, Talon, they see everything. Bye-bye, Lesh. Similarly to last game, this poor little pony is not in for a good ride.
Space.
Copium, no
I
tower
mean,
kill.
there's 4
Sad.
heroes coming over to kill him.
Sure.
I think you take that for sure as a support.
You still get the tower, so it's not that bad, but the no last hit on you is a little sad. Oh, call up in the top side, setting up onto the Hoodwing, but the silence, great Orchid from Chuan to keep Yokem intact. And now with the boat crashing in onto this poor AA, the Ice Blast will still come out. But Yokem, he'll have the backup of his Bane.
Dyer's middle tower is
I think
under
Yo is
attack.
still sticking around looking for potentially a kill, but 3-man unit sticks together, keeps themselves intact, and all you'll find is maybe a creep wave to cut. This, look, I get it, right? Darling, they tried something cute again in the draft. They threw Talon a curveball saying, look, we're going to pick Yoei Lash again. We're so confident. And I don't think Talon necessarily read it, but they didn't really think this Lash through, it feels like. Like, the Lash just has been a non-factor. And you're talking about Jing, who has been such a great performer for this roster, on a hero that he can't really do much on, it feels like. That's just a shame, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you don't have enough practice, you know, and you try to switch the heroes around. You try to put, oh, this is our new flex pick. I don't care, you know.
Are scanning.
Yeah.
And because you don't have scrims, you don't play a lot of scrims together, your players won't be able to deal with it.
Flip side Talon looking very, very practiced with this version of their team. The Doom down here in the bot side, finding the real Faceless Void. Should be a pretty easy chase down, even as time to play a riff of the electric guitar while he's getting this kill. Easy Infernal Blade, doesn't even look at the Void while he dies. That's a disrespect right there. Let's turn around and get the Lotus.
Dyer's top tower is under attack. Dyer's top tower.
I mean,
has
it's
fallen.
been nothing but resilience and, you know, great team play that has brought Darling here so far. Clearly, Cuckoo knows a thing or two about building teams if both iterations, despite a different roster, have found this level of success. But being able to seal the deal is another thing. Ice Blast
Oh, they lost the
onto
Aegis.
Akashi. They lost the Aegis. Yeah, like you mentioned, Akashi, he needs to hightail the hell out of here. But the clean escape into the Infest, he's fine.
Holy shit. They timed that almost close to perfection.
On Talon thinking, I mean, I wouldn't blame Talon, but it kind of feels like Darling weren't going to resist in that moment. But Darling, great move to catch their opponents by surprise there. They almost got a very valuable kill on that Lifestealer. 5-0 and 2 right now. But he has the Aghanims complete, so the infest, the perpetual infesting is going to be real.
The master is here.
I mean, this game just feels like they're relying on this late game that it still feels like it needs like 20 minutes before it happens. Still, I mean, high ground defense is a good opportunity to start using these chronos, these coils, but here comes WS fishing for a Doom onto Bosku, but they're already back to the safety of the high
Are
ground.
scanning.
I mean, high ground is still very hard to breach. I mean, their heroes are good at catching and killing other heroes, but high ground is a totally different beast. So Darling is gonna have some time still remaining in the clock to farm.
Yeah. It's also a situation that we talked about a bit earlier already. Talon, one of the limiting factors of their draft is lack of objective damage. Even that Roche attempt was pretty slow, all things considered, for a team that is characterized to be ahead. Here comes Darling though. He can get the touch on Kakashi. He has a high ground ward. Smoke won't break. With the vision being placed down, that might have just revealed that move. Good scan from Talon as well. Identifying that Darling are out on the map, but the chrono onto Chuan. This is a dead Kunkka. No doubts about it. But can't really find any more, especially Yokum just using the sharpshooter to try and escape. Scurry in the tree lines as well. Will be fine. So 55 seconds without the Kunkka. What can you do in this situation? That is the question. There's a chrono used, Ice Blast used. Roche isn't up for another maybe 1.5 minutes plus.
They just have to keep farming. Just keep hoping for the best, you know, try to get some pickouts on your chrono. Try to not lose the important heroes to the Doom.
Yeah, well, just as you say that, this is your fault, by the way, Winter. It's just Bosku's death. You sentenced Bosku to death. How does that feel?
It feels bad, you know.
Yeah, it does. And if you're a Team Darling fan, I think it feels bad as well, watching your favorite streamers and players lose like this. But that I just want to reiterate that I personally don't think it's over. I personally think that Darling are gonna stun us with a crazy team fight comeback, crazy chrono into Ice Blast on top of it. Jing finally shows us the merit of a support Lash, you know. I see it. I see the vision. There's a chance here. It's a slim one. And Gabe seems to think that Team Darling still have a 33% win probability.
That's a pretty good probability for being 12k behind.
Yeah, right? And another sort of catch here, Jing. The 4-staff away. Invest into the ledge. That's just cruel. Akashi unstoppable now on this lifestealer. And they can just keep doing this, right? Essentially stopping Darling from coming out of their base. Still waiting for what will be a good timing, potentially, for Team Darling. The Lincoln's being looked at by this Faceless Void, so potentially helping himself up against the Doom. The Puck already has Lincoln's complete, looking towards the Axe now, so they can put up some meaningful damage per second.
Coil.
Yeah, that's going to be a pick
kill.
off. Good one
kill.
from Yoe, and we'll dodge away from Akashi, but Akashi on the hunt now, hiding inside the Puck. Whoa. Needs to phase shift out of there. Still just holds his initial location, but the Torrent of there giving high ground vision. Phase shift playing around Yoe. Can he jump his way out of this one? Nice Lincoln's break into X Mark straight on the boat.
Oh no, he
in.
cancelled his own grip.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, no.
I mean, no, that was the silence, right, Yoe, with the Waning Rift? I think
No,
he's still gonna
he-
die here.
He cancelled his own
I
grip.
think
for sure.
he's still gonna die here, Yoe.
Yeah, they got in.
Okay. They got it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That took a bit longer than expected, but still they're able to get that kill and off elsewhere on the map. Looks like the Void just died to the Doom.
Again.
Yeah. Even with a Lincoln's complete, or maybe in that instance he didn't have his Lincoln's yet, but still. A Talon. They are not. They just make it look so casual. I think that's kind of what's tricking me a little bit here, because we're watching this game, feels like nothing's happening, and suddenly an important hero is just dead, and there's no premonition about it. There's nothing that really tells you that this is what they're looking for. It's just they walk past a hero, full commit him. Use an ult, use 2 ults, it's vibes. Who cares? It's the most important hero in the game. And now they're banging on your high ground. Straight onto the Lash as well, and this Lash, even though it's a support, it's still a very annoying target. Coming forward with the Shivas, you pop the split defensively and you still lose your Lash. There's a buyback on him and Vice's Void in just about 8 seconds. This feels like a stand that the side of Darling need to make. You talked about the high ground being difficult for Talon. They're making it look easy right now, wiping down that tier 3 already. You need to keep your eye out. So blink out. Seems like they are going to respect Densanity's potential for a crazy teamfight chrono. And TP back to the opposing side of the map.
Yeah, Roche is already up. There's no need for them to risk anything right now. Just back off. Just reset, wait for your Doom. just get Roche, and once the Roche is done, then it's probably like the nail in the coffin, you know, for Team Darling. They know that they can't really allow that to happen, so it seems like they're gonna try to muster up some of their remaining items and just try to go for the smoke and try to fight.
Yeah. Speaking of the remaining items, Linken's on the Void, like we mentioned. Nothing new from the Brewmaster, unfortunately, and the supports, all they really have is a gem, so perhaps they can clear out some vision. And the Puck, still with very similar items, I think. Maybe went for the shard. Looking for the setup here. Both these teams hiding around the wings of the tree line.
They have
Now,
two
one team they
buyback.
get caught out.
Brew has buyback.
but-
Lash
Yeah, I
has
mean,
buyback.
even with the buyback advantage, it feels like Talon, they can just very easily TP into the outpost. X marks onto Akashi, just showing his face, baiting in a little bit. Pops that rage. We'll try to creep wave back in, but that's going to give Darling vision. Slowly circling around now. Couriers, will they tell the story? Yoei showing on the front lines. Tron's courier will die as a result. Courier massacre, very sad. This is a very sad situation. Avert your eyes, children. Alright. Again, just playing the classic game of clearing the creep waves on the opposing ends. Both these teams, they don't want to get
It's going to
pushed
move
out.
top. Roche is going to move top.
Yeah,
Right.
they can have that advance sort of just TP in, but then again, it is very... Yeah, the Ice Blast comes in a bit too late. But I scouted them moving up towards this, and the TPs, uh-oh! Yoei, he needs to play his way out of this one. Pops the coil, breaks it onto both the Doom as well as the Lifestealer. Bushwhack's not going to connect Yoei. He needs to make a great escape now. The Linken's is popped. He should be able to jaunt back to safety. Plays around with them, but the Yules now, the setup. Where's the response? Yoei's still able to blink out. This is all on him now. If he dies, Darling, they're going to be in a horrendous spot. But this Puck, dancing and weaving, and he's able to get out alive despite the odds.
Can they do the Roche? Can I defend the Roche though? That's the big picture question right now.
Yeah, look at the move. Every single member of Team Darling trying to make a beeline straight for the top side, but I think they realize, I'm not sure whether it's something they can make their way there in time for. They're just gonna give up and
Seems
start
like it's
split
gonna
pushing.
be too little, too late right now. Yeah.
I think they, honestly, it kind of feels like they overestimate how fast Talon can do this. Because the Ice Blast will come in and show them that, yeah, I mean, the Roche is far from dead. Could have all really made it up here. But, yeah, they just give that one up and choose to fight another day. Perhaps they believe their chances on the high ground are better.
I mean, which is most likely true. Like on high ground, they can have a higher probability of landing a big chrono.
Yeah.
It's harder for the enemy to catch the backline supports, the Lash, the A. It's hiding. I mean, high ground is definitely their biggest chance. All they need is one good fight. One good solid chrono into AA Ice Blast with the Lash spells. They're gonna kill heroes.
I mean, Darling, there was in a similar situation yesterday up against Blacklist where it felt like all hope was lost, but then Sanity on the back of his Sven delivered them one or two glimmers of hope, but it ended up not being enough. Darling, backs against the walls with the fans keenly watching. Everyone, they got the whole community support in the Philippines, and it just doesn't seem like they have enough gas in the tank right now. They need to try and hold their base. Yoei, he has so many tools for evasiveness, and he's gonna have to put them to full use.
I mean, they also have the X mark, you know, so it's very annoying.
Yeah.
You can just always X mark, send the lifesteal up, push your tower.
What's the
up.
counterplay?
Yeah, there's no counterplay. You rage and you can't use.
Yeah?
I mean, they don't.
They
They
just
don't
rinse
even,
and repeat.
They don't even have a use actually. Oh, they actually.
And they're
have
not even gonna
only
force
one.
the issue, which is the most interesting thing. They wait for the Bane, TP's back to base, gets an item, grabs a Psychic Headband, increase that cast range, very cute. Tier 4 items are available. There's a Mind Breaker. I could potentially catch the Lifestealer by surprise, preventing him from raging. We never know. So far, he's yet to be caught by surprise. 7-0 and 4. A brilliant performance from Akashi, which you mentioned was one of the sort of standout up-and-coming Filipino carry players who could bring the next generation forward on Polaris. That was sort of what he was known for on that team. TP back in, Chrono onto 2. Those are big targets. Ice Blast onto the Lifestealer, but again, still infest. He still has that allowance. Hides in the Negatron. And okay,
That was your
That
corner.
was your big team fight chrono. That was your Ice Blast. That was the coil. That was it. Nothing was found. They don't have the damage. Now, Darling, backs against the wall with not even their hands or their gloves on. Trying to come forward again. Can you procure a miracle refresher out of nowhere? I don't think so. The Insanity. Might just have to give this Rex up. They're still trying to be as annoying as possible. All the little ice vortexes. You wait for the creep wave, but they get cleared so quick.
And this split up is just basically their base defense.
Yeah, that's the only hope. Kashi, with that Aegis, he's feeling comfortable, especially with Rage as well. He knows that his team will swoop in and save him. And they get the Rex and they back out. So after that whole extended affair where really nothing was traded out, just a couple of spells being used by Darling and they lose the Rex still.
Goalie is still not growing, so it's still maintaining at 12k. So that's good for Darling.
Yeah. It's Talon, they are continuing to slowly juice this out. This is not a blender we're talking about. They're not going quick. They're slowly hand juicing every little orange and savoring every last drop of this juice that they're about to drink to bring them to the next level, to bring them to another international tier event. It's right in front of them, but the discipline from these young players is commendable. The Insanity. Every moment that passes is another second that Chrono is closer and closer to coming off cooldown. 35 seconds now. Akashi still playing the edges of the fight, still acting as that frontliner. And the Ice Blast on top of his head, they will finish off that first life of the Life Stealer. As additional setup, starting with the split Earth. Ooh, Jing. He just has the 4-staff away, but Akashi, he still has that Chrono time down to a T. They will be aware that it's coming back up in 15. Another fake back situation. Smoked up on this Doom. That's a Ninja Gear coming into play. He's looking for a target. He has full vision. If he can get the touch on this poor Doom. The Faceless Void. He's caught in the mix. He needs to create the distance, trying to time him out. But WS doesn't let him go away. Finally, the 4-stars. And he's broken free. Nice tidal wave though, controlling the rest of the team. Arbeng is in trouble. The Insanity. You're gonna have to land a chrono of a lifetime, but you gotta be careful where you step. There's a Doom with a Doom all around him. Monster kill for WS as he blinks out of trouble. Now it's a Doom they need to save. Do you commit the chrono just for this one kill? Akashi, he's cleaning up on your team. Cuckoo's dead. While they were busy trying to chase their opposing offlaner, their own just died.
Yeah, no buyback on Cuckoo. This is gonna be a huge problem. They still have the corner with Ice Blast. There's still hope.
Yeah, but this Aghanims on the Doom is proving to be such a big problem. These Lincolns, they don't do anything anymore. Now on this high ground, call out, but instantly infest. Akashi's back to safety. Then Sanity's still looking for the chrono, but with that Lincoln's pop, he's scared. He's scared, Winter. He can't. It's so risky when everything's resting on his pale purple shoulders. He doesn't even have a buyback. He needs 200 gold for that. Then Sanity has to find some space on the map to make it happen. But it feels like Talon, they're converging on all sides. They want to kill off WS. But where's the damage? WS, where's the damage? He's fine. He's just gonna TP back to base. Are you kidding me? The Doom right in their faces. Now Ponyo might be in trouble, but the AA already being focused down. They have their eyes on the lash. Jing, force stuffing, back out of trouble. Chuan can't finish the touch, but Arbeng goes down to joke him. And the Bushwhack doesn't connect. Yoe still trying to play around, gets one support kill, that's a good one to start. Then Sanity here with the HP as well, forcing the BKB out from Tron, but Akashi's back in the fight. Silence up on this Faceless Void, time out to the low ground, then Sanity narrowly survives. Now it's Bosku back into the mix. No split for another 15, you just need to buy the time. Darling, all you need is time, but the Doom says absolutely not. Slams it shot on the park, kills him off, and Jing is next to follow. Then Sanity trying to time dilate, trying to do damage, but the Faceless Void can't do enough. And Darling, all that stands left is Bosku, the creator, the captain, the hero of Filipino Dota. He needs to do it for the squad here. Then Sanity coming back to try and help his captain out, and they'll be able to finish off the kill onto Tron, it seems like. He's still dancing around these Brewlings. They're running out, and the Infest saves him. Bosku on his last little Brewling, and he'll just get chopped down. An unceremonious end to another crazy run from Darling. They did it again without the resources, without all these tools. They still were able to find it. But at this last stage, at the last jump, they missed the hurdle against Blacklist. And now it feels like they've missed their stop against Talon. The one slot. Talon, they're hungry for it. And they were oh so patient for it this whole game. They're gonna work their way towards this tier 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a very sad ending for Darling. They're going to have to try to fight one last time. Chrono in 20 seconds.
Chrono in 20 seconds. That's what they're hoping for. 28 without Cuckoo, though maybe they need to wait for the mega creeps, but they can't really afford to. Chuan being controlled out will pop that BKB, start to walk away. WS, he doesn't have the Doom. This is your chance. He's starting to get worked down. Akashi still back on the front lines, will punch into Jing, and the Lash is dead. Doesn't have a buyback. The supports are gone. Water Park too strong for them to stand up into, but Jing gets his buyback from the gold streaming in the fight. WS does go down, but immediately buys back. Now Akashi, he's still not dealt with on the front lines. We talk so much about the Doom, but what of the Lifestealer? That finally is the Chrono beating into Akashi, and finally they kill him off. 100 seconds without your Lifestealer now. Even in the face of the Megas, maybe Darling can put up a bit of a fight. Controlling now onto Chuan, he doesn't have HP, and he will go down. He does have a buyback, but Darling, they are not ready to go quietly into the night just yet.
All or nothing right now. They have to just beeline one lane, mid lane. Just try to force the buybacks out. Just try their best to eke out something from Talon. They need to at least try to force the buybacks.
Yeah, I mean,
But
buyback
once
comes
the
through.
mega creeps comes to the base, then I think that's gonna be very hard for them to leave.
I guess the upside is that their supports are pretty decent at clearing this out, right? The Lash should be able to do it. The AA maybe not quite as successfully. But all you need to do on Talon now is hope and pray. Try and do some sort of additional advantage. Very unfortunate that the Roche is a bit of a longer spawn. They would have loved to get that Aegis on Densanity. WS, he needs to watch himself. He's arguably one of the most important components for Talon. And he doesn't have a buyback. He tried to buy back to rejoin that fight and salvage the situation. Gets him the Megas, but not much else. And Darling, you said they need to try and find something. They're
Radiant are scanning.
Just
scrambling
waiting for
around the
Roche.
map right now.
Just waiting for Roche.
I mean, by the time Roche is up, so will Talon, and Yoakum's starting to get ready. He has the gem. He's popping that Akon into the pit to give himself some vision. The decoy as well. Automatically hones in on the nearest enemy hero, so sending a sharpshooter their way, that's going to give you knowledge of where the Darling heroes are. Your timing is up now, Talon. Not only have they held on to their buybacks, they have their whole team back in full force. It's going to be a 5v5. There's Chrono just coming off cooldown in 24 seconds. That's what Darling will be waiting for. But with the Mega Creep streaming into their base and 2 members, the supports back there, it seems like an impossible task. Darling, they are in what feels like the end of the line here. They're staring down the barrel. No more fish left for them to fry, it seems, Darling. I just have to scout it with the Ice Blast. Roche is coming back up in 10. And you really need to synchronize your creep wave clearances. We're trying to make a move, but I just don't think they can do it, Winter.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard. But they're on their last legs, and there's nothing more for them to lose. They have to try.
Yeah.
They have to try to find a way. And they always say when there's a will, there will be a way.
It feels like, and I know it's hard, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but it feels like in allowing this Roche to happen, this is them playing to win, and it doesn't sound like it, but their only shot is if they have the fountain advantage. If they're able to just see Talon walk into their base instead of run into this unknown territory, I kind of agree with it, right? Like, you can't afford to lose a fight in this area, because if you lose a fight anywhere else, your base is dead anyway, so why not just do it in your base?
It's gonna be a lot harder now. The Doom has a Aeon Disc completed. If you
Oh my
chrono,
goodness.
if you chrono him and you don't kill, if you don't kill him, then that's it. You know, I mean, you're not killing the Lifestealer with Aegis.
Yeah.
If you're
Seen
not killing
again
the
and
Doom,
again. You keep
and-
saying it. WS, he is the backbone of this squad, and he absolutely has delivered them to this stage. The first pick Doom paying dividends here. In comparison to this first pick Lash that has just, you know, Jing, he is... The split Earths at this point are having a great impact for the base defense, but I mean, the fact that you're here is a byproduct of how weakly that lane went. It's now Talon. Every single item that they could ask for, it feels like. Even the Bane queuing up a BKB. Ponyo has the Axe. Now, the Fiend's Grip will be that much harder to cancel. Whoever he finds, it's just dead to rights. And it feels like Darling. It just feels like they need a miracle. It feels like I can't even imagine how that would go. It's Bosco already being set up on. Won't be able to hide away thanks to the Glimmer Cape and the Manta for himself. This Brewmaster has been struggling a majority of the game. Only 3 items and nothing of significance. Our slows coming out though, Abeng. Contribute with the Ice Vortexes, making it very hard for Akashi to navigate. He doesn't have boots, so he's even slower now. Just keep messing around with him. Akashi, X marks, back to safety. Just rage up. Infest back into Yokum. Yowie will jump in though. I mean, how do you even take this fight? Darling, they're looking for a chrono opportunity. They're looking for a bait with Bosco, but Talon, they're just not falling for it.
They're being really, really careful here. Just not really rushing into things. Just waiting for the right moment. Because they still understand that if they take a back fight against this Phases Void, there's still a chance you lose the fight. There's a refresher, If you get into a bad situation, double chrono.
100%. I mean, it's kind of what it feels like the win probability must be for this team now. Let me just check it real quick. Still 7%. So I guess that's the Void difference, huh? On pause. Just to maybe think about how they want to take this Miracle team fight.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
He just has to hope that the Puck and Brewmaster goes in first, tries to fish out some information, reveal some position.
And
then he can come in with a chrono. And he has to land, that's the only way, he has to land like a 3-man, 4-man chrono. There's like
classic Southeast Asia pub, G end. And they defend until their very last breath. Darling, really embodying the Southeast Asia pub spirit. I mean, we're just...
Who still falls for that, Go end.
Yeah, true.
After all these years.
Everyone just say, you just hit them with just kill your items and nobody dares to do it.
If they never break their items, you don't believe it.
Breaking items isn't a Southeast Asian thing. I feel like I always see people talk mad shit, but nobody actually tries to lose the game.
And you say that, like before we started working today, I went into a game where one of my teammates, didn't really even want to play the game.
It happens. Sometimes people are not necessarily in the best frame of mind and they queue up Dota to try and get away from it.
Weekend games, you call that?
True. Yeah, weekend games. That's painful. But I can't think of anything more painful than the situation Darling is dealing with right now. It's, again, I mean, we've talked about this storyline to death, but it's just, yes, they're playing for fun. Yes, it doesn't really matter to them because there's no pressure, but you gotta feel like, Darling, they are so close to breaking that boundary, right? Jumping into the next step and I guess elevating themselves even one step higher. But throughout 2 iterations so far, it's been seemingly the same fate unless some sort of miracle happens. Now, Yowie, he's doing a metric butt ton of damage. Did you see that?
That was just one Parasma hit with
that was half HP. Yeah, I mean, if they can get the touch on Kashi, I think they stand a chance here. Start things out with the control onto the Brewmaster. Double Doom in! They just kill him off! The Faceless Void is dead! And all these chances that we talk about, all this time that you've wasted, this game goes to 50 minutes for absolutely nothing. GG is just called. Darling, they're out and congratulations. Close. Chuan, I don't know if he's just talking some shit here, but I genuinely think that Darling put up a good fight.
Yeah, they definitely did, like throughout their journey, no scrims, just playing together as a stack and reaching the finals the second time is no easy feat, for a team that did not train together at all. This is an amazing story for Darling, but the fairy tale has to end, I'm afraid. And Talon just gets the better of them this time and just qualifies to a second land, so congratulations to Talon, definitely thoroughly deserving. They put up a good fight. They showed us they're the new up-and-coming squad of SEA. It's not just about only Aurora. There's Talon, there's Blacklist, and they're looking to go towards a big event, a big international event to make SCA proud.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't think of a better representative. I think they definitely prove that they deserve it. We talk about the Darling storyline and how that's a fairy tale that has to end, but it does feel like for Talon, this is where they are really gonna start rolling up the sleeves and getting serious, right? It's not that their opponents at this regional level weren't a challenge, but it's just the fight has just begun, right? For this Talon roster that managed to, in the past, this organization that was heralded as the hope in Southeast Asia, now that's been taken over the mantle by Aurora, and now you want to get back up there. You want to show that, okay, look, we can build successful teams. We can bring these new talent to the next level. WS, Akashi, as well as Tron. I mean, Tron definitely older than some of the other players in the team, but they're playing with a sense of maturity and discipline that you rarely see, right? And that's something to be admired. I think this team coming very nicely well together, and a big congrats to them for claiming the second spot. So again, I mean, what a great Southeast Asia close qualifiers we've had. Blacklist, of course, being able to secure their slot yesterday, and that does lock in our teams. Let's take a quick look back at the bracket and how it all shook out. Darling started their journey with a 2-1 over Geek fam. That was a very hard-fought battle that we got to watch, and I mean, if you have to pick a game to go back and watch, you gotta watch that game one. That was thrilling to say the least. But Team Darling versus Talon, also another. I mean, all these games were insane. But of course, they defeated Talon initially, 2-1, to get themselves into the final sort of bout against Blacklist, where they unfortunately got defeated 2-1. So the whole way, Team Darling was scrapping up against these very strong opponents. As for the side of Talon, they took an early loss to Team Darling immediately after the first round, and of course had to climb up through the lower bracket, defeated Salvation Gaming 2-0 to find themselves in the opening game today. Then, man, that was clinical of Geek Fam. I still feel kind of bad for them, but of course 2-0ing Team Darling to secure their spot. Just great stories for both of these squads.
Yeah, great stories for all the teams here, and hopefully they get to make SCA proud. And we've always been known as the region that every time we go to the events, we just fizzle out. We don't do as well as the other teams. And it's time for those things to change. It's time for the SCA teams to actually prove to them that we are not just players that can play in our own regions. We can also play against the other regions.
Yeah, and I think I want to harken back to something that Aries and Lizard said when they were talking about Southeast Asia yesterday. It's a region that's just brimming with talent. That has never been the problem. But especially when you get organization support from these large organizations like Talon, where you give them the resources, support, and infrastructure that they need, that's where you can really take things to the next level. Let's look at our Swiss stage teams again. Of course, invited none other than Aurora, who will be very patiently waiting for their contenders from the Southeast Asia side, Blacklist and Talon, to join them. Of course, OG, Tundra, Shopify Rebellion, Heroic, Virtus Pro, PSG, Quest, as well as Entity, and I believe, if I'm not wrong, it's either Ninja Penguins who qualified. I can't really tell because it's literally just a Dota logo. Let me just... Okay, sorry, it's Rest Farmers, which is the Handskin Pablo stack. Kev, we're from the CNCQ qualifiers that we saw. Nouns from NA defeating, I think, Legacy there. And of course, Enigma Galaxy, who just qualified.
Looking forward to a good show, man.
Yeah, the Swiss stage should be fun. I mean, we're seeing more and more of these tournaments experiment with different formats now that, you know, everyone's free to do whatever they want. And I think this is going to be an excellent tournament. Is there any team that you particularly are looking forward to watching in this Swiss stage, Winter?
I mean, obviously, SCA boys, Talon.
Okay.
Talon, Blacklist, Aurora, I'm just there for my boys, for our players.
Hell yeah. And I think for me personally, Aurora is going to be very exciting because they just formally decided, okay, we're benching Amel and we're going with Lorinov, who, very sad for Amel because always love seeing him play. But Lorinov with that team, something just seems to click. So maybe they can take things to the next stage, make Southeast Asia proud. But yeah, it's been a pleasant 4 or 5 days casting with you, Winter. I had a good time. I don't know if you can say the same, so I won't speak on your behalf. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you everybody for watching, supporting, and of course continuing to enjoy Elite League. But yeah, if you want to find us more, we will have more streams happening for you. I think it's currently Eastern Europe being sealed up right now on the main channel. So that's ESP_Dota2_EN. You can find that very same link on YouTube. But I think later in the day, we're also going to finish up SA. So that's South America, of course. That's between E-Star Backs and Okay, we're not entirely sure yet, but of course that still is going to take a while. But yeah, that wraps us up for today. You can go over right now to this stream because this, the main stream, because this one's going to end soon. But Winter, any closing words from you before we send it off for the night?
It's been a pleasure, you know.
Yeah,
It's
I can
been
tell.
a pleasure being here with you, you know. And you
Damn.
asked if I
Yeah,
could say
damn,
the
you
same.
really had to squeeze that out. I appreciate it, Winter. It's a win in my book. But yeah, it's also a win in Talon and Blacklists as they will move forward to the Swiss stage, represent Southeast Asia. And that wraps up our coverage of the closed qualifiers. Please be sure to hop on over to our main channel for more Elite League action. But for Permasneeze and Winter, we're signing off. See you guys again.